That's all. Like, I'm on some strong pain meds. I'll put it this way, the stone got stuck, and then I got stuck again in a place where it was even more painful.
Ouch.
I'm alright though, I ain't gonna bitch about it. It's more like I happen to be at the hospital, and this is why my voice is sounding funny.
Of course, I put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah. I'm thankful that they're gonna release me tomorrow, so that's good. Oh man. I gotta get my bearings this morning, figure out where all the stuff is on my computer from last night. I was working on random things, and then my computer turned off, which sucks because normally I leave it on and I have everything ready. In a world where no one has any measurements for the curvature of Earth.
Man, that looks like somebody took a big hand and just ripped through the firmament. And there's like this wound now in the sky.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I've said a similar thing. Like, it was Speculation Sunday a couple weeks back, and I was talking about how, NASA and all of these, they tell us that the Milky Way is this spiraling galaxy, but none of us observe it like that. Like, if you really look at it, it just looks like a big starry gash in the sky, which is really interesting when you get down to, like, biblical stuff about how, like, the heavens were rent open and the earth flooded. And it's just like, it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
I think it's a scar, yeah. So it's a scar in the sky.
Well, whatever it is, it looks really cool.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like water came through it? Yes. Breathe entropy. Exactly. Like water came through it. Indeed. The waters above the firmament.
Yeah, we understand what you mean without needing another clarification.
It's curious indeed. Very, very strange.
Wink, wink.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, we can't say one way or another because we weren't there when it happened. We could not bear witness to whether or not it's a scar in the sky. But logically, critically, given the information that we have, observably, makes sense.
could be an option.
It's not a spiral galaxy, though. The Milky Way being a spiral. Well, yeah, you live here, out on this arm of a spiral. Okay, what?
It makes sense because all the globies spiral.
That's pretty funny. They can't help it, man. They're just like, I don't know what to do if I'm not spinning right. You never were spinning, bro.
They have to keep spinning.
Shoot, I'll be dizzy. Dizzy! Stupid dizzy. I love that fucking video. This kid gets out of the dentist, and his mom's like, how do you feel? He's like, dizzy. Stupid dizzy. Got cotton in his mouth. He's loopy as shit from the anesthesia.
Those are always funny.
Stupid dizzy.
Oh, I heard somebody bring this up. I thought it was very poignant that our inner ear senses motion, and if something is off, it will give us feedback. So, if there really was all this movement that we're a part of, we would be really dizzy because of it.
Yeah. There's
Like,
the inner vestibular. It's the inner vestibular system of the ear. Has these like, I call them like tiny little hairs. They're like little sensors, right? And I learned about this in junior Air Force ROTC in high school. You know, we'd have to sit there. We'd have to spin in this office chair, get up, and go to the flight simulator and fly level. Like, yeah, we learned all about that. You're going to detect motion. You're going to feel motion.
and we're also supposed to believe that just came to be from evolution, like this complex mechanism of recognizing motion in your ear. Like, that's just random. Come on.
The best part is evolution can't explain the eyeball, right?
The eyeball, all these mechanisms that just work so amazingly.
Too many missing links in evolution, like a frog trapped in amber, you know, and they say, oh, this is millions of years old, right? Again, resembles the same dead frog that I swept out of my boss's office. Like, it's really silly. It's like, nothing's changed. Like, nothing's changed. Shouldn't say nothing, but like, you look at stuff like bugs trapped in amber. I've been living out in the wilderness for like the past 10 years, and it doesn't take long for tree sap to become amber. Like, you find it on like cut down pieces of pine and all that shit all the time. It's already hardened, you know? That didn't take millions of years. It took a few short months.
Yeah.
and the right conditions. Same with like all kinds of fossilization and petrification. They're like, it took all of this millions of years. That's what Carl Sagan was saying. Okay? Oh shoot.
Imagine believing something just because Carl Sagan said it. Like, that's your whole belief system. Just Carl Sagan said it. You can't even say his name. You just believe it.
Carl, you just Carl? I can't remember his name. Sagan, bro.
Like, how
Oh,
flimsy is your foundation? You just believe in Carl Sagan. That's like your thing. That's your god.
yeah, he's like, let me throw out a name that I can't even say.
He kept like bringing it up like 3 or 4 times. Like, we moved on from the subject. He just kept bringing it up like Carl Sagan, guys. Just this is the thing. This is what I've been trying to tell you, Carl Sagan.
Yeah, Carl Sagan. Do you know what I'm saying? Shoot. Yeah, we know what you're saying, bro. Fucking millions of years old. It doesn't take long for fossilization and petrification to happen. Like, things on the surface, like a dead thing on the surface, in like humid conditions and like, a moist enough environment, it's gonna decay, like it's gonna rot, right? It's just gonna like get eaten and turned to bones by all of these like maggots and stuff. But something that has been buried under like compressed under like hot mud, let's say just compressed under hot mud, well, it's not going to be just bones, and it can happen really fast. I don't think it happened that long ago. Dinosaurs. And Jan says, doesn't remind me of water at all. No, we're not saying the sky is like water. There's literally in like the Quran and like Hindu and the Bible, like these texts mention these like waters, these liquids, waters above the sky, right? Waters above the firmament. That's what it's talking about, Jan. So when we're talking about the Milky Way, it looks like a scar, not a star, but a scar in the sky. It looks like the sky was ripped open. And if there's waters above the firmament or waters above the sky, and the sky was ripped open, and there's all of this evidence that the earth frickin' flooded, pretty amazing to me.
Also, if you compare it to like not just like water in daylight, if you just think about water at the bottom of an ocean, so it would look quite similar. I think that darkness, that kind of dark water, when there's no light, just everything looks black. And when there's
Yep,
light, there's a bit of light up. But yeah, that's kind of how
that
it
makes
looks
sense.
in the ocean.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. He says, doesn't remind me of water at all. But Jan, are you understanding what we're talking about now?
I don't know if he's listening to the thing. He might just be responding to the text.
Well, darn.
And when do you get off work sounds like scheduling a fight after school. Like, when's your last class? I'm gonna meet you in the courtyard.
I'm just like, I can clarify the whole water thing. Like, when you get off work, jump in the VC, and I can actually, like, articulate it, you know? And now that it's almost 7 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, oh, now I'm feeling sleepy.
I mean, we got some good classics in the debate text channel. How do most flat earthers believe that every other planet is round but Earth is flat? That's the
Whoa,
classic. I love that
wait a
one.
second. How do they know that every other planet is a solid? Ask them that. How do they know that? How do they know that these lights in the sky are solids?
They know stuff. Just don't question it. They know
Yeah,
stuff.
no, you said this is. Wait, where's this at? Where's this at? Bring me to
Debate
them.
text. Debate text channel.
Oh, okay. Bark, 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 bark.
There's already a wolf there, so
I'm like, where are they at? Where are they at?
because they went there, you know. That's
Yeah,
why.
I must have experienced it for themselves.
Yep. They can telepathically tell what Buzz Aldrin felt when he stepped on the moon. Man, Globers love to play semantics. That's the only way they can win anything.
I just always said never go full potato, Spud. Where's they going full retard? I don't know though. A potato's probably more useful. Yeah, someone tell Spud to get into the VC. Let's go. Rock'em sock your globe off, bruh.
Whack a globe.
Rock'em sock'em globe box.
He's being sarcastic. He's not actually into that stuff. I think he's also not into it. The gender stuff.
I said, Mars is in Greenland and Devon Island. Mars in the sky is just a light. Prove me wrong. I think I'm gonna get some sleep. I'll be back on later.
Alright.
Rested, refreshed, and ready to shove some flat pills down people's throats. Yeah. You swallow this one.
Program. Some flat pills, yeah. For
Yep,
sure.
flat pills. I found out earlier today that Heretic has also used the terminology flat pill before people started saying flat smacking, right? And I'm like, oh, no way. I was like, I thought I was being original. And he's like, we're both original. I'm like, okay, I'll accept it.
I do feel like that's an easy one to put together. Anything pill is very used.
Yep, flat pill.
But it does sound good. Rolls off the tongue.
Flat
And
pill. I love it.
coincidentally also goes on the tongue, I would assume.
Yeah, gotta chew on it, mull it over, digest it.
And be sure to drink some water after it, because it might be very sour.
Yeah, make sure you drink plenty of water. A nice, big, level cup of water.
And have the feeling of it leveling out in your stomach.
Martoth, outside is an illusion. What's on TV is real. I know that's how they act. That's exactly how they act, Martoth. Outside is an illusion. What's on TV is real. Yeah, Earth is like my ceiling, this popcorn ceiling, right? So it's flat and bumpy. What you got? Yeah, flat Earth is like my ceiling, bro. Flat and bumpy. How many videos do you guys have? Like, lots, right? Like, lots of real videos of real
I like
Earth.
when they realize that their questions aren't that original. Like they're not really the first ones to ask these questions.
Yeah.
And they just get a quick meme in response because it's just the same old, same old.
You have lots of videos. Like, I don't know. You gotta check my channel, Spud? I got probably like over 500 frickin' videos, bruh. Potato? Never go full potato.
Well, this guy doesn't seem that bad. It feels like I would give him a chance, maybe.
I give everyone a chance, but like sometimes I gotta test to see how thick their skin is, right?
And Skull.
This is a skin thickness test. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna go to sleep, but I'll be back. Y'all have
Alright.
fun.
Awesome stuff. Bush Baby, number one, you've got control of your mic. Just unmute yourself, buddy, and we can have the conversation about the shape of the Earth and all that good stuff. So, Bush Baby, welcome to the server. Don't let me down, bro. You sound very cheerful and like up for a conversation.
Oh, wait,
voice.
hello. So yeah, hello. It just took a
Hello,
second.
my
to
friend.
unmute.
No, you're good, mate. You're good.
Okay, so
well,
my main question is why?
why what?
What's convinced you to think the Earth is flat?
Well, me personally, Right,
Just got into
so-
you in general.
yeah. We'll ask everybody else in a minute, but for me personally, and you'll probably get the same answer for most people. If the Earth is said to be a ball, then there should be observable and measurable curvature over distance. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, yeah.
Awesome. Unfortunately, we don't observe it, and we do not directly measure any curvature over any distance of any water. Being as they say the surface of the Earth is over 70% water, we should be able to observe and measure it there. Unfortunately, we don't. So if there is no curvature to the surface of the Earth cannot be a ball.
Okay. So
Sounds pretty simple.
yeah, so that's interesting because I'm a physics student,
Cool.
and I have measured the curvature of the Earth. So that's interesting you say that
really?
because with
reality-
lasers,
reality.
incredibly high. Oh, sorry.
I'm asking in reality.
That's-
Yeah, no, in reality,
That's
no,
not
yeah. You know Lake Geneva?
Yep.
It's a relatively large, Lac Léman, if you've been over there, I think that's what they call it. Well, if you be measured across the lake with a laser, and it's sort of difficult to measure because obviously the ripples of the water could disrupt it because you want the laser to be as close to the water as possible. But there was a curvature. It was interrupted a bit by the ripples of the water, but we did measure a curvature. That's for sure.
What was the distance, my friend?
Oh, probably a good 60 kilometers. Well, no, not that long. I'll have to look it up. I mean, this happened like 4 years ago, probably. So yeah, 4 years and a half actually. I'm not sure. I believe I. Oh wait, I have to look it up. 'Cause I need to find the actual two places that we were at. But have you ever thought about, aside from that, how everything works with a flat Earth? Okay, so aside from
Bash, you didn't give us any distance, any data
Yes.
for that.
You'll get there.
Can you,
this is something that has happened that 4.5 years ago. I mean, I'm gonna have to now bring it all up. But
No, that's fine.
you have some observation what you cannot present, but it's there.
okay, right, yeah. Basically,
But we
I
can
mean,
present
I mean, to be fair,
I wasn't coming.
Sasha's
Yeah,
done it himself.
sorry.
It's all right. Sasha has done this himself, so it's interesting.
Not myself
Yes.
in particular. With other people, obviously, it wasn't just me. I mean, it was a thing, not just me. I was with
Okay.
other people, 15 other people, decent group.
That's fine. The reason why we're asking for the distance is we're just going to turn around to you and give you other laser tests of distances between
Yeah.
10 and 25 miles over distances of water where we
Yeah.
hit the target that we were supposed to hit. And then what we'll do is we'll point out military targeting systems that use lasers over distances of water over 100 miles using direct line of sight targeting to blow shit up, which is called applicable technology. So it's interesting you bring up one laser test, but you say you've measured curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, you keep cutting out.
I know for a fact the militaries of the
Jedi,
world use direct
Jedi,
line of sight laser targeting systems.
Jedi,
So they don't measure any curvature.
you're cutting, Jedi.
Sorry, you keep cutting out. I can barely hear what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, he will come back. And
All right, okay. Hello?
Quick microphone check. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Awesome stuff. So just to recap on what I said, it's interesting you bring a laser test. We could give you up laser tests, 10 miles, 25 miles. And then what we would do is we would compound the issue by bringing the Navy into the argument and point out their laser targeting systems that target ground-based targets of over 100 miles.
Okay, so with this, so how powerful are these lasers that you're using? Because that's a big thing with the laser tests, is that because we're using to do this, the light will start to refract as it moves forward, as it moves further and further away. So although you may have, say, the diameter, you may be a meter at the source, it may also be several centimeters at where you're actually measuring it, especially if you're especially at 10 kilometers away. So there's that problem part of it. So you've got to account for all of that. So when you say when you do a measurement like that, often you have to use if the laser isn't that powerful, you can use how strongly is your mathematics?
It's all right.
Okay. So have you heard of differential equations? Potentially, maybe not, maybe. But you can solve one of those effectively to figure out where the exact center of the light is in respect to the larger diameter at a certain range is. And you'll find that if you do that for that particular laser, that you do measure the curvature. In these tests, how close to the waters did you do them at? Have you done one personally, or at least witnessed one?
Right. So we could show you ones that are done, say, a couple of inches off the surface of the water. This was the one done in the south of England, down at Brighton, over a distance of 10 miles. A couple of inches, blue and red lasers opposite end of the spectrum. The ones that are done over Lake Dispersal, I think it's Hungary or somewhere in Eastern Europe. Both laser and target were about 2 meters above the surface of the water. And then we can start talking about Navy ships, and I'll give you 20 to 30 foot above the surface of the water.
All right. Okay. So I actually haven't looked into all of this, because the reason why we did this test in the first place wasn't actually to debate flat earthers. It was more of what's the word for it? We were actually originally at CERN, with as a trip, and it was just something that we were given the opportunity to do. So we decided, why not? Because we had a few days to burn in Geneva, so it was something that we did. But I'm just interested. I've never actually thought about what you guys have said with the lasers, with the different tests. So I'll have to probably have a little look into it to see what you guys have done. So other than that, is there any other evidence that you can point to the Earth to being flat?
Yeah, celestial navigation. Do you know what a sextant is?
Sorry?
Celestial navigation. Do you know what a sextant is?
No. A sextant?
Okay. Yeah, do you know what a protractor is?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
awesome. It's an angle measuring device, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So a sextant is basically a glorified angle measuring device, right?
Right. Oh, is it one of those sort of like things that they use? I don't know what they're called. I'm not sure if it is, but carry on.
Okay, so they use them at ships at sea to I don't know, get elevation angles to stars at known times of year so they can navigate across the Earth using the stars, yeah? That's what it is. Awesome. You know that, well, you know what a triangle is, right? You sound like an intelligent man. You know what a triangle is, yeah?
Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Can you measure an angle with a curved line?
No, you can't.
Awesome stuff. So understanding that a sextant is a glorified angle measuring device, and it's used on the surface of the Earth to measure elevation angles to stars. You will understand that, being as you just said, you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. If you're doing it on a curved surface, that would be the ball Earth, then a sextant would be non-applicable. You couldn't use this device on a curved surface, for example.
What you could
So
do,
yeah, celestial navigation.
Sorry, I point something in. So there's a few things about that I would like to say. You heard of tangents? It's sort of like to do tangents and circles. So you can, there's a similar thing you can do with a sphere. If you, instead of using a tangent, you can sort of intersect it with a plane. Now, if the sphere is huge, the Earth, the curvature at your point will be so small that I mean, I'd have to look into the map, but I doubt, especially with quite a crude measuring device. You know, is it the thing that you hold in your hand and sort of bring to your eye? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, that. Well, then I doubt that the Earth's curvature will prevent you from measuring an angle from that.
Okay. So, do you know what a GP is?
A GPS, you mean? I think.
Yeah.
Did you say? Yeah.
No, a GP. So, a GP of a star. Do you know what a GP? Yeah, a GP of a star is. Do you know what that is?
A GP of a star. No.
Yeah, I'll answer the question. It's the ground position of a star.
Okay. Yep.
Now, the ground position of a star can be in excess of over 1,000 miles beyond the horizon.
Okay.
The ground position of that star has to be 90 degrees.
All right.
So, ground position of the star, 1,000 miles away, straight line towards you on that boat. Now, I understand what you said about tangent lines, but you'd have to understand how we use sextants in celestial navigation. In every single calculation, you will bring your... Well, I'm just going to tell you then. So, in every single calculation, you will bring yourself down to the plane of the Earth. Yeah, you can draw your tangent line from altitude towards the horizon, but your next calculation is going to bring you down to surface level. So your altitude is 0. Understanding that you are looking for the ground position of a star that you've just got an elevation angle to, and understanding it could be over 1,000 miles away, means that the surface of the Earth must be level for every single boat at sea all of the time to use these things. So not just you, but another boat 100 miles over there, and another boat 100 miles beyond him. Every single angle is done on a flat surface. Every single calculation will take you back down to that flat surface after you've drawn your tangent line. Now, you also have to understand as well that they were using these devices well before the Earth was a ball. So they weren't doing ad hoc calculations because they thought they were on a ball. But the crux of the matter is you could only use this device on a flat Earth. You couldn't use it on a ball. And if you did use it on the ball, you would have to take yourself down to a flat plane. So laser transits and celestial navigation. Do you want some more?
I'm going. I'm just carry on because I'm afterwards. I'm just gonna have a look at it myself and see if I can get the hang of it. But yeah, carry on. I'm just willing to listen.
That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm still waiting for your evidence as well.
Yeah, no,
I know a few.
You carry on and then talk, and then we'll see.
I mean, that's fine. We're just going to be talking about direct line of sight transits of signals as well. You know what a radar is, right?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. So you understand that was 2 journeys from the radar to the object and a ping back again, yes?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. Now you understand this is also direct line of sight technology used from boats at sea to other boats at sea up to a distance of, as far as I found, 450 miles. So that would be a 900-mile transit from the boat to the object and ping back again. Now, this would be impossible over a curved surface because the curved surface would get in the way not once but twice.
Yeah, but the thing is that waves diffract as they move through a medium. So
Yeah,
again,
that's fine.
they will.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. And that's fine. You said you wanted me to talk, so I'll talk.
Mhm.
So I'm just going to be pointing out all of the technology that the navies use. The first instance was the celestial navigation. They've got to get places. They wouldn't be able to use this operation on a curved surface. We wouldn't be using sextants for that. I'm then going to point you to the laser transits, where we have direct line of sight laser targeting systems up to 100 miles. I've now just pointed out radar systems. But first of all, we're going to have to see the object, and that's why we use infrared cameras. Infrared cameras see the object. We then make sure with the radar that object is actually there, and then we ping it twice with 2 different lasers, one blue, one red, to make sure that we've got a target. So 4 pieces of technology that would only be applicable on a flat Earth. They wouldn't be applicable on a curved surface. Keep saying yeah.
Okay, so that's
There's
okay,
4.
yeah. Okay, so have you got anything else, or shall I do you want to talk?
No,
now?
let's go to your stuff now.
Okay, so the first thing that my personal biggest thing is actually gravity, because obviously, as someone who studies physics, it's something that is very integral to everything we do. So a lot of things that we do. So, and the way gravity behaves is not possible now on a flat Earth. Like, it just physically will not work. And you can you think about it. If a gravity, you understand that the vectors to the force weight, which is the force that is applied on an object due to it being in a gravitational field, point directly towards the center of gravity, as they call it, center of mass, I guess you can also call it, of the object.
Sorry, mate. All right. What's gravity?
Gravity is, what is gravity? That's an interesting question. Well, the force that object experiences is weight, and that is because it is in a gravitational field. Because I'm talking about Newton's explanation of gravity, not general relativity, which is beyond. Well, I understand it at a reasonable level, but not enough to explain it to someone else. But
Bush, baby, real quick,
yeah.
you know that those two are entirely incompatible on a conceptual level, right? Maybe they give the same outcomes, but they're incompatible. You do know that, right?
Universal gravitation, though, or Newton's laws of universal gravitation, help us. But the explanation. But Newton's laws of
laws, but if you say they are laws, then Einstein was kind of, wrong.
No. You got to listen. Universal gravitation doesn't explain why gravity happens and why we're seeing this. That's what general relativity does. Universal gravitation.
No, they're incompatible. But sure, go ahead. You need to look it up, mate, because you said it was beyond your scope, right? I guarantee you, it's entirely incompatible because they're conceptually different. It's not a force. It's not a force in Einsteinian gravity.
No. Yeah, I do get you, but that's the explanation. When Newton developed all of these, but
look, if you put a piece,
he had no idea. Okay,
mate, it's entirely different. If you put a piece of cheese on the floor every single day, right, and when you wake up, it gets taken away. There are 2 different theories. Either someone, like a person, takes it away, like your sister, or it's a mouse which eats it, right? Now, both of those theories would offer reasonable explanations to why the cheese vanishes, right? But they're incompatible.
Newton's. I don't know how to explain
Newton's
it.
and Einstein's are incompatible. A force is incompatible with Einstein's, where there is literally no force. It's just space and time curving. The whole point of Einstein was that Newton was wrong. That's what he said himself. So don't go saying that they're compatible, because they're not.
I never said they're compatible.
Okay, that's great.
I never did.
So they're incompatible then, right?
Yes. Well, at a conceptual level, like you said, yes, they are.
Okay, nice. Yeah, sure.
I never claimed that. Newton's laws of universal gravitation explained what. I don't know how to explain it. They modelled how objects moved in gravitational fields, not why they move. That's Einstein's part, the why. The how, or not, how's a bad word, but what they're doing in the gravitational field at a at our level. I don't know. It's very difficult to explain, but how they move, if you see what I mean, can be modelled by Newton's laws of universal gravitation. Why they move, that's Einstein. If you see something, I probably butchered that horribly, but
Yeah.
one thing that Newton's laws of gravitation, the equations that we can use, to predict where objects are and how objects fall, they do work. So Newton wasn't completely wrong. His explanation for why they worked was wrong, but the actual modelling of it wasn't. So if you think about it, if you think how we model, say, even an object just falling towards Earth, a simple ball, we can model it using Newton's laws of universal gravitation, and we get a right answer, the same experimental answer that we do if we just dropped the ball and measured it, or performed a measurement on how.
Yeah, exactly.
Or how fast it. So, yeah, okay. Well, the point being is that you cannot if you had a flat Earth, the Earth, and it's a giant flat Earth, like a flat disc, like us.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Done. All right. So I'm just going to give you a piece of advice. There's no gravity on a flat Earth, my friend.
Okay, but then what's the explanation?
Yeah, there's other explanations, but we'll get onto that. My question for you is, have you actually got a scientific experiment that's proven any of this, mate? And if you have, can you give it to us?
Yeah,
Yeah. Because, hold the fuck on.
All right,
so, when we stop talking through me, mate.
I'm listening.
Talk. You're doing yeah, thank you. So when we go and, watch educational programs on TV, when we speak to any of these science communicators, they will turn around to us and say, gravity is not a force. You know who Brian Cox is, don't you? That's a question. Yeah. So you know who Brian Cox is? He says gravity is not a force. You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Unfortunately, I don't like the guy, but carry on.
Yeah, he doesn't know what gravity is, mate. So I can run through George Musa. You can think of gravity as a force, but it's not.
Yes, and that's exactly what I just said when I said
that's fine. It doesn't matter.
Versus why
you need this skill, mate. A lot of backup from science community. Why people talking through each other? It's starting to really annoy me.
Okay, so the evidence for it is that if you have a vacuum chamber, and you don't even need a large one, you can have a tiny one, actually, a meter. But not even that, you'll find that the objects will accelerate towards the Earth at the same rate, independent of all their masses.
Okay, what happens if I drop gas in the vacuum chamber?
Well, then you've put an extra parameter, which is air resistance.
No, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not dropping anything else. I'm just dropping gas.
What do you mean?
What happens to the gas vacuum chamber? Which? Yeah. So you said all objects. Okay.
Yeah.
Gas then, right?
Yeah.
So if I was to impart gas into a vacuum chamber, which direction does that go?
How much? That's another problem. That's because then you get a thing called pressure, which also
some gas.
Some gas.
How'd you get pressure?
Because if you add.
How'd you get pressure? How'd you get pressure, mate?
If you add a fluid.
How'd you get pressure, mate?
What do you mean? How do you get pressure?
Just so I understand, because you said pressure. So what is pressure? How do you get pressure for gas?
Well, pressure is the force that particles exert on the side of the container.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. We'll come back. Awesome stuff. We'll come back to that in a minute. But after I've imparted gas into a vacuum chamber, and gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, which way is the gas going?
How much? Because that's that. Again, you can't just say, I'm putting gas into it. How much? That's the question. How big's the vacuum chamber?
Tell me.
Well, if you put very little gas into a very large vacuum chamber, it'll be accelerated towards the Earth.
So it would fall down.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Sorry, it will spread out.
Mm.
Spread
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, it'll go in
Well,
all
that-
directions, won't it?
Yeah, it will fill the space as best as it can.
Yeah. And it will also press up on the limitation of the chamber, which will be up the ceiling.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So, just a quick question. How in an open system do we have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum?
You're saying, what do you mean? Sorry.
How do we have gas? Sorry. How do we have gas pressure on the Earth in an open system adjacent and within a vacuum?
That is a good question. There will be. Well, I cannot answer that question.
No. See, this is the problem. So we can talk about gravity all day, and I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you. But at the moment, it is observably not affecting gas because gas goes in all directions. You've already admitted that the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a physical barrier for the gas to press upon. They declare the Earth is an open system devoid of containment and adjacent and within a vacuous space. According to the second law of thermodynamics, the gas will fill that space. The higher pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment, unless stopped by a physical barrier. So, we've got a huge problem with what they tell us about the Earth and where it is, because you can't have gas pressure without a physical barrier for the gas to press upon. You've already admitted that, haven't you?
I have.
So I can give you gravity. Yeah, I'll tell you, whatever gravity you want to give me, that's fine. But observably, in science, we don't have the phenomena to even ask the question about because gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So you say objects, so you can drop a ball and that will go down.
Well,
that's why I gave you gas.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So understanding the second law of thermodynamics, understanding entropy, invalidates the heliocentric idea of uncontained gas bodies in vacuums. You can't have that.
I'll have to look into that. To be fair, that is a point.
It's one of the main reasons why I'm here, mate. It's a law of nature, right? Applicable always. You understand what a football is. You understand what a tyre is.
Yep.
You know that when you impart gas into that volume, you will have gas pressure. The force of the gas is exerted on the walls of its container. Now, you know what an open and a closed system is. In relation to thermodynamics and matter transfer, they declare the Earth is an open system, rockets to the moon and remote control cars on Mars. But that would also mean the gas, Jupiter, a giant ball of gas, uncontained from a vacuous space. That situation could not happen. Laws of nature trump unvalidated pseudoscience, gravity.
Interesting. I'm currently thinking about this.
That's fine, mate. I urge you to think.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Just for me and for everybody else, just slow down a little bit, mate. It's not a race. Enjoy the conversation, all right?
Yep.
I just wanted to add a little something on top of what you were saying. Keep in mind, in the heliocentric model, they're claiming that it's an expanding volume, that the universe, the edge of the universe, is expanding outwards faster than the speed of light. So keep in mind, they're not just claiming that there's a vacuum of space above our heads. They're claiming that there's above our heads an expanding volume while we have consistent gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth. But, as far as practical demonstrations go, if I were to have 1 cubic foot chamber, a chamber that's sealed, it's 1 cubic foot. On the inside, we have ordinary 14.7 psi, like at sea level. And if we were to somehow change around this container so that while it still keeps enough of a pressure seal, expanding the volume of it, it'd be 7 psi. It'd be much less than 14.7 psi. So this is a practical demonstration of how volume and changing the volume has an effect on gas pressure. And so it's just think about this practical demonstration when you hear them and their story, their fairy tale, like, oh yeah, the universe is expanding, but still have consistent gas pressure.
Okay, well, okay. How?
Balls of gas just don't coalesce in vacuums. Gas disperses in all directions and feels the limitation of its volume. It will then press on the limitation of its volume, and you will have the consequent of gas pressure. If you don't have a physical barrier, you will not have gas pressure, and there will be nothing there to keep the gas there.
I'm just thinking, well,
Gravitational idea only applies to the Earth if it was a ball. Whether it is mass of the Earth attracting other masses to it, or the mass of the Earth bending and warping, the reification of concrete nouns, space and time, and that's not scientific, that's mathematical equations. But both instances do not have a fully verified scientific method experiment that's validated any of them. You can't do it with Einstein's shit because that's maths, that's not science. And Newton's idea, you can go to Cavendish, but that's not an experiment either, not according to the scientific method. But gravity only exists on a ball, doesn't exist on the flat Earth. There are other reasons why things go up and things go down. Scientifically, being as the only thing we very manipulate would be the density of the medium the object is in, then it's relative density in science.
Explain
like I
how
said,
relative density works in your, because there's a term that's thrown around the flat Earth community. How's that? What's the how?
Let's just put it. Let me put it like this, right? In science, the only thing that we ever very manipulate is the medium the object is in.
Yeah.
For example, if I was to have a boiled egg and I was to put it in a solution of water, the boiled egg would sit at the bottom, right? I add salt to the water, make the solution more dense, and the egg rises. Now, what have I very manipulated? Well, that would be the medium. I've made it more dense. So scientifically, that would be the density. We can have an anvil sitting on the top of liquid mercury, for example. Why is the anvil not falling through the liquid? Well, the liquid mercury is more dense than the anvil still.
Yeah.
Again, it will only be the thing that I can physically manipulate within a scientific experiment, which will be the cause. Now, there are laws of nature, things that are outside the scientific method experiments, that we literally get down to the one last thing and we just do not know. Like the cause of entropy, for example. Fuck knows why it is. It just is. Now, mate, I do not know why we have a directionality to our world. Don't understand that. But all I can do is very manipulate things within our reality, and they will go up, they will go down, or like gas, they will go everywhere. And gravity only applies to a spinning ball in space. Just think about it. I can drop a ball, and it will go down. Calculate the rate of fall. And within my mathematics, I can then say, I tell you what, there's a force that's pulling the ball down, and I can say that that force is the mass of the Earth. There you go. I have the phenomena. I have the rate of fall. I can just do some mathematics, and there you go. I've just made up a force. I could equally say the sky was pushing things down. Just do some mathematics. There you are. Because the phenomena will still be the same. And then I can make predictions with it. But the phenomena is still the same because the ball will always go down.
No, I'm just thinking. Sorry, you can keep talking if you want.
You're fine, buddy. Just notice your speed has kind of slowed down as well in the last 5 minutes. We get this a lot sometimes. People come in here with a shitload of stuff to talk about, and they keep talking, and they won't listen to anybody else. They got 1 question, 2 question, 3 question, 4.
Yeah.
It's always nice when people slow down a little bit and listen to what he said. So I'm glad that bit got you, because it is something that is worth thinking about, and I guarantee you, mate, it's one of the main reasons why we're here. I've been in the flat Earth, for example, for the last 8 years. This argument, gas pressure without a container, is one of the main ones. The other one is there is no measurable curvature to the Earth, even though you're still yet to give us your laser test that you did in some place in Europe. I can't remember where. I do apologise. And we can look at that all day. That's fine, but we will just give you other ones. We'll give you long distance observations. There is, in our mind, no measurable, observable, or practically used curvature to the Earth, which is why I brought up things like navigation and direct line of sight, because the curve of the Earth would get in the way, or you wouldn't be able to use these tools if the surface of the Earth was curved.
Yeah.
It's interesting as well, the majority of the evidence they will give you is from space. Here's a picture of the Earth from space, it's a ball. Well, that's a bit of a problem, being as you can't have gas pressure without a container, which will kind of ruin every single fallacious story they give you from this place. We may as well just start calling Narnia.
Yeah.
Now, we're not saying the sky doesn't exist and, hey, that's not the moon, and Mars doesn't exist. We will just debate the story about what we are told about these things. They claim that this is a vacuum. They claim this, that, and the other. When we try to verify these, find out that they cannot be true. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Right, I've got a call. Go for 5 minutes and call my child. I'll be back shortly. Thank you, guys. Right. Everybody leave. What's happened? Oh, I see Jan's back. Cool. Jan's back from the shop. Hope you're doing well, Jan.
Yeah, I have my groceries, so I'm okay.
Good stuff. We're just talking to Bush Baby at the moment. But yeah. Glad you're back from the shop, my friend. Sorry for jumping right in. I just had to give my child a quick phone call. So where you at, Bush Baby?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the your atmosphere dilemma.
I mean, I urge you to think about it, mate. For sure, but are you trying to come up with an idea of how you can have gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas to press upon?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, good luck with that. You went to vacuum chamber in our conversation, right? Which is interesting because you need a physical barrier to separate the two vastly
Yeah, but you do realise it's
Different
the atmosphere outside
pressure
pushing
areas, right?
the barrier.
If you
not,
didn't have that physical boundary between the two, you wouldn't be able to have a vacuum, would you?
No, because the air from the
No,
outside of the
exactly.
vacuum would push into it.
Yeah, exactly. So the open system of the Earth, the gas would disperse into the vacuum, wouldn't it?
Wait, no. Because in the example that we had a vacuum, and you put a gas inside that vacuum, and it will disperse to fill that vacuum. That's true. But
yes,
the only force, the force that's pushing against that vacuum is there is going to be a force obviously from within the vacuum, a very tiny one, but the larger force is going to kind of crush the vacuum from all sides. That's going to be atmospheric pressure, right?
Yeah, the gas will fill the space. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The higher pressure system will disperse into the lower pressure environment. Yep.
Push baby, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Can you now compare the size of our atmosphere? That's the paradox, but doesn't matter. With all this out of space vacuum.
Yeah.
What do you think? What is stronger, our atmosphere or that? You know how big is that vacuum space comparing our atmosphere?
Evidently huge.
Yeah, I cannot even imagine that. I cannot put that in my mind. With that given numbers of space and everything. I cannot even. This is something like. I will try, and this is nothing. This is even small numbers. Something like a lighter in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that lighter has the small, around, big air, you know, and that water cannot go in. Yeah, that's the comparison. Of this open system in this out of space. And plus, that open system is going together with the Earth in orbital speed 66,000 miles per hour. Not only static, you know.
Sorry, what did you say with about 66,000 miles per hour? Sorry.
I'm saying that all this gas, it's also moving together with the air because it's going around this. Yeah. That's also interesting.
Yeah, but you're not going to feel a force because of that. The speed is constant, velocity is constant. Even. Sorry, and
I'm telling you that open system is going through that. What Jedi explained it to you. What is that vacuum, and what the gas will do in. Let's say in some, if you put a little bit, do you remember when you said if you put a little bit in gas in some vacuum chamber? Now imagine how much atmosphere, how much that is gas for this vacuum of the space.
Yeah,
I told you, compare that and we are there. That's ridiculously small. Even if it's big, doesn't matter. You will still fill the space. Problem is natural law. You can now deny the natural law and say, yeah, okay, I'm not agreeing with the natural law. That's the point.
The size of the vacuum. Are you saying the size of the vacuum increases the force experience? The force of. Are you saying are you saying the size of the vacuum is proportional to the force?
I mean volume or Do you mean the volume of the vacuum?
Yeah, the volume of the vacuum is proportional to the size of the force.
Not necessarily. Well,
then the argument about how big space is not relevant.
Well, no, that's just an aside to compound the issue.
Yeah, well,
okay? If space is getting...
Well, the size of space and how large space is and how large the vacuum is itself is irrelevant. I believe, it will be irrelevant to the force experienced by the particles pushing against each other and then effectively trying to push against and escape and move away from each other.
Okay. Yeah, basically all we're doing is it's just an aside which compounds the issue. We're just saying the volume of the vacuum is increasing within the heliocentric model because of expanding space. But ultimately, it's irrelevant. Ultimately it's irrelevant. But the point is this: out there is a vacuum. Down here we have gas pressure. To have gas pressure, we must have a physical boundary for the gas to press upon. If there is no physical boundary, then the higher gas pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. That's entropy. So it's a big fucking vacuum. The rate of the vacuum is 10 to negative 17 torr, I believe. Whatever it is, there's an awful lot of, this is why they call it space, because there's a lot of space between whatever particles there are up there. But the point is, it's a lower pressure environment. Uncontained and open to the Earth's high pressure system. That cannot exist.
Jedi, how much we can produce on the Earth a vacuum chamber?
Sorry.
I think it's negative
six. Yeah.
It's 6, 7, something like that.
Yeah. But that's 10 to minus 17. That now that's not that it's between 11 zeros. It's not like a double. It's 11 zeros. That means 1 million times, 1 billion times stronger.
Stupid, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
Container. So I'm trying. Oh my days! I remember fluid. I hate fluid dynamics. Oh.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We understand how gas acts, don't we? We understand that when we contain gas with a physical boundary, the consequence of that is gas pressure. To have gas pressure, you must have a physical boundary. To keep gas in a space, you must have containment. Gas will disperse high to low. This is why it's in the law of thermodynamics, because hot goes to cold. Yep. It doesn't happen the other way around. My coffee's not going to spontaneously get hot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And exactly the same in this situation. High pressure goes to low pressure every single goddamn motherfucking time. So when they tell us there's a space vacuum out there and the Earth is an open system, for those who have critical thought, you must understand that that situation can't be true. I don't care who says it, how many badges they've got, how big their institution is, and how many of them are jumping up and down on a bandstand saying this bollocks. If you critically think about it, you will understand that you can't have gas pressure without a container. Every single demonstration of gas pressure is with containment. You can't demonstrate this in any other way. Therefore, that
Yeah.
Probably at work or something, knowing him. If you're busy, my friend. It's me, yeah.
What up, Jedi?
What's up, Mayhem? How you doing, mate? We're just talking to Bush Baby at the moment. We've been talking for, say, maybe the last half an hour or so. We've just got up to, well, not just got up to, about 10 minutes ago, we got up to gas pressure without a container. And, yeah, we seem to have maybe reached a point where he's starting to think a little bit.
Okay.
Because he understands, he's a smart lad, right? He's a physics student. He's done all this type of stuff before. So we're talking about gas pressure without a container, and poof, he's gone quiet because he's trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
the
that is.
practicality. Go on, Bush baby.
No, I was gonna say because there is actually a point there.
The practicality should strike you, as in, it should cause you to pause a little bit, because if there's a narrative that says one thing and reality says another, then you should go with what reality is telling you, because it doesn't matter what anyone says; it only matters what the truth is, right? So,
Yeah.
The fundamental laws of our nature is what's going to govern. You should govern what your understanding should be, not what people are saying.
Yeah, I really want to do math right now, but I don't know.
Yeah, you go on.
Sorry, no, I was just the only real because obviously the point with containers and gas,
right?
That there is a point there.
Well, you can't have gas pressure without a container. It's a necessary antecedent. So, in order for their gas pressure to be there in the first place, you'd need to have a container. It needs to be contained. That's how you attain pressure in the first place. Containment.
Yeah.
And that's natural law. And of course, entropy would dictate that if you release the pressure from that container, gas will disperse into any and all available volumes and fill the space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's almost common sense. Everybody on Earth can know that. Or it should be anyway. But it also, demonstration-wise, that can also be shown as well. So what we're saying can be followed up by demonstration. It can be falsified. It could be proven empirically. So there's no need for whether you and I believe in something or not. It just matters that it's true.
Have you heard of bromine? Or I bromine, as in the BR2, the gas, heavy gas, very heavy gas.
It's a man-made gas. Yeah.
Well, it's an element. It's how bromine exists elementally.
Oh, bromine, but yeah, you meant go on.
Well, it's a gas, and if you open a container, it will stay at the bottom of the container. It will sink to the bottom of the container.
How long will it stay there for? Will you be able to have an open container of bromine forever? Or will entropy still take? Yeah, entropy will still take.
Sure. Yeah, the gradient.
So we have the same kind. We have the same kind of thing with sulfur hexafluoride. You understand that one?
Yeah.
So it will stay in an environment that is open to the atmospheric pressure for a short amount of time, but ultimately, in the end, entropy will take effect, and it will disperse.
Yeah.
Again, all we're doing is demonstrating that one dense gas, in relation to the atmospheric pressure, will do something. Will sink because it is of a higher density. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Let's put that bromine or that sulfur hexafluoride adjacent to a vacuum without a physical barrier and see what happens. Oh, it will disperse into that available space until it reaches the...
Yeah, that's the
limitation of its environment. Going to have the same result.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. I know, mate. I know.
Look at that. Oh, this is actually really annoying now.
This is what?
I said it's really annoying now.
Oh, why? Why is it annoying?
Mm-hmm. I can feel it.
I haven't ever thought about
it. But hats off to you, mate. Usually at this time we're having massive arguments with people.
Well, you're You got to beat on this because I mean, if you're in physics, then you literally work with these elements.
Yep. Fluid dynamics.
Well, that's the thing, though. Nothing that we're saying is like it's something that you could say. No, you guys are going against like the laws of nature. You're just that's not what happens.
Yeah.
So basically, we're just keeping in line with what everything could be discovered, like what we already know. But it's weird that we're saying things against. It's contradictory to what they're saying about the globe, because in this open system that they claim with the globe, there is a vacuum of space, and so the vacuum, adjacent to this pressure air, is pressure. There has to, in order for the gas to have pressure, it needs to be contained. But you don't have containment in this open system, because matter and energy can transfer in this open system of the globe Earth. Yeah. And that just can't happen when you have the dynamic system that we do have here with low and high pressures. You can't get these pressures if there isn't any containment. So it doesn't matter. Like you can have a gradient pressure and it shifts. The dynamic system that we live in, these pressures are always interchanging, low pressure to high pressure, and weather systems happen and so on. But like these are always mixing. They're always shifting, mixing. It's in constant motion. It's never something that's static. So the globe Earth has tried to give you explanations as to how things are, but when you start to like say, okay, that's an explanation, now let's go into the field and test to see if what you're saying is correct. Nobody's actually put them to the test, which is what we're doing here. Yeah. We're saying, has anybody ever done that? Like, it's nice to say one thing about the Earth being a globe, and it's got a vacuum of space out there, and you got pressure air here, and it's an open system. But the convenient excuse is gravity, the bending and warping of the fabric of space and time. They're saying that's what's holding the gas here, right? Gravity. But then again, it's like, well, then you're going to have to say, when does gravity hold any of the pressure of gases? Which every instance, even the one you described with bromine, will seem to like have a heavier than air kind of dynamic within the air that it's in. But at some point, it will disperse. It doesn't stay. I mean, you can even see that with liquid water. So water itself will be sitting in a cup for a while, and then
that's very true. That's very true. It does actually.
I mean, and this is kind of like what we're trying to tell you here too. This like, yes, they do have their physical properties, but they interact within the dynamic system that you're in to always be in motion. There's not a constant where it's like always a downward vector. Because if the downward vector were true, nothing would move into any and all directions, which is the nature of like gases dispersing into the available space. They would immediately, if you let go of the nozzle of a balloon, like when you blow up a balloon, if you let go of the nozzle, the air would just go straight down if gravity was holding everything down to itself. But you know that in every instance of containment with gas pressure, you open up a nozzle, the gas disperses into the available space into any and all directions, all vectors. So there's no vector of down. It does go down, but it goes up and sideways in every which way. And so this is just a practical means of looking at the applications that you use, and it can in your line of work or whatever you're going to be using for your studies. It's like we're not saying anything outside of real science, right? So if we are, then there's an issue with what we're saying, but there isn't. We're in line with everything that natural laws dictate.
Yeah.
So hopefully that, like what Chris was saying, Jedi is kind of helping you along. But it's not that you didn't know. It's just it's the indoctrination. It's what it is. You have this like educated idea of what people have been saying all along about the globe Earth. We all have, and it seems kind of like very strange that somebody would go against that narrative. And the reason why we stand against it is because it's not what reality dictates. Reality is that it's a flat and stationary Earth that presents itself to you, me, and everybody else.
Yeah.
And to say otherwise would be a grand claim that is unsubstantiated. And well, we're always asking, okay, if you have the evidence that the Earth is physically a globe by way of demonstration, go ahead and provide the evidence to us. I mean, if you're standing on a geometric shape, then that needs to be proven. If gas pressure is held down by gravity without containment, that needs to be proven. If the Earth is in motion some way and we can detect it, that needs to be proven.
Yeah.
We can go a little bit deeper, but like these are the grand claims that the Earth, or the people that would say the Earth's a globe. It doesn't matter who's saying it, whether it be a professor, your next door neighbor, your parents. Like nobody's rivaled it. Everybody gets scared when we start talking about it. They get angry. Let's not talk about that. We already knew a long time ago the Earth's a globe, 2,000 years ago. Even.
Oh, that's a stupid argument. You can never use that as an argument.
No, that's what everybody's claiming right now. Foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
And you can look into that, Bush, if you don't believe us. If somebody proved that anytime in human history, and you can look into that and you will find out that nobody proved that anytime.
Yeah.
But it's hard because if you're in academia right now, you're going to find out really quickly, Bush baby, that you can't stray away from the paradigm that's already created. If you want to play ball with them, if you want to have a career, if you want to continue to work within the scope of the realm of like what they want you to be in, like that's what you're choosing is your passion. If you stray away and you say anything outside of that, the thing that maybe you don't know at the moment, but perhaps you do, I don't know, is that if you start to think critically, then you're going to be outside of the curriculum, outside of the paradigm. And they're not going to like that very much. So this is why we're saying it's just something you should weigh considerably if you're going to be staying in the field that you are. Because, I mean, a lot of people, a lot of good scientists might lose their jobs if they would say the truth. They would speak truth, which is like what it should be, right? Like you guys should stand up for truth working in the fields that you do. But, I mean, if you want a livelihood, count the cost, I guess. I don't know. Like, it's a tough deal, man, I guess. Because it's like, well, stay in a really great career or speak the truth, like, I mean, I wish it could be both, but I don't know if that's the world we live in.
Yeah, pretty hard to get that research grant renewed if you're going against the status quo.
Yeah. No, you raised some good points. Definitely.
Either that or just stay a closet flat earther for the rest of your life.
Don't be flat earther ever.
Let's see if we.
One thing is that you can be very respectful. That's for sure. I was actually surprised.
Try our best.
No, I was surprised that you, because the representation that you guys get online is that you're angry, delusional.
We can be. But not delusional. Gotcha. Well, we can be angry. It's more of a zeal, a passion for what we're talking about. Because imagine speaking to somebody about, your field, physics, right? Something that can be demonstratively true. That there is no, like, if you say that you're wrong by proving something that you're actually doing, then people are just batshit crazy because you're demonstrating to them in reality what's going on with physics, right? Like you're not just, there's not a theory that you're working with tangible things. So if you're speaking about something that you've done with demonstration of, and you've maybe written a paper on it or something, you can demonstrate to someone how something works. That's the lunacy of somebody denying that is probably the same as what is happening in here, which is probably why we get the rep we do, because the delusion is actually on their side. They want to stay to the delusion of the globe. It's like it's a lot more fantasy than it is reality. So, and that's kind of the zeal that we have. But go ahead, Sasha.
We are grow up like that. I grow up like that. I grow up like this. it's obvious. It's a fact that Earth is sphere. That's my position. Without any knowledge about that, that was my position.
But not so wrong.
Tell you what, guys. Let's try and move this on a little bit further.
I mean, I don't have much time here. I've got to go in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, but I mean, yeah,
not a problem. I was just going to ask you a couple of questions, mate, and hopefully it won't take too long. I just want you to be honest with your answer, okay? If you know, then please, I'm going to ask you for, verification of how you know it. If you don't know it, then just let me know.
Yeah, sure.
Obviously, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, my friend. So, just going to ask you, do you know at any point in history how the measurement of the curvature of the Earth was done and proven to be so?
Not the measurement itself. No. Sorry, I don't.
No, okay. But would you say it might be a belief that somebody has done this, you just don't know how?
I mean, I guess so, yeah.
Cool. Awesome stuff. Second question. Kind of the same thing, but with regards to the motion of the Earth, the actual spin and its orbit around the Sun. Do you know in any point in history how the motion of the Earth was measured and detected?
I think its spin can be picked up with a gyroscope.
You think? It's like first-hand knowledge you can give me all the ins and outs, or you just got a vague recollection of it?
Vague recollection, I guess, yeah.
Okay, cool. But would you say it's probably a belief that you've got it might have been done somehow with a gyroscope, but you're not sure how?
Yeah.
Okay. The third question I'm not necessarily going to go into because we've kind of covered it for the last 10 minutes, but I'll ask you anyway. Do you know any way that you can demonstrate gas pressure without a physical barrier for the gas to press upon?
Nope.
No. See, those are the three main claims that they make about the Earth. They say that the Earth is a ball of a known radius, diameter, and circumference, and this ball, Earth, spins upon its axis and travels around the Sun. And it does this within the vacuum of space.
Right.
Now, all you've done really to me, mate, is kind of, you've been honest and you've kind of just elucidated that it's more of a belief that you've got. It's most definitely not first-hand knowledge, is it? You don't know this first-hand. You just believe it, don't you?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, that's the honest answer, mate. And to be honest with you, it's the only answer anybody can give us. We only believe that we're on a spinning ball in space because somebody's told us possibly somehow that it's been done. We don't know it firsthand. For example, we don't feel any motion of the Earth now, do we?
No, but that can be explained.
Yeah, but that can be explained. But first-hand knowledge, we don't feel any motion of the Earth.
No, we don't, but that's because the Earth is moving at a constant velocity. I mean, I can explain that, actually.
It's not.
I mean, well, if you're talking, well, it's also changing velocity over time. If the time is very small and the change in velocity is tiny, the force you're going to experience is so small that you're not going to be able to, you will not be able to feel it.
Awesome. So what you're doing is you're giving me an explanation as to why we don't feel the motion of the Earth. But you're not telling me how it was actually measured or that you actually feel it, right? You just give me an explanation, ad hoc one.
Well, so you can measure the force that an object experiences based on its change in momentum, and that's something that you can definitely measure for objects on the Earth, a car, whatever, plane or whatever. And if you apply that to the Earth, then if you apply that to the size of the Earth, then and you apply the same principle, then you would be able to explain why the Earth isn't.
Remember the second question that he asked you, Bush Baby?
Sorry, what? Repeat.
The second question that he asked you was about the Earth's motion.
Yeah.
And what was your answer?
I can't even remember what the question is. Sorry, I'm really tired. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, he was asking you the question about the Earth's motion. So, axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis. and its motion around the sun. Like there's different motions that he was referring to. So
Yeah, I mean,
and-
in terms of is the Earth actually spinning? Then because you don't experience a force, that doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning. So I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, you can't know that the Earth is physically spinning. But the fact that if the Earth was spinning, you'd also not feel a force. I mean, it's.
oh, but that you're telling me what it's not doing. I want to know.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Well, so
it's,
and so the second question was actually geared towards what your knowledge base is on its actual motion. Like, how do we know that it has been detected that it's in motion, and what I don't know, apparatus or device has been used to measure this, or can we know? And so the answer there was that you don't know.
No.
Right, and so that's the issue. The issue is that people that want to look at this logically and be able to detect physically if there's any motion, it's not able to be detected in any way, shape, or form by a device or an apparatus that can do this. Okay. But as far as ideas go, theories, I mean, that's anybody can come up with those things.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
How's it going?
Hello. Hi.
What's up? Don't really have much to talk about right now. I'm just kind of chilling.
Yeah.
You feel free to take it to talk about stuff if you want to. I'm sure people will chime in.
This world is so fake. Prove me wrong. Oh, wait. Yeah, so it's funny how even like you'll hear globers, like people who believe that the earth is a globe, they'll even say things like flat, level. I heard one yesterday, someone said, go back and check. The earth is flat. Anybody want to prove me wrong? The earth is not a globe. Can anyone show proof of curvature? Like anyone? Can anyone prove the spin of the earth? Any motion? Can anyone prove it? So you're telling me millions and millions of kids, billions of kids, go to school every single day, all year long, and they're being taught that the earth is a ball and we spin with no proof or evidence? That is a big lie. Huge. Bueller? Bueller?
engine design specs state that if the dilithium crystals weren't fractured and the test equipment used is within calibration, then the only way the engine efficiency could be below 20% would be if the articulation array was out of alignment.
Sir, the engines have been operating at less than 20% efficiency over the last duty shift.
Aye, then the only way the engines can be operating at less than 20% would be if the articulation array was out of alignment. Well, the dilithium crystals aren't fractured, and we just checked, and if the test equipment is in calibration, therefore, the articulation array must be out of alignment.
That's right. The procedure to conduct a realignment of the articulation array states that we need to remove the crystals temporarily, make sure that we haven't been at warp for more than 2 hours, and we have to first reduce power consumption by 15%.
Aye. Well, we haven't been at warp for more than 3 hours, and therefore all we have to do is reduce power by 15%, remove the crystals, and then we can perform the realignment of the articulation frame.
Right. I'll contact the bridge to reduce power by at least 15%.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Commander.
I am very impressed. The logical arguments you two were employing were perfectly valid, and in fact, are exemplars of sound reasoning.
Why, thank you, sir.
Mr. Scott and Mr. Sulu, the reasoning you exhibited was perfectly valid. The two of you each put forth a logical argument containing 2 or more premise statements and a conclusion statement. In your arguments, the premises logically imply the conclusion. Then, in each case, you put forth evidential statements attesting to the truth of each premise in your respective arguments. Finally, you stated since your premises were true and implied your conclusions, therefore your conclusions were true. Once again, you are to be commended, gentlemen, on your perfect use of logic.
I appreciate that, Mr. Spock.
Aye, in engineering especially, proper logical reasoning is essential.
Well said, Mr. Scott. When reasoning correctly, one must use a correct form of an argument, which contains 2 or more premise statements that logically imply the concluding statement. Then, one must show that each premise is true. If this is done, the conclusion must be true. It's only logical.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave?
It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet.
What makes you think that?
I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they?
Well, I don't know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on deck 6 and 7 believed that we were.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical.
Presumptuous here. I can call you Buzz. Okay.
That's a legal name. Passport,
okay.
Driver's license.
And I am Uncle Coney tonight.
Uncle Coney.
Let's talk about this because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly. I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. See, you associated what you saw with...
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. Because there's no gravity. And I'm a diver, a scuba diver, and when you get down underneath the water, you're floating.
Zoe, what do you say?
Thank you.
You are very, very welcome.
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry.
I can see that how that would affect your Christmas.
I made that whole thing up.
What?
I'm sorry. I guess I just wanted to seem interesting. I guess there's a real danger of that on this show.
There's a pressure.
Well, yeah, people come out and they've run out of anecdotes, and they just start making stuff up.
Yeah.
Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the talk shows?
Neil Armstrong? You mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Neil Armstrong? You mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
Offering is the truth. Nothing more. Good evening, everyone. I just want to answer this question really quick because I keep getting it from several of my friends. But the first guy that asked me this was a friend of mine on Facebook, Jeff. He asked a question. If the ice wall circles our entire flat plane, how can the elites possibly monitor every mile of the perimeter to keep anyone from getting access? Well, Jeff, and everybody else who's asking, that's really simple. I'm going to explain it to you guys really quick, okay? Check this out. Now, what you have to understand is this is a Royal Navy ice patrol ship. It's also an icebreaker. It can get through places no other ship can go, and even if it tried, it would be crushed into a million pieces, okay? This ship is designed to cut through the ice and come and find you. Now, the only way that this Royal Navy ship is going to come looking for you in the ice is if you make it past 60th parallel. And at the 60th parallel, you will be turned around by just your average Navy warship, whether it's China, America, Russia, whatever country you are close to. When you get to that 60th parallel, that country's Navy is going to send a cruiser or a warship out to turn you around. They are the first line of defense. The final line of defense is this Royal Navy ship right here.
Now, I'm just showing you one. I'm not going to take up a lot of time showing you each one of these icebreakers because there's an icebreaker for each territorial boundary of the 80th parallel, just as there's a warship for each territorial boundary of the 60th parallel. Okay, now let me help you understand that. On a so-called globe, this right here would be the 60th parallel south, and this is where the average Navy battleship will turn you around and tell you that you are in maritime waters. Okay, now that you understand that, on a so-called globe, this right here would be the 80th parallel south, which is basically the whole coast of what you have been taught to believe as the Antarctica. And this is where the Royal Navy icebreaker ship will track you down. Now let's have a look at the 80th parallel on a flat Earth map. Imagine that. The Antarctica turns into an ice wall. And look at that. The 80th parallel is the perimeter of the ice wall, which the Royal Navy icebreaker protects. And like I said, there is one of these icebreakers for each territorial boundary. I'm just showing you this one to give you an idea of how they patrol. Check him out.
HMS Protector spends up to 330 days a year in the ice-packed seas of the South Atlantic and fulfills a unique support role. This ice patroller is equipped with 2 cranes capable of lifting up to 60 tons of supplies. With 4,741 horsepower and a uniquely shaped bow, Protector has the capacity to break through thick ice. Up to 65 personnel on board are given huge amounts of responsibility, rotating within a 330-day patrol. HMS Protector also provides support to the British Antarctic Survey, providing manpower and supplies to the 2 stations that secure a British presence in the area. The vessel arrived at Portsmouth Naval Base in May 2011, tasked with renewing the Royal Navy's ice patrol presence in the South Atlantic. Tasked with renewing the Royal Navy's ice patrol presence in the South Atlantic. Tasked with renewing the Royal Navy's ice patrol presence in the South Atlantic. But the Protector, which finally departed Teesside at the end of last week, is a ship far better suited to serving on the edge of the frozen wasteland. Serving on the edge of the frozen wasteland. Serving on the edge of the frozen wasteland.
The ice makes it impossible for ships to reach any of the bases for about 8 months of the year. We can only get through between November and March. That's summer down here. After that, the power of the ice is so great, even a modern ship would be crushed if it was trapped in it.
So, like I was saying, this Royal Navy icebreaker ship is designed to cut through this ice and come find you. You also have buoys on the ocean that have been there for a long time. I think maybe even all the way back to maybe World War II. But anyways, check this out. Even if you can go under the radar of the Navy, they have these buoys that set off signals that will notify the Navy of your exact location. Now, 10 chances out of 10 are that you're not going to pass just the average Navy battleship. If you do, of course, then you have this Royal Navy icebreaker ship waiting on you. That's his job. That's what he does. Here is a Google diagram of how it works. Just simple towers. The buoys are like towers on the ocean because the ocean is flat. So they send a signal to each one. And as soon as that signal goes off, when the waves get just a little bit rough, they know exactly where you are. And if you've ever seen a Navy radar, you would know that. Look at it. It's a flat, round disc. Shows the whole Earth. Now, I'm going to show you guys something. They even show you how they can find you without using radar. They hit it in the movie. Check this out.
Pearl Harbor here. We're approximately here. And they, whatever they are somewhere in the middle.
We're trapped out here. What we know right now is we can't target them unless we have a plain line of sight. Without radar, we have no way to track them, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so they can't see us and we can't see them. And we have no way to hit them from a safe distance.
There is a way.
A way?
A way of seeing them without seeing them.
You're going to reference Art of War right now, aren't you? What are we supposed to do? Fight the enemy where they aren't? Move like water?
My way is much more simple. We've been doing it to America for 20 years. Water displacement.
How do you track water displacement?
Tsunami buoys.
Tsunami buoys.
You have them surrounding your islands, transmitting displacement data. We hack into their transmissions, form a grid.
You can't track anything without radar.
I don't need radar. Just the radio frequencies. Turn off Aegis radar, please.
Who is this guy?
Chief Moore. Sir.
Secure spy.
Secure spy, sir. Display no data.
No data.
Yes, correct.
You heard him. Display no data.
The hell is that?
It's a buoy. If it gets hit by a wave, it transmits a signal.
Bring up chart plot.
Chart plot. Bring it up.
So we can track without radar. We would practice it as a contingency plan.
Dirty, cheating, sneaky.
Rough world.
I like it. Captain.
Like I said, the buoys are like towers. They give off a signal, people. So no matter where you are on that ocean, they know exactly where you are. Now, I cannot show you what will happen if you do so happen to make it to the 80th parallel south, but I can tell you what happened to some people who tried. Check it out.
The Dagbladet. Polar explorer and television celebrity Jarl Andahoy, 38, sits in the dock, the Nordtroms District Court, accused of having carried out his third voyage south of the 60th parallel in Antarctica without permission. He is also accused of having sailed without insurance, so the provisions of the Antarctic Treaty requires. The expedition took place a year ago, where, among others, comedian Anne Cat Hareland, 43, and rock guitarist Peter Barley, 50, was on the journey. The voyage constitutes television program Berserk in Pioneer Waters, which premieres on TV Norge tonight. There's an advanced sentence. Andahoy believes the charges against him are baseless. He points out that the sailboat is registered in Russia and claims to have acquired permission from the Argentine authorities before the expedition started. Ever since 2011, I have been treated as terrorist in Antarctica by the Foreign Ministry and the Norwegian Polar Institute. They've stolen equipment, withheld information, and tried to stop my expeditions, says Andahoy. He believes everything started 5 years ago when he went on an expedition aboard Antarctic yacht Berserk with a crew of 4. The aim was to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Roald Amundsen's trip to the South Pole. The expedition ended dramatically when the sailboat disappeared in the Ross Sea. Andahoy was even on land, along with 18-year-old Samuel Massey at the time. Comrades Robert PCP, who is 34, Tom Gizel Bellica, 36, and South African Leonard J. Banks, 32, were never found. Andahoy was fined 25,000 kroners after the expedition. He endorsed this writ. In 2012, he returned to Antarctica to find out what had happened to his friends. Again, Andahoy was fined for having traveled to Antarctica without licenses and insurance. Foreign Affairs and the Norwegian Polar Institute have opposed and tried to stop me. They still do. The entire input on this matter was that I had permission to sail, something I had said, Andohoy said, adding, "It will be exciting to see where they are now. This is a tragedy for me and other relatives who have lost shipmates and sons in Antarctica. The essential question is if there was an accident that was just swept under the carpet. Unreasonable. Foreign Ministry rejects accusations of the Arctic explorer." The documents showing Andohoy alleged authorization of Argentine authorities for permission to conduct the voyage were sent over to the prosecutor late Tuesday night. They were assessed whether grounds for the examination. The reason is Andohoy complained that the dismissal was a violation of protection zone determination. The Berserk believed they died unnecessarily. 3 crew members, Robert and 32, Tom 34, and Leonard 36. Antarctica on the Bezelschnitter and Horseshoe Bay, McMurdo Sound. Samuel and Masti were back from the pole before the Berserker disappeared. Andohoy got a text from the crew that read, "Everything is good, atmosphere is good in Horseshoe Bay. Contact us." Expedition participant Manuel Hernandez has gone through these documents today. Prosecutors reject Andohoy's written permission. The prosecutor asked today about the 30-day suspended sentence and fined 45,000 kroners for Jarl Andohoy. "I do not wonder if I will be convicted. I am going to appeal all the way. I do not give up," says Andohoy. So they're calling him a terrorist for going to the Antarctic.
Okay, so as everyone can see, these are the things that will happen to you if you get caught somewhere between the 60th and the 80th parallel in maritime waters under the Antarctic Treaty. We got boats disappearing, people getting killed, and this man right here got jailed and fined. Now think about that, people. Jailed and fined, boats disappearing, people getting killed, all because they're going over here to try to check out this big old snowy ice continent that supposedly don't nobody live on but some penguins. Think about that. Think about that. Now, I don't care whether you believe me or not. That's on you. I'm just telling you the facts. And I'll also leave a link to this story in the description. Anyways, let's move on. Now, let me show you what will happen if you make it to the 60th parallel south. And that is nowhere even near the ice wall. And these guys are nowhere near the 60th parallel. I'm just using this video as a demonstration to show you what happens when you enter maritime waters. And the 60th parallel is maritime waters, which falls under the Antarctic Treaty.
He will yield. He'd be thinking, that cheeky better not cross my bow. Yeah. Stop, Josh. They take it seriously. What did they say? You got to yield. You can't just fucking. They think you're going to charge them. We don't know for sure. They did say something. No, they did. They come back last fall. Yeah, fucking talk to them. Actually going around. He's turning. Stop. He's turning. He is actually turning. He said about the ship yesterday. No, he is turning. Fucking hell, what have we done now? It's turning, Josh. Just sit still. He's slowed down, has he? Yeah, he's really slowed down. No doubt we're in trouble. What for? It's coming to us. He's coming to us. He's got the shits because... This is Warship Hobart, channel 16, over. 16. Yeah, we got you, mate. It's bad boys. Did he come back? Gonna get channel 16. No. Area. Please record your intentions. Oh, who the fuck is that? We're heading to the shelf to go. No, just say we're heading out fishing. Heading out fishing. No, we're just heading out fishing. travel. Just go.
You sent out the chopper.
That's a drone. Is it? That's unreal.
Now, like I said, these guys were nowhere near the 60th parallel. I'm just giving you an idea of what happens when you reach the 60th parallel, which is maritime waters. Anytime you enter maritime waters, this warship right here, not this specific one, whichever one is patrolling that territorial boundary, will turn you around. Now, let's say you can make it past this territorial boundary of the 60th parallel. Also remembering that you can only make this trip 3 months out of the year before the ice fields start closing in. So let's say you can make it that far and somehow get close to the 80th parallel, which is where the Royal Navy icebreaker will be on guard and patrolling. And now, let's just say you can get past that bad boy. If you do, then you have about 5 or 6 foot of ice that's frozen on top of the ocean water that you have to break through. And you have to break through miles of that ice before you even get to the real ice wall.
Personally, I think the unconquered south face is the only one worth scaling. It's a 20,000 foot sheer wall of ice, but that's never stopped me before. Risk? Of course I'm aware of the risks. Thank you for your concern.
So let's say if you can get past all the ice on the ocean and make it to the wall, then you have to find a way to get up the 200-foot wall. Okay? Now let's say you can get past all that. Then what you have is an ice desert that just goes on and on forever, filled with mountainy terrain and temperatures that are 150 degrees below zero. Now, if you can somehow make it past all that, you might find the firmament. Everyone, thanks for watching, and God bless.
What's up, guys? I hope all is well with everybody. All are a talkative bunch today. I hope everything's doing well with everybody.
Hello. Hi.
Yo, what's up?
Hello. How's it going?
Pretty good.
Good to hear.
You new here? Obviously.
Yes. I have just joined about 2 hours ago. Had a discussion with somebody about flat Earth and some other stuff. Who was a staff, basically.
Wolfgang?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the wolf in his profile picture, so yeah.
Yeah. Wolfgang's awesome.
Yes. He's calm, pretty chill.
Yeah, he is. He's got a special talent, too, of getting people to say ridiculous things.
Like, what is an example?
Well,
referring to the chat in lobby? Are you reading the chat, or is it something in general
No,
that you think of?
in the voice chat, he just gets people to say ridiculous things. He got somebody the other day to say that when he looks at the horizon, he can't tell if it's flat or curved.
Ah, okay.
One time he got someone to say that his wife might be a sex robot.
Are you sure that wasn't a troll?
No, the guy's been around a while, so no, he wasn't a troll.
Ah,
it was about whether they were talking about scientific models.
Yes.
And about whether, like, if a model is accurate, does that mean it's truth?
I see. Does flat Earth have a model or not?
Well, I mean, technically, models are for phenomena.
How do you
Right.
mean?
Like phenomena,
Noticed
like
something
why does
with,
something fall? Like why does, like, if I throw something, why does it take that arc? If what's the sun do? Right, those things. Those are models, like phenomena in action.
Yes. I noticed that a lot of people associate with flat Earth. They don't like the word model. They just don't want to associate with it. Perhaps I don't know why. What are your thoughts on that? Hello?
I didn't hear you say that again.
I noticed that a lot of flat earthers don't like to associate with a model at all. Why do you think that is?
Well, I thought I just explained it.
Ah, okay. Yes, you have, but it's not exactly answering my question. I mean, do you use a model?
Like for what?
For the shape. I mean,
no.
More like a demonstration, basically. That's what I'm referring to. No, why is that?
Well, I mean, technically, I guess saying something's flat is it's a geometric claim.
Yes.
I guess you could say
But
geometry is a model.
Yes. Is there an image of what you consider the Earth to look like? Or is it just flat, basically, with descriptions? Do you have any visual representation?
You mean
Do you
from
believe in a dome or?
Me personally? No.
Oh, you don't believe in a dome, right?
No.
So what is there exactly that is in the sky? There is no space. I'm just curious to know.
Okay, so what we do is what we deal with here is what we can actually prove, not speculation. And what can you
I don't
prove
think
about?
there's anything wrong with speculation. Although, yes, I know why you wouldn't want to speculate, because people might think of you as somebody who's not a critical thinker. But I don't think there's anything wrong with speculation, to be exact.
No, no, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with speculation. But when it comes to this topic, we try to deal, like, this specific topic. try to deal with what we can prove. We actually have a day that's called Speculation Sunday, where anyone's free to come in here and speculate. But the people here are kind of like direct realists, right? What can I prove? What can I know? As opposed to what can I infer? What can I believe? So those are like two different things.
What are your thoughts on solipsism?
I think it's stupid.
Why is that?
Because nobody actually believes it. Because if they actually believed it, they wouldn't waste their time telling you about it, and they would just end themselves and do us all a favor.
Why exactly would somebody want to kill themselves rather than just experience reality? It just seems like a really...
Because it's pointless.
Why is that?
Because their experiences, because it's in solipsism. Well, I guess technically that'd be super solipsism. If there's no meaning to anything, then why even waste your breath? Like, there's no meaning. What's the point?
Sounds like nihilism, actually, when you say there's no meaning. Extreme nihilism. But I don't think that, say you were to be a nihilist, perhaps you just realize that there's only one reality that you get to experience and there's no afterlife. But one might think that perhaps because we have chemicals in the brain that give us pleasure, you just want to basically choose to be a hedonist as an example, just experience reality, just get the most pleasure out of it because that's what your body enjoys. That's what you enjoy basically through the body, essentially.
I guess to each his own. I'm not going to tell anybody how to live their life.
Well, I mean, you were just saying that. So if
I'm just saying that they run like if I interact with somebody that's a solipsist or a nihilist, I can't take them seriously.
Why is that? By the way, solipsism and nihilism have almost no correlation, just so you know. They're completely different philosophies and points of views on reality, just so you understand.
Yeah, but most people I interact with, they've adopted both viewpoints. People that come in here, at least.
Interesting.
So it's the subjectivist viewpoint where, that would be solipsism, right? All you can know is this. So it's totally subjectivist. I'm against that because I think there is an objective reality.
Okay.
Well, I don't think I know. And it's easy to prove because I can just ask anybody, have you ever eaten anything before? And do you know that 100%? That's not subjective. That's objective. That if you're older than, 3 days, you've eaten food before.
Are you saying that you can't survive without food for 3 days?
Not as an infant.
Okay. So you think that there's zero possibility that the reality that you are experiencing right now could just simply be fake or somewhat of an illusion or something that is not necessarily objective. It could all be within your mind. And perhaps even your mind could be something that is not even physical, really.
Well, that's the funny thing is if I have that conversation with someone, I have to ask them, are you talking to yourself?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, even that, they might doubt it. Basically, even doubt their own thoughts.
They only have two choices. They're either talking to themselves or they're not. Because if I'm just a figment of their imagination, then they're talking to themselves.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I assure them, listen, you're not talking to yourself. I exist.
They might still doubt that essentially just could be hallucination, that discussion that you're having between you and them, essentially.
Well, they can think whatever they want, but I'm not going to take them seriously. It's pretty simple.
What you can do is just put yourself in their shoes and basically think of it as if you were actually to be around you. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that
I'm talking to myself, and I'll believe I'm talking to myself. No.
Yes.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
And why is that? I understand that you could find it absurd.
Because it's ridiculous. Yes. It's just patently ridiculous.
What is ridiculous about it? Mm-hmm.
I'm not a figment of someone else's imagination, and they're not a figment of mine.
Mm-hmm. And what gives you certainty about that idea? Because you find it ridiculous, you find it absurd. But you can't say for sure that you know 100%. That's the thing. Because how could you really prove that somebody else is actually conscious and that they're actually experiencing reality the same way as you do? As in they have this actual awareness just like you do, basically. Because say you pinch somebody and they feel pain. Yes, you could basically interpret it as if they have a body, a nervous system, and so on, but you could never be sure that they have actual consciousness like you are, basically.
What doesn't
So
have
in a
to
sense,
be?
you could.
Doesn't have to be
Yes.
like me. It's similar enough that I can identify with his experience, but I know that we're independent entities.
Mm-hmm.
I have my conscious, but believe me, it's easy to differentiate me from somebody else.
Well, that's not the case. That's not the argument. Basically, it's you trying to differentiate yourself from others. I can, for example, I don't even have to differentiate myself from another human. I could just differentiate myself from another object because I would assume and think that I know that it doesn't actually think as an example. Also, I mean, yes, it sounds illogical, of course, but it just, the thing is, what I'm trying to say is that this, whatever you're perceiving could be quote unquote fake or not even real, really, or at least all in your mind. Even your body itself could be just an environment that you are experiencing. Basically, that's my point.
Yeah, nobody actually believes that, though.
A lot of people do, actually.
Yeah, let me chop off their thumb and let's see how much they still believe it. Like, you can talk about all this stuff and play mental masturbation, but nobody actually believes it when things come down to brass tacks. This is like
so when you get to so I get what you mean.
Like
so when you get to the
this
really
is like a Western luxury, right? So if I took the person and stuck them in the African savannah and just chucked them there, they'd have real fear. If they saw a lion, they wouldn't be sitting there going, maybe this lion's a figment of my imagination. And I'm just like, he's not really eating my arm. And like, all that shit goes out the window. And it's just a mental masturbation.
Hmm.
You know, you could like.
I get what you mean. Basically, people have so much comfort that they can basically try to break down the reality. But if they were to really be put out in a realistic survival environment, they wouldn't think of it in the first place. But doesn't this necessarily dismiss the idea? It's like saying somebody.
It doesn't have to be survival. It could just be like they could see somebody else getting hurt, like someone they love, right? Like their child getting run over by a car or something. And I could sit there, well, I just imagine that. That's not really my child. That's not really, they're not going to think any of those things.
I don't think that's actually the case for everybody.
Yeah, I'm going to see someone's kid get run over by a truck and them just sit there going, well, that's just like, that's not real. Challenge anybody to do that.
Okay. How about, so since you're hearing me right now, how do you know that I'm not just a voice in your mind, basically, and that I'm an actual real person behind a screen? How could you verify that and prove that to be 100% factual?
I'm talking to you, and I'm not talking to myself.
Well, it could be some AI voice, some really advanced AI voice. Something like that.
I changed my.
I know you find it absurd.
No. I changed. I had my status last week said reverse Turing test.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what the Turing test is?
Yeah, tell me about it.
So the Turing test is a test you give a computer program, and if the computer can pass the Turing test, it's indistinguishable from a human being. And a reverse Turing test is something I came up with that you quiz a human being, and they might not be distinguishable from a robot.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just the same thing in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, whether I can prove factually you're just not a voice in my head, yeah, because I can just disconnect you, kick you out, and then the voice in my head goes away. And you know what?
Yeah, of course, just because you can get rid of the voice.
Yeah, and it's not.
I'm talking about the experience.
I'll never think about you again.
Well, I will always be a part of your subconscious mind, essentially. I influenced you in one way or another. That's what I'm trying to say. So, yes, you could kick me off the voice chat. You could ban me and so on, basically cut me off, not hear me, mute me as an example. But in a sense, I have affected you in an indirect way that you may not be aware of.
Well, I mean, like, listen, if I access the Discourse computers, I could get your IP address and DDoS you off the internet, and that would be the end of that. And then you wouldn't be a figment of my imagination. I could watch your packets come to this Discord.
How is that definitive proof that I'm actual real person?
Because can't be simultaneously in two places at the same time. So I can't be
So
at that computer.
You can't be me. Oh, okay.
I can't be at your computer talking to myself.
Aware of my own thoughts. Yes.
I can verify your existence through hardware. I'm pretty sure my hardware is functioning in that, like, in order to talk to you, this is an encrypted chat, that there has to be some encrypted call happening right now, and that there has to be some entity at the other end using some sort of sound device that vibrates a diaphragm, sends an electrical signal into a computer program, modulates that signal, digitizes it, encrypts it, sends it to Discord.
Yes.
Well, actually, you can use Chat GPT to do all that. AI can just be talking to you. You don't know.
That's basically what I just said.
Yes, I do know.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
A computer can't do what you're doing.
Do what exactly?
Have free-form conversation.
How do you know?
Well, I've been doing computer stuff since I was in 3rd grade, and I'm 50.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, a lot of people have, like, there's no such thing as AI. Just never going to be.
How do you mean? There's no such thing as AI.
What happens? What happens when you open Facebook?
ChatGPT is machine learning. It's basically a giant lookup table. Okay, so thinking you can have artificial intelligence, no. A ChatGPT just tells you the probability of what the next word is, right? Based upon
there's no
all of human conversations that have. No, and there never will be. It's not intelligent. Doesn't have an intelligence.
Could you define it?
Can I define intelligence? Yeah.
Yes.
The ability to model the world. Right. The ability to model the world in a set pattern of sequence in your mind to anticipate actions on the fly.
Doesn't AI do that at a really fast rate?
No, it doesn't. No, it post-dicts. It doesn't predict. So it takes all the data that was fed ChatGPT. They fed it all this data, shit that's already happened, and it gives you the probability of what should the next word be, what should the next letter be. It's not predicting anything. It's basically emulating a average of all human conversations that have been fed into it. And it's just spitting that back out to you. It's not intelligent. It's not doing anything intelligent. It's nothing even resembling intelligence. Can't predict the future. Can't tell you what to do next.
Well, if it can tell you the probability of something happening.
I can go, okay, walk downstairs. And I can imagine that in my mind. Right? If I tell ChatGPT, imagine walking downstairs, it can't do that. Oh, remember walking downstairs, it can't do that either.
So that's necessary in order for ChatGPT to. So essentially, what you're saying is that in order to be intelligent, you need to be sentient or conscious, essentially aware of your thoughts. Although AI can definitely mimic human behavior and seem as if it's conscious. Essentially trick you into thinking that it is conscious. What is your point here? Point being?
Sorry, I had to step away for a second. Whatever you said the last 30 seconds, say it again.
Okay.
Well, listen, I want to get off the topic anyway. This isn't really the topic of the server.
Yes, it's because nobody here was talking. I just decided to pick a random topic.
Yeah, I'd rather go back to like flat Earth. Like you said, like why don't we have a model? Because models can't prove anything.
It's not about proving, it's about demonstrating something that you essentially have in your mind, basically. More of a visual representation of what you think the world looks like based off of what you know, basically.
Well, that's hard to determine.
Why is that?
What the world looks like? Because you can't go outside the world to take a picture.
Well, of course, you don't have to take a picture. You just basically make a
or look at
imagery representation. I don't think that you need an actual picture, like an actual photograph through a camera.
What exactly do you want represented?
A visual representation of the shape, or at least the appearance of the Earth. What it most likely is to be.
There's no, but that assumes that there's an outside. Because you have to take that perspective. You have to take that perspective view, the outside, exterior viewpoint.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so outside, quote unquote, outside remains a speculation, basically. What are you saying? There's no outside.
There's no outside.
How do you know?
Then you can't see it. It's flat because you're assuming that you know that there's an outside to look in on, that it's flat.
Well, we can say it's flat because we know the surface of the world is mostly water. We know that water's flat. So if it's 50.00000000001% water and the water's flat, then it's flat.
Okay, so when you say outside, are you referring to a physical place, or what is it exactly, or non-physical place, or there's no physical place? Is that what you're saying?
What are you talking about? That space is.
When you said there's no outside, yes.
There's no outside Earth. You can't go outside Earth. You can't astral project and look back at the Earth.
Yes, I was referring to Earth model, of course.
Listen, why do you even think that that's possible?
Rockets do it all the time.
Yeah, cool story, Brandon. Rockets do it all the time. Sure they do, Brandon. I'm sure you have first-hand experience of that, right? Sure you know some people that rode rockets. Oh, no, you watch TV. That's awesome. Fucking, you know, Bigfoot's rides unicorns all the time. Santa comes.
I just watched CIA Gateway Experiences. You're just gonna be able to see the outside of the Earth. That's what you have to do. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, first of all, looking at something, we already kind of covered this, is subjective. That is not an objective determination of something. It's just simply looking at it. Right?
That applies to you too. You go outside and you say it's flat. That's subjective.
Well, yes, that is subjective, but that's only used as an axiom. Yes. It's not like, oh, the Earth looks flat, that proves it's flat. That no one says that. That's a first. Okay, what's the Earth? Go outside, look around. Wow, it looks flat. Oh, the person walks up to you and says, no, that's not actually flat. That's round. That shit's an optical illusion out there. Who's the burden of proof on?
By the way, what are your thoughts on...
What you say, you don't say. You just said what you say.
No, Brandon, you're not distinguishing well.
You said it looks flat.
I said it's not proof. Looking is not proof. It's evidence. You know there's a difference between proof and evidence, right?
Okay, then what's your evidence?
Looking flat is a piece of evidence. The proof is the measurement.
Okay, what's your measurement then?
Brandon, you're well aware of all the measurements. You're well aware of all the laser tests. You're well aware.
It's playing devil's advocate, but I think it's fun.
Brandon's been here hundreds of times. He comes here every day.
Yes, and I think that he's playing the devil's advocate, but I think
he's actually you're new here, so you don't really know what he's doing.
Yes.
He's actually running interference. That's what he's actually doing.
Okay. The laser measurement is you shine a laser and over a distance, and it looks flat.
No. You measure the height of the laser above the surface of water. You shine a laser, and you measure the height of the laser at the other end. Right? So the laser did not separate from the surface of the Earth.
Where does the height measurement begin? As in the starting point of the measurement? Is it the ground, or what is it exactly?
Well, I mean, obviously, the camera's not in the water. It's not floating on the surface of water. So, yeah, it's on the ground. You measure the height of the laser above the surface of water, but the laser's above the ground. And it's been done multiple times. It's not like there's just one. Where's all the laser measurements by Globers, Brandon? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought.
How hard have you looked, dude?
Yeah, there are none.
How hard have you looked?
Pretty hard. For 5 years. There's supposed to be some guy named Dan that had 3 PhDs that came in here 5 years ago. He said, well, if flat earthers have laser measurements, then Globers must have more because there's more Globers than flat earthers. We said, go find them. He said, I'll be right back, and he never came back. That was like 5 years ago.
Was that recorded or something?
I don't think we live streamed back then, so probably not. I mean,
So
we talked about it. I mean, there's witnesses. But whatever. I mean, do you have any, Brandon?
Well, I'm actually fans of people who have actually filmed rocket launches and stuff.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. Where did those rockets go? And what's that got to do with a laser?
Here's the thing.
Yeah, I'm just muting you because you're going to play your game. Anyway, I'd rather talk to you. Brandon's here to obfuscate and play games. So let me give you a little. Let me give you a little clue here, Orb. When a new person comes in here, there's these people. Let's call them anti-flat earthers because that's what we call them. Some people that really hate flat Earth. They're against it. It like rubs them the wrong way. Whatever it is, and they spend hours and hours and hours of their life every day doing bullshit like this. And when a new person comes in, they'll try and come in here, or they'll go in the text chat and lobby, and they'll try to run interference because their main goal is so that there's no information exchange. They don't want the topic to even be discussed. This has been going on for years. It's not that they're like, yeah, they think flat Earth is stupid, but they don't even want the topic to be discussed.
I see.
You might get DMs while you're talking to me from people don't believe anything they say. They're full of shit. This has been going on forever. Yeah. They don't even want the conversation to happen. So, so this is what Brandon's doing. If you notice, he already took off.
Yes. Have you ever heard of...
This is a common thing. He does. Brandon, as a matter of fact, does it a lot. He, like, if a new person comes in here, he did it like 3 days ago. A new person comes in, all of a sudden, out of the woodwork, two like Globers will jump in the chat, and they'll try to take over the conversation, right? So that whoever one of us are talking to, they can't get a word in edgewise, and this person just like takes over with their nonsense. But whatever, right? So you notice we're talking about lasers. I ask him a question, he starts talking about rockets. This is a typical deflection, right?
Yes.
So you seem semi-reasonable, even though you're obviously a Glober, in my opinion.
Sure. So I'm only semi-reasonable because I seem as if I don't believe in the flat Earth.
No.
Partly.
No, I don't know how you made that connection. You seem semi-reasonable because I said semi because you entertain subjectivism.
Okay.
And I don't think that's reasonable. Well, let me point you to some good reading or audiobook if you want to listen to it.
Sure.
It's called Inquiries into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense by Thomas Reid. So he was a philosopher that lived around the time of Descartes, when Descartes came up with his subjectivist hogwash. And this book is a refutation of all that stuff. Unfortunately, Thomas Reed is not like you know how it goes, right? So like the philosophy of the day, all the people that are against it, I would say the intelligentsia decides, collectively that this is the truth or whatever, and they go in that direction. And people, even though there's refutations of it, they disappear and get ignored. So things like at the time of Galileo, there was people against what he said, and at the time of Newton, there was people against what he said, and like you don't hear about any of these characters, right? We don't learn about in school about against the guy that refuted Galileo, or the guy that refuted Descartes, or the guy that refuted Newton.
Mm-hmm.
We don't hear about that. We only hear about the so-called prevailing wisdom.
Yes.
And that's kind of
what
a
are your
disservice,
thoughts on?
because it's kind of
Yes.
disservice to everybody. So, I mean,
I was going to ask you, what are your thoughts on string theory?
unfalsifiable.
Unfalsifiable,
Yeah.
as in?
That means you can't do an experiment that can prove it wrong.
Okay. So
It's
it can
not
be proven
available.
right or wrong.
Yeah. You
Okay.
could do any experiment and it proves it right and wrong at the same time. Or,
Hmm. Do you think it could work on the flat Earth? I mean, I know that it doesn't rely on the shape of the Earth, actually. It's not dependent on the shape of the Earth. But in a sense, you could say that the Earth's shape does actually have an impact on the physical measurements we make on the so-called planet. But we're talking about the globe Earth here, basically. So that would take into account the gravitational force, and also these measurements, you could say, are important for testing and validating the predictions of any physical theory, basically. Including string theory, of course. So you could say, regardless whether it is flat or a globe, the validity of this theory, which is string theory, would depend on how well it explains and predicts the physical phenomenon that we observe in the universe. But I guess you don't believe in the universe? What is the universe to you, by the way, since you're a flat earther? Is it just everything that you experience on this earth that we know of? Or
well, the
you don't
definition
believe
of
in
universe
space?
is taking the many into one, right?
Hmm.
So it's like don't want to get weirdly philosophical. You could say it's the philosophical idea of the monad, but it's just everything. That's my idea of the universe, everything. So
Okay.
let me go.
So essentially, existence itself is the universe, in your understanding.
Yeah, the universe is just all matter, all like reality. The universe
I
is
see.
reality itself.
Okay. So I would assume that you do believe in a creator, because that's what most flat earthers believe in. If you dismiss the Big Bang theory, which is the most plausible theory, if you were to be a globe earther, correct?
Yeah, I think that isn't even true anymore. I mean, I think that most globe earthers still believe that, but I don't think people that are in the field believe that anymore, that the Big Bang is
Okay.
correct.
So what do you believe in? Where do you think
Because if you like
everything
look at
originated
some of
from?
the newest data, right? So if you look at I don't just like look at flat Earth stuff. I look at globe stuff too. I like
That's good.
because I want to know what the modern cosmology and the shit they say.
Yes.
Often I'm just looking to laugh at them, but so the so-called James Webb Telescope. You know what that is? James Webb Telescope.
Yes.
So they've discovered galaxies that are too small, galaxies that are too old, galaxies that are too far away, galaxies that are wrong, having a wrong morphology, all sorts of problems. They're too bright. There's just all sorts of problems. They can't exist within the Big Bang model.
And why do you think that is?
No, it's not. Why do I?
Because
I
they
could
have
go into
different
detail
ages.
about
Is that what you're saying?
because the modern cosmology is galaxies evolved right after the Big Bang. They evolved into different morphologies, right? There's matter dispersally scattered, and then it coalesced, and then galaxies collided, right? So there's like a morphology that the shape of galaxies changes over time based upon the distribution of matter.
Yes.
Right? And that the galaxies that are far away in the past, they can't be disk-shaped, because disk-shaped galaxies, like the Milky Way, are late-stage galaxies. They can't have formed that far in the past, but they're finding out that they formed, if the Big Bang model timeline is correct, that they formed something like within a billion years of the Big Bang, when they're not supposed to form for like 10 billion years from the Big Bang. The first ones. And when they took their images, it's not just, there's way too many. There's like 100 times too many of them. And they're in the wrong locations. And they're too bright. And they're too small. So that's just one piece of evidence. And then I could get into like the discrepancy between the freaking supernova data and the freaking supernova data in the fucking, what is it? The Cepheid variable data and the cosmic background data. Like they all have different time. Like they all know this. They've been saying it for like almost a decade. It's called crisis in cosmology. Then you have the problem of the axis of evil, where the Earth appears to be in the center of the universe, and like there's all their, it's falling apart. Let's put it that way. All that shit's falling apart.
Okay.
It's called the Lambda CDM model. I don't know if you've heard of any of this.
I haven't heard of this model specifically, actually.
The Lambda CDM model is the current Big Bang model. That's the official name for it.
I'll look it up. Oh, yes, I have seen it. Yes, okay. I have, yes. ACDM or Lambda CDM?
Lambda CDM, yes.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
So the assumptions in that are proving to be not right, and even people complain about it, even if they were correct, that these theories, they have so many parameters that they can just turn like dials, right, to just get to get anything to match observation, right? And this is when it comes back to like unfalsifiable, because you can just keep tweaking your physics model until you get the exact thing you want.
Yes.
But I mean, I'd like to talk about models generally. So generally, right? So just on a normal, okay, there are models that work, right? So force equals mass times acceleration, that works. Kepler's law of planetary motion fairly accurately predicts the motion of planets within a constrained time frame. But there's other models that also work, and also work just as well, right? So if I have two models and they both work, which one is true? And if I have a model that assumes things that don't exist, so I'll give you an example. Maxwell's equations for electricity and magnetism. Those were developed using a mechanical model of the ether, where the ether is a bunch of little rolling balls rolling against each other. Now this model works. Now but nobody believes in the ether. Well, I shouldn't say nobody, but modern science doesn't believe in the ether. So because they stopped believing in the ether, because of Michelson-Morley experiment, did they just like Maxwell's model's wrong? How he developed the model. He assumed, like the equations, they were originally in quaternion form. There were 20 quaternion equations, which are equations for rotations in 4D complex space. And he modeled these rotations and came up with theory of electricity and magnetism. Now, later on, that was put in vector form by, I think it's William Tate and Heaviside. But the point is that the model works, but the model assumes things that we know don't physically exist, right? So the model can't be, quote unquote, the truth. It just works. And anyone that's in engineering knows that you can make models that work that have no ultimate physical reality to it. So when you ask for a model, we could waste our time making a model, and then what? We haven't gotten anywhere. All we've done is make a mathematical system for emulating phenomena, and you've gotten no farther. You haven't gotten any farther to the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You've just wasted a bunch of time.
Yes.
So I'll give you an example. So in the globe model thing, the model for seismic waves is in a hyperbolic geometry.
Yes.
Nobody's running around thinking the Earth is a hyperboloid. Right? No one thinks the Earth.
By the way, the fact that Maxwell's equation does quote-unquote work in describing electromagnetism phenomena, like you said, doesn't necessarily mean that they are the ultimate truth about nature in the universe. That's what you said, is right?
Yes, basically, yes.
Oh, well, yeah.
That is just a mathematical model that we take a bunch of data and we use some mathematical form or system or whatever to emulate the data mathematically and then spit out some result. And then we compare that result to observation and we go, hey, look, it works. Will work in this situation. We try a different situation. We do the calculation. Boom, it works, and it works in all these situations. Doesn't mean that those mathematics are physically real. They're just emulating reality. The variables.
It's essentially just widely accepted tool for understanding also prediction.
Exactly, it's just a tool. It's like a fucking hammer or a condom, right? You can put on a condom. You can have sex, but what is sex? It's procreation, right? You're not procreating. You're emulating sex, but you're not procreating, that's for sure.
Yes.
It's a tool to prevent procreation, even though you're doing the act of procreation.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So someone was described it once as like mathematics is where the experiments are cheap. Mathematical physics are where the experiments are cheap because you can emulate reality using the mathematics, but that only works to a degree, right? So if I can do a bunch of I could do mathematics and come up with a design for a camera lens. Then I manufacture the lens. Then I got to test the lens. And the odds of that lens working just solely based on equations on the first run.
Not 100%, yes.
Yeah, they're probably 100 fucking low. Probably 1% chance of that happening. So we engineer, right? We tweak, we go trial and error. Ultimately, all this stuff ends up being trial and error in practice. When you actually engineer something to work, it like the abstract physics they're not perfect. So they can't possibly be reality. Then there's all sorts of other things. But that's you asked about a model. Why won't we have a model? Mm-hmm. Like I said, models are for phenomenon, and even if we came up with a model, it might be useful for predicting some phenomenon, but so what? Doesn't get us to the truth, because that's what we're trying to determine. What's the truth? Not what's likely, what's true, what might be likely, what is objective reality?
Mm-hmm. By the way, you mentioned, I asked you a question earlier, but didn't really get a response. Do you believe in a creator since you're a flat earther?
Me personally, yes.
Oh.
Yes.
I see. I believe that this creator does... Okay, so do you consider yourself to be religious? Do you follow... Oh, okay, so you just believe in an intelligent designer. That's about it.
Deist.
Deist, okay. So
you can consider me a deist.
I see.
But how do I put this? I'm a Christian, but I'm not a Christian.
So what are you, Orthodox Christian or?
No, because Christianity itself started. The word Christian meant certain things, and Christianity.
So you basically follow it as a moral guide, essentially. More like a moral guide, but you don't believe in...
Christianity was hijacked in the beginning by Greek, Neoplatonism in the early Christian church. Because it went from the Roman Empire, and a lot of kind of got hijacked by Greek, and they took some of the ideas into it in the practice.
Do you think that it's mostly, not at all, symbolism, or that it should be taken literally, as in, say, angels, demons, hell, heaven, and so on and so on? Do you think that it's all just a metaphor?
I think Jesus died was resurrected.
Oh, so you do believe that he actually was resurrected in the literal sense?
In the literal sense, yes.
And why is that?
Because there's 500 people at the time that witnessed him.
Well, they're just
and they were given
everyone
they were giving a choice. Let me finish. They were given a choice to recant or die, and they chose to die. It's hard for me to believe that there's all these people are going to die for a hoax. Would you die to protect a hoax? And we're not talking just like die like the electric chair or lethal injection. We're talking about horrible death. Right? Horrible, painful suffering. Yes.
Max levels of pain, basically. That's what they're saying.
Yes, and maybe the first person might die for a hoax, but the probability of like people keeping dying, watching the other people freaking die horrible death. When I get down to like the 30th guy, people are going to start having reservations. Maybe I don't want to maintain this hoax. So yeah, so I mean, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And just like from to me, from my rational viewpoint, is if I was God and I came to Earth, how would I prove that I'm God?
Miracles.
Fucking
ideally.
die. I'd die.
Miracles.
Make sure everybody knew I was dead, and I would come back to life. What else could it possibly be?
Why not miracles that everybody could witness? Or something that is ingrained into the human mind.
The bread into wine, and there's the walking on water, and
well, the thing is, they're not constantly happening, so that basically creates this game that we're playing essentially of people having faith and people not having faith, basically.
Well,
Understand what I mean? Yes.
I mean, we could get into some weird stuff. I mean, there's there's an idea that I heard.
And also, by the way, one thing, since you consider yourself a deist, and basically what deist is, by definition, is as somebody who believes in a creator that created the universe and abandoned it. So why would God do any of this, really? Because you believe that God essentially killed himself and made, quote-unquote, everybody notice it, although it was only a few people, of course, but then left some sort of evidence. Why do you think he would do that? If it's completely contradictory to who you are by definition, basically what you define yourself as, which is basically a deist.
Have you ever been in Christian?
No, I have not.
So you don't know anything about it, basically.
Of course not. Yes, but I'm just saying because.
Well, I mean, the way you characterize it isn't like the way it is.
Okay. Well, I'm just talking based off of what you said. That's right.
Think about it like this. You got a bunch of created human beings, and they're just a bunch of fucking degenerates.
Yes.
And what could their argument be? Oh, I have to be this way. You created me this way. You just don't understand, right? God's like, I'm gonna incarnate myself as a human being, and I'm gonna show you how to do it. Right?
In what way? Can you tell me yes?
In what way? So God or Jesus never sinned, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't hurt anybody. He didn't abuse anybody. And while he was present on Earth, helped the weak, the so-called weakest among us, right? So he stopped people that were taking advantage of people. He stopped a woman from being stoned to death, right? Judge not, lest out you should be judged. So these actions, this is like a model of how to live as a human being, right? And he was, and through all of this, he never changed his demeanor, even though he was going to certain death for this behavior, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the world is evil, and they see a good person and they want to destroy him, right? Or make them like them, right? So as they say, misery loves company, and they tried to take him into their company by making him one of them, right? Think about it like this. If you have a girl that's in a relationship and she has 4 single girlfriends and gets that girl to go out to the club with them, they will try to get that girl to cheat. They will try to get that girl to be single with them.
Yeah, it's something that is in human nature. Through one company, in whatever is quote unquote good or quote unquote bad, really. That's something a lot of humans do. It's pretty common.
Yeah. So the point is, like, he resisted that temptation, right? And the devil tempted him. And like, you don't know the Christian, like the theology of the New Testament, so it's like, you know, I can't tell you all of it. I'm just saying that if you look at it from a symbolic viewpoint, let's call it symbolic or principled or whatever.
Yeah, not in the literal sense, essentially.
God incarnates himself as a human being. He, you know, goes through the tribulations of life without sinning, even though he knows that it's just going to get him to certain death, right? So he's an innocent man that's going to be killed, knows it the whole entire time, and still doesn't lash out, even though it's these human beings that he created all around him that are freaking abusing him. Never once, you know, retaliates or does whatever. So, like, it's that symbolism that is, like, the important part, right? And the proof of his divinity, of God's divinity, is the resurrection. Because what else, right? And, like, what else motivates anybody? Everybody, and this is pretty much, I would say, other than people that have mental illness.
Yes.
Most people's lives, they run their primary motivation is not to die. It's survival. Right? That's their primary motivation, is not to die. So for someone to fight that, to succumb to that primary motivation and then overcome it, right? What could be more tempting? Now, let's call it the hierarchy of needs, right? The number one need I have is not die. Someone comes along and is like, hey, I can show you how your number one primary need can be fulfilled. And nobody else can offer this to you. And it never will be offered to you. Is not to die. Everlasting
So essentially
life.
what you're saying is if somebody chooses to die, then if they're not God, of course, and somebody just chooses to die for some reason, then they're mentally ill.
Well, I mean, if they're suffering extreme pain or whatever.
I think that is very situational.
It's not normal human behavior to want to die. Most people contemplate their mortality at least once a day.
Well, of course, it's something that is deep within the mind. If you're a healthy individual, basically a normal functioning human being, you're always going to think about it. And everything you do, you're going to consider death as something that happens.
And even if you're an evolutionist, right? Right. So the survival, as we evolved to whatever we do, right? Our eyesight. The reason our peripheral vision sees lines better than, you know, these colors better than those colors are because, you know, you need peripheral vision in case there's some tiger jumping out of the woods or something out of the jungle, right? So even the theory of evolution says that the primary motivation is to survive, and to procreate. So even from that viewpoint, because I think that that's pretty self-evident that in general, the vast majority of people want to live as long as humanly possible and procreate. The most people, of course, there's outliers, people that want to be different, people that have mental illness, people that are under intense pressure, pain and suffering, or like they've had pain and suffering in the past and they can't overcome it and they just want that mental trauma to go away.
Boredom, can't find meaning in life.
Yeah, there's boredom. Yeah. So yeah, there's you know, even though I think that that motivation is increasing, that nihilistic, go back where we started, right? Full circle. That nihilistic viewpoint is increasing, probably exponentially.
Especially with how materialistic people are, and also refraining from being spiritual or worshiping some deity. Whether it exists or not, I think that is actually a good coping mechanism. It's not a bad thing at all. Although it can definitely lead to delusions, essentially, because a lot of people fall into delusional stuff, especially when they get into spirituality. especially
Well, I mean,
New Age spirituality. But I
think
don't
when
think
it
there's
comes to
anything inherently wrong with spirituality itself. I think it's actually really good, especially for coping. If it's not actually, let's say, real, so to speak. As in, if those deities don't actually exist in the realities, theoretically.
well, think about theism is you should probably hedge your bets, right? Better to believe in God and be wrong than not believe in God and be wrong.
Well, in that sense, yes. If
One
you have
has
faith,
consequences, the other one doesn't.
you don't even need to believe in afterlife. Or, okay, well, that would depend on what you consider an afterlife, because some people believe in reincarnation and so many other things, rather than just basically being punished for how much of a good person you are and also a bad person you are, really. So it really depends.
Let me ask you this.
But I think, yes.
Is belief in God an evolutionary adaptation?
I think so, yeah. It's actually something within human nature to... Okay, so we can actually make an experiment like this. So, say you spawn, or basically place a human being in an island, completely isolated from other humans, with no language, no technology, literally nothing whatsoever, on their own. I think eventually, in most cases, if not all, of the humans, if you just keep on replicating the same thing, they will most likely start worshipping whatever is controlling their environment, which is, say, the sun, the trees, nature in general, anything that is within their environment. They're essentially just going to start worshipping it because it's beyond their control. It's something that they consider powerful. It's something that is within human nature, really. Doesn't mean, just because it's built into you as a human being, that it's actually true, but it is built into you as a human, of course.
Well, if you look at like people that are very different than like the majority of people, but and isolated. So like people that live in like the Amazon, and they don't interact with Westerners, like ever. They haven't interacted with Westerners in like 100 years or 200 years.
Yes.
They don't even have language for math. They don't have numbers. They don't have anything. Doesn't mean they're stupid. Even they have some connection to the spirit world or whatever.
Yeah, of course. They're more connected to nature. They're more tuned to nature. If you're a healthy, natural human being, then yeah, you'll be just simply living a... Well, I think that it depends on whether you'll be happy. It's more of a subjective thing. You could argue
But
whether
it's
they're
funny.
objectively happy or it's more subjective, really. It really would depend.
So there's a people in the Amazon rainforest. They're called the Piraha, right?
Yes.
I hope I'm saying that right. It's the Piraha people, and they don't have words for numbers. They don't count. They don't add. They don't do anything. They also don't have like a lot of things for past tense. So they call them like super empiricists. They don't believe anything unless either you've experienced it or someone you know has experienced it. So this was like discovered by this guy, what the hell is his name? Daniel Allers is maybe. He snuck in. He wasn't supposed to be there because they're like protected tribe. So he snuck in there and he tried to turn them into Christian. Right? And he'd been preaching to him. It's a funny story because he'd been preaching to him for like 6 months. And he said at one point, and this guy's now atheist, this is funny. That at one point they asked him, so did you meet this Jesus? And he's like, no. Do you know anybody who meet this Jesus? Like your father, your friend, your mother? He's like, no. And they just like all walked away. Because they're empiricists. But he also relates this other story where they were all down by like some tributary to the Amazon. They're all down there, and they all see something on the other shore, and they're yelling at it and throwing rocks. And he couldn't see it, but like all of them could, like the entire tribe. And these people have been evaluated by like a bunch of Harvard psychologists went down there. And they evaluate how happy people are, and they have a couple markers, and one of the markers is like how much they smile, and like stuff like that. So the Paraha people, out of all the people in the world, come out to be the happiest people in the world.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's very strange. I don't know if any of those like facts are correlated with one another, but it's very strange. They can also do their entire language in whistles.
Yeah, just like some tribes who use clicking just to communicate names and words and so on and so on. Emotions, etc.
Yeah, because contrary to popular belief, like the rainforest is like very noisy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you try to talk in a voice, like it's hard to hear each other. So they've learned how to communicate. They communicate their language in whistles. Their language is also very strange to hear.
Yes.
And they don't have like dude, yeah, the culture's weird, man. Like if you're with a girl, like that's your wife, you don't want to be with her anymore. You just like go off into the woods for 3 days and then like come back and like you're divorced. And like nobody says anything about it. They don't dwell in the past. Right? They're very present.
Living in the moment is actually really underrated. But it's hard to do in modern society. It's
like
almost impossible.
Yeah, this is like an extreme example of it. So, like, because now you don't have any side effects, right? You don't have regret. You don't have, you don't have people trying to get revenge. Revenge is a powerful motive. Yeah, like trauma, things like that.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyhow, we're like way the fuck off topic. But whatever. I mean, flat Earth is based upon, the base is experience. And as I was explaining to Brandon, we all experience the Earth a certain way, right? And everybody, prior to the whoever, Eratosthenes, if that guy ever existed, which I seriously doubt, and historians seriously doubt. Prior to that, and even after that, so like, for example, the Chinese culture, they were flat earthers into the 1800s. Right? They didn't think the Earth was a globe. The globe you could almost call like a colonial cosmology. Right? So it was created in the West, the Western world, sailed all over the world, and forced it on other people. But I mean, they were forcing a lot of stuff on other people. That's just one of the other things they were forcing on people. Because part of their policies were when they were taking over some area, they would kill the knowledge keepers, right? So you kill the people that hold the knowledge of the past to create that separation, to unlink them from their past and create a new reality for them, so to speak.
By the way, if you had a chance to, say, NASA offered you to go to space, would you take the chance or not?
No, and that wouldn't happen. I find this. I find this amusing, right? Why do you think you can go to space? Why do you think not can offer me to go to space?
No, I'm not saying that you could or not. This is just a scenario that I created to see what you would answer. Basically, what your answer would be.
Let me ask you a question. If you went outside and saw the Earth was flat, would you believe it?
Of course.
Okay, so you've seen that every day of your life.
Well, yes, but science says otherwise. I haven't researched the topic well, so I can't really debate this, but I found this topic interesting.
What does science say? I wasn't aware of this. So we always get back to this thing where people think, and I'll give you a break because you admitted that you don't really know anything about it.
Yes.
Okay. So people conflate this idea, and it's not accidental. This is part of let's call it the mental conditioning, is that the shape of the Earth is a scientific question. Not a scientific question. Okay, so why would anybody think it's a scientific question? If I said my table's a square, is that a scientific question? Or what's the shape of my table? What's the shape of my floor? What's the shape of my wall? What's the shape of this tree? Nobody go, that's a scientific question, better call scientists. No one would say that, right? Let's call some scientists to figure out the shape of my table. The reason this is part of the mental conditioning is because, unironically, there's two contradictory lines of reasoning here, or lines of I don't know how you put this.
Yes.
Let's call it PR, public relations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So initially, when you're told the Earth is flat, you're told everyone thinks the Earth's a globe. Anyone thinks it's flat is stupid. The only people that thought it was flat thought they'd sail off the edge and that there were sea monsters. Columbus proved the Earth was flat, or was a globe. Blah 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 blah. So that's one hand, right? That's one hand. Anyone that thinks the Earth is flat is stupid. On the other hand, what's the proof of the globe? That was figured out by smart scientists. You can't figure it out because you don't have the science background and you're not smart enough to figure it out. That's I can't tell you how many people that have come in to argue the globe position, and within 3 or 4 questions, they're like, I don't know, I'm not a scientist. So you have this contradiction. Dumb if you don't believe it, but not smart enough to understand it. Because they say it's science, but it actually has nothing to do with science. And that's just like a smoke and mirrors, right? That's like this, don't look over here. Because it's really a geometric problem, right? What is the figure of the Earth? I don't know. Let's measure it. Oh, they say that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Oh, great. We could take that geometric figure and we can make predictions, and then we can test those predictions. Okay, from a foot elevation of 1 foot.
India, I'll be right back. I just have to do something.
Yeah, okay.
I'll be right back in a minute. Okay, see you soon.
Yeah, no problem.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave? It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet. What makes you think that? I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they? Well, I don't know. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, It exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on decks 6 and 7 believed that we were.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical.
Said, why is that goodness happening in the VC check-in? Why is that guy being talked to there instead of here? I want to hear all that.
Hello.
Yeah.
What's going on? You new here?
Who, me? You new here?
Yeah, I'm back. Some Morbus. Oh, dude, I can barely hear you. Like you're like breaking up, kind of. You sound like you're at the bottom of the ocean.
How about that?
Yeah, that works.
I had to turn my Bluetooth off. I don't know what the hell's wrong with this one here.
Yeah, Bluetooth is sketchy.
Yeah, I'm headed to the health department to pay my permit extortion.
Your permit extortion fee?
Yeah, so I can squeeze lemons and serve lemonade this weekend.
Oh my God.
Gotta pay him $50.
Well, you won't be a danger to society if they have $50.
Yeah, they say that $50 helps people from getting sick from my lemonade.
Yeah, like if you didn't give that $50, everybody'd die.
Well, it's a temporary thing. By early midsummer, I'll be on an annually permitted cart, so I don't have to pay $50 every time I want to set up somewhere. I can just pay them like $300 once a year for people to not get sick.
Then you can, if you get a cart, can you serve whatever you want?
Yeah, to an extent. They told me I'm limited to what the cart can handle, and it's the one I'm getting has a plug-in refrigerator, a gas grill with a little stainless steel hibachi flat top I can put on it, steam bar. So yeah, I'll be able to pretty much do what I want.
Oh yeah, that's awesome, man. You make Chinese food.
Yeah, she told me I could do really anything: steaks, hamburgers, sushi. It's whatever the thing is equipped to be able to do. So yeah, this summer's gonna be rocking. I just got to get a few good events and save up some money to buy. The lady's wanting like half of what a new one cost, and it's barely been used. So it's just a matter of getting some couple events under my belt and get some money saved up. We're out of the slow season. I did almost $1,400 over the weekend between two events and maybe 5 hours at each one. So it's just a matter of getting these events rolling. They're starting to pick back up since we're out of the winter cold.
Yeah. What's your most profitable thing? Popcorn?
No, the lemonade.
Oh, the lemonade. Yeah.
Yeah. I get a box of lemons, 140 count for $30, and I get $7 of lemonade. The cups, I get 240 cups. They're deli cups with lids, 32 ounce for $80 after shipping, and then they just sugar and water after that. So it's got a good profit margin.
Should sweeten some of it with honey, man. Honey lemonade is bomb. I've been drinking that like crazy the last week.
Yeah, well, I got a lot of people asking for sugar-free stuff. Last year I made a gallon of monk fruit syrup, but that shit, it cost me like $30 to make that gallon.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. You bought the powder or whatever, and you had to mix that.
Yeah, it was like it looked like salt. It looked like fluffy salt. But it people really liked it. I think it was worth making.
Stevia isn't that bad.
No.
You don't like that? The stevia sweetener?
Yeah.
I don't think it's not artificial. It's natural, isn't it?
Yeah, it's okay. I like that monk fruit though. I tried a bunch of different ones, and that was the closest to tasting like cane sugar that I came across.
Yeah. God, I haven't had a real sugar cane in a long time.
No, I go to Sam's. I get a 50-pound bag of cane sugar. And
yeah, you ever had like real sugar cane? You must have had it, like real, an actual piece of sugar cane.
Yeah.
Raw sugar cane or juice?
Raw sugar cane, man.
I have, yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's a plant and it's really sweet.
Yeah.
and fibrous.
All right, I'm cooking in this car. I'm gonna go inside and get this shit taken care of. I'll be back in a bit.
All right. Peace. So where the hell was I? I only got like probably be on here like 30 minutes maybe. Where was I? Oh yeah. Yeah, so the globe Earth, right? So the surface of the Earth is supposed to be curving, right? It's a ball. Has to have curve. Can't have a ball that has flat spots. Then it's not a ball. So, and according to like, the modern conception is gravity is going to form water into a ball. And if the surface of the Earth, like I was explaining to Brandon, the surface of the Earth is mostly water, you can determine what the Earth is generally by measuring the surface of water. Now, a lot of people think, oh, the Earth is too big. You can't measure curvature. But that's actually not what the geometry they claim exists predicts. For instance, you're a 6-foot person, a 6-foot man, and you're on the shore. The horizon's only supposed to be 3 miles away. And if you're from a 1-foot elevation, the horizon's supposed to be 1.223 miles away. Yeah, so old dude posted in the geometry. So the curvature going away from you is significant. It actually falls off exponentially. At 10 miles, it's supposed to be 66 feet of drop. Right? So you can test these predictions. Right? Drop over distance has to exist. And this has been tested multiple times, and there is no drop over distance. And people will say, well, maybe it's a bigger radius, and maybe they're wrong about the radius. It can't be a bigger radius. Because if it's a bigger radius, then no orbit would work. The moon's the wrong distance and the wrong size. The sun's the wrong distance, the wrong size. Everything's the wrong size because everything is based upon this radius value. And even in principle, you couldn't measure the radius. Right? So they infer the radius a couple ways. Inferred from, there was the Eratosthenes, and then it was inferred from Al-Biruni, and then so they got all these ancient tests where they inferred this radius value. But the radius value is actually based upon what's the angular change of the stars in the sky when I go some distance. Right? If I'm looking at a star, it's directly overhead, and I travel some distance, what's the angular change of that star? And that's the so-called modern method. It's called astrogeodetic surveying. But they also know that from doing this so-called astrogeodetic surveying, they also know that that actually doesn't match the surface of the Earth exactly. And then they come up with excuses like, well, if you take a surveying instrument, right, and you level it, and level is like a bubble level, you're actually finding plumb, the vertical direction. Now, say I take a surveying instrument and I'm directly under a star. That star is zenith, and I look at my latitude. My latitude's supposed to be this, and then but that star is not supposed to be directly over my head. It's supposed to be somewhere else. They call this a deflection of the vertical, and they say that the plumb line's curving. So they have this use that plumb line's curve, which no one's ever observed in reality. You know what a plumb line is. So it's so-called gravity vector. They say this is curving. Surface of the Earth is curving. This gravity's vector is curving. Anyway, to make a long story short, this curvature, based upon this radius value, has to exist for the Earth to be a ball. It's pretty simple. And shouldn't say countless, but many attest to this. I've done my own personal test. Many people in this server have done their own personal test. Oh, Orba jettisoned. Now I'm talking to myself. Oh, he's back.
Hello, puppet.
What's up, man?
Oh, same old, same old. Who you talking to, Indio?
Orb. I think he might be having a connection problem or something.
He's got that little lovely.
He's lit up. Yeah, he's lit up, but I don't hear him.
They need to reconnect, or your microphone's not working, bro.
He just did.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, I was talking to him. Brandon tried to jump in and run interference, so I muted him. So Brandon left. You know how it goes, Miggy.
Typical weekday morning for sure. Brandon running interference. He says he doesn't want to join in the conversation. He's like, I just want to sit here and listen. I'm like, no, you don't. Do you want to jump in and sandbag every time we talk?
Yeah. So I asked Brandon because he's running interference. Oh my god. Yeah, Brandon was kind of funny. Oh, you think the Earth is flat because you look at it? Like, no. Said no. That's just evidence. The proof is the laser tests. And he said,
did he wake up today and say that?
Yeah.
We've been through this. Like, he has no.
Yeah, I know. And I said, you know all about the laser test, Brandon. And like he was like, well, have you searched for any global laser tests? I said, yeah, there isn't any. Then I started telling him about how that dude Dan with his 3 PhDs came in here saying there was laser tests and then like vanished in lieu of him getting some. Anyway, then I'm like, okay, so give me an example of a single global laser test. What's Brandon do? Starts talking about rockets. I'm muting him. I'm muting him. Like I'm not even doing it. And this was just to run interference for this orb guy. That's all he was doing.
That's weird. Well, it's weird that he's running interference because he never used to do that until just recently. Now, every time the Glober comes in here, he's paying attention to the live stream. He'll pop in when there's another Glober.
That's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
Exactly what he did.
He notices when there's a Glober on here. Brandon, you're listening right now. I know you are. You got us on all the time. And next time you run interference, you're going to be ejected from this live stream. That's just plain and simple. Yeah, I don't care if you're in here, Brandon, but at the same time, when you come in here when someone else is and you start running interference like the way you did, you're going to be removed. There's no reason to have you if you're just going to keep doing that. So, because I know he's listening, Indio. He does that. He leaves his live stream on, but he knows when there's Globers that come in here. So he's been doing that quite often. It's a pattern now. That's what I mean.
Oh yeah, the pattern is being reinforced. It's pretty much there was like 6 people in the chat, and this guy just came in here. Wolfgang checked him in, and just like out of the ether, Brandon.
Hello.
Damn, he's got some face in his place.
Hi.
Hey, baby.
I thought he was using a sound thing at first.
I think you're Barry White to run for his money.
Yeah, I thought he was an old guy, but he says he's like 20.
Yes.
He's 13. He's got really giant testicles.
Yeah, but no, I'm not gonna mimic that. It just sounds deep, bro. That's all.
Thanks.
What have you discussed so far? Like with the orb, what is
I was only on like I was talking to him, and then he had to leave for a second. Then he came back, and I was basically at the finish line on drop over distance.
Oh, okay, yeah. Orb, did you get anything of what Indio said, or were you having too bad of connection problems?
No, actually, we've been talking for about 30 minutes or maybe 40 minutes, and then I just had to disconnect because I had something wrong with my connection. Yes.
All right, I'll mute up.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, Miggy, you gonna be here?
Yeah, I'll be here for like 2 hours actually, because I have to go. This day is my 10-hour week, but
gonna have to do a handoff because I actually have shit to do.
Yeah, I'm actually washing clothes myself. But all right, yeah. Orb, if you're gonna be here, I don't mind speaking with Orb.
Yeah, I was
That's all
just
right.
getting like there has to be drop over distance for there to be their claimed radius value. I kind of went over like science doesn't determine the shape of the Earth and that it's a geometry problem.
Yep.
And we just test that, right? Just test that geometry, and then it has to have some constituent values, and one of those is drop over distance. It has to exist, and it's the easiest way you can eliminate, right? Right. It doesn't like eliminating the globe doesn't prove the Earth is flat. I mean, flat could be any myriad of things, but we know what it can't be. And this is a test anybody can do. It's a test I've done, test many people in this server's done. Like it's actually a simple test because the calculation is fairly simple. And if you can't do the calculation, there's curvature calculations that you can do a rough guesstimate, right? You can do a feet of the back of the envelope estimate of what it should be. It's 8 inches per mile squared. Horizon has to be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you multiply 1.22, take the square root of the observer's height, and that's how many feet that's how many feet the horizon, or that's the distance of the horizon. 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Square root of the observer's height, say it's 25 feet. Take that square root. 5 times 1.23, 1.22. That's how the distance to the horizon. So so if you're at 1 foot, square root of 1, 1. So 1.22 miles is the horizon for a 1 foot observer. That's the prediction of the globe. So we've done these 1 foot observations. We observed the horizon to be much farther than 1.22 miles. 10 miles. More than 10 miles. Because the horizon, according to the globe model, is the edge of the ball, right? It's the limit of your vision. Once say a ship or something reaches the horizon, it's supposed to go down over it, right? Like a hill of water between you and that object, going down over the hill. But that's not what's observed in reality. The horizon isn't where it's supposed to be. You can see way farther than you're supposed to. Then if you do any precision measurements, like with a laser, you can't measure any, like if you start at laser at one height, you can't measure an increase in distance between the laser and the surface at any distance. So at a mile, it should be the laser, whatever you started at, say I started at 10 feet above the water. So a mile away, the drop should be 10, the separation between the laser and the water should be 10 feet, 8 inches. Then 10 feet, 32 inches, 64 inches. Then 10 feet, because it's an exponential. You keep, 8 inches per mile squared. You see this drop increasing. So 25 miles, it should be 420 feet. Or I think that's 127 meters. Should be between a laser beam that's shooting 25 to a point 25 miles away. That laser should be 127 meters in the air. So there's no way that if you're on the lake level, that you should be able to see any laser hitting you in the eye. Not unfortunately, whatever. This is what happens when actually tested. I mean, and there's way more than this, right? So there's infrared observations, mirror flash observations. It's been done on frozen lakes. It's been done with radio waves, microwaves. Like you pick electromagnetic radiation. It's been done. In radio waves, it's like 10,000 miles. Radio signals, and this is a pre-satellite, pre-radio repeater. So in 1918, during World War I, the United Kingdom wanted to talk to Australia. And in Australia, they had noticed that they can pick up a radio broadcast from Berlin. And they're like, hey, maybe we can communicate over this. And they built it, and they did it. 10,000 miles. Like, you're almost antipode on the globe. None of this should work.
Or
I
do
don't
we
know.
get that you're still on?
Yeah, you
Yes,
just lit
I'm
up.
just
I don't
listening.
know if
Yes,
you're broken.
Okay. Yeah, what do you think about what Indio said?
I'm just listening. That's all.
Yeah, I asked
So
you the
take
question.
him to the other. Take him to the other two. I guess that's kind of like one of the points. You take him to the other two, like the
Axial rotation. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, but I guess what I'm saying though, I know you're listening, or
he conceded that he doesn't know a lot about the topic, and he's just like interested in it. He doesn't know, like he doesn't have any globe proof. He doesn't.
Right. And
he's the average glober, but he's more honest than the average glober because he's actually admitting he don't know anything, as opposed to the other ones that think they know something because they saw Star Wars.
So and it's a process the mind goes through, especially if this is new information and you haven't heard anything like this. But how are you? What I want to ask is, how are you processing this information? Are you in a denial state, or are you open to hear more? Okay.
I'm not in denial at all, and I don't think that the flat Earth idea is actually stupid or anything because I can't disprove it. So I'm just open to basically listening, and then later on, if I do research this, then I will see what I can actually argue against it or not, or agree with it, perhaps.
All right, that's fair enough. But like India was saying, that's drop over distance and a way to actually test to see if the Earth doesn't have a curvilinear surface. And that's a great way for him to kind of like lead you to the place where you're not just hearing people say something, you're actually going somewhere and testing this for yourself. Why he's giving you these this instance that he was speaking of. But I guess you could say another tenet of the globe that props up the understanding that it's a globe is the fact that we have axial rotation. The Earth is spinning on its axis. Now, have you heard of this before? Okay, so they tell us that the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So we want to get like an understanding from just your basic perspective. How is it possible that the Earth has this axial rotation? Who has measured this axial rotation? Or how can we, as people, know that the Earth is spinning on its axis? And you could just say basic knowledge that you have for that. Like, do you know how that they've come to this realization?
Well, as far as I know, there's several ways and not just one way.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and give us your best proof.
Let me look them up really quick. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
So first thing we can start with is the day and night cycle. So the fact that we have day and night is, you could call it evidence that the Earth is spinning on its axis as the Earth rotates. Basically, different parts of the sun creating daylight in one area and also darkness in another. And also we can talk about satellite imagery. So we can basically observe the Earth's rotation through satellite imagery. So basically images taken over time show that the feature on the Earth's surface move and change due to the Earth's rotation.
Okay, with satellites, we're going to have to go into the vacuum of space. But with just observing the sun, I don't think we have to do that. So I would say a stronger piece of evidence would be one with less steps to actually get to, right? The least amount of steps, but with the best amount of evidence. Would you agree that watching the sun would probably be the one that you would lean towards as the best evidence? Because like with the satellites, when we're going to have to go into like low Earth orbit space and all that kind of stuff, which is another step we'd have to talk about. But in this,
I can't really say there's, you could say the strongest one or whatever, because as far as I know, all the methods actually just have their own strength and also limitations. Right, but none of them are actual definitive proof, as far as I know.
Well, that's an issue, right? Because that's what we need empirical evidence, something that can be tested, falsified, and such.
Okay, we can start with the method that basically determines the Earth rotation depending on the specific situation and also the level of accuracy required, basically.
Well,
that would be the best one, I would assume.
What method is that, though? Because you mentioned two so far.
Yeah, that would be satellite imagery.
Right, so now we're going to have to go into the third step. Like, there's another step that we have to get into as to proving how they're even up there in the first place. So that raises another question, which is the reason why I wanted to wait for that one to be the last one. Well, I don't mind going into it, but like I really wanted to tackle the sun one first. Can we do that? Like I said, we'll go into satellites too, but like first we tackle the sun, and then I'll show you the reason why that you can't use that.
Well, can't you just observe satellites using a telescope?
Yeah, but we only see lights in the sky. We don't see satellites or whatever technology is floating around above
Can't you
our
even
heads.
see them with the naked eye, actually?
Yeah, well, whatever
Under
we
the
see,
right conditions, of course.
whatever we see floating around above our heads, whatever technology that is, it's not in the place where they're telling us it is, because there's a story behind it. Low Earth orbit, right? There's outside of the Earth's like gravitational field or whatever. Like they're still hanging around the Earth, but they're not like in the place where we are, where supposedly gravity's the strongest, right? So there's a bit of a difference between like where they're at, what you think you see, and what it actually is and where it is. So there's a little bit to it. It's not just saying I see a satellite or space exists. So if it were that easy, then there wouldn't be a discussion.
So, do you think if satellites were to be real, are they stationary or not, or are they constantly moving?
There's both. They have both. There's stationary and there's satellites that are in movement, but they're not what you think right now. There's a story attached to it with rockets and going into a ball Earth, and there's a lot more. But what I want to do is I do want to talk about satellites, but I'm going to everything that you just brought up. We'll go step by step and talk about the sun first, and just so that we can work our way to satellites. Like I'm not going to negate the fact you just brought it up, so I'm going to actually talk. All right, so just with the sun, I'm going to ask you. Me and you both go outside. We'll do this thought experiment to kind of eliminate any doubts. So we both go outside. We stand outside and we see a sunrise. What do you think we're seeing when we see the sun? Is the sun moving or standing still? Me and you, if we're being honest.
Oh, so if you were to be outside and there's sunrise, so is it stationary or moving? Right.
Moving.
So from our perspective on Earth, the sun would appear to move across the sky during the day, rising in the east and also setting in the west, as far as I know.
Okay, so
I would assume that the motion of it, what appears to be as motion, is due to the Earth's rotation, which takes about 24 hours, as far as we know.
Right now, we're leaving that as an assumption. We're not saying anything definite. What we are saying definite, our base axiom of knowledge, is that we both observe the sun moving across the sky. That is something you acknowledge right now. Now, the next step. There's an assumption being made or a claim that the sun is the one standing still, and we're the ones that are actually rotating. Now, at what point from that base axiom that we see the sun moving across the sky, do we know that we observe a natural phenomena of the Earth spinning? I'll say it again if you misunderstood what I said.
Yeah, I didn't understand what you said.
Okay, a natural phenomena is something that happens in nature, and we're trying to discover what is the cause of the effect. So, if there's a natural phenomena taking place, how do we know?
Yeah, that's because of observing the movement of the stars in the sky. I don't remember what they're called, but I've seen some images on here. We just see stars and basically lines around them.
Yeah, listen, the stars conversation is also another conversation. But we're right now we're leaning towards understanding what the sun is doing from its movement across the sky, because that's what we both observe. Now, like I said before, what is the naturally observed phenomena of the Earth rotation? So the Earth, because of the sun, not because
I don't think there's just one. There's many, actually, I think.
Yeah, because
phenomena that actually are related to it, as in variables.
Okay, so we're going to add, you want to add the stars into this, not just the sun. Is that right?
Yeah, we can start with something called the Coriolis effect, which basically causes moving objects, including the air itself and also water currents, to be deflected to the right in the northern hemisphere and also to the left in the opposing southern hemisphere. So it's essentially responsible for the rotation of the cyclones and also anticyclones, basically, just opposition again in the atmosphere.
this panel is fully aware of the Coriolis effect. We're fully aware. So we don't need to have like another lesson on it because we all understand. But before we get into that conversation, once again, I'll say it in a way that is mostly understood by people. What is the naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth's rotation? How can we observe the Earth rotating on its axis? Because we do see the sun moving across the sky. We do see the stars moving in the sky. That is all good and well. But we haven't established how the Earth is in motion or how it has axial rotation. So what is the naturally observed phenomena of the Earth rotating? Because we only see things in the sky moving. That's it. From our vantage point, we only see stuff in the sky moving.
Well, we can directly observe the rotation of the Earth from a stationary position where we are basically on its surface, but we can observe it through many different phenomena. And I think, say, most obvious one would be to observe the rotation of the Earth by watching the motion of celestial objects in the sky as the Earth rotates, basically, which we are on.
Yeah, you keep saying that because we see things in the sky in motion, that means that we're in motion. But that's illogical. That's illogical.
Why is that?
It is because, like, when you see a plane moving across the sky, you don't think that you're moving. You think that the plane is moving because it is something that you see in the sky that's moving. It's in motion. You know that it's in motion because people get on airplanes every day. So when you see something in the sky in motion, you cannot assume that you are in motion because you are stationary. You're watching something from a vantage point that there is no movement. And what I mean,
but you could also argue that from the perspective of someone on the plane itself, the plane may appear to be stationary or moving at different speeds, depending on the different reference frame, of course.
Yeah, you can come up with ideas as to how it's possible that you're moving, but that's not the case. Like, the thing is, here we're going to establish some empirical evidence that we are actually moving. So we're getting from the realm of assuming to actually knowing. That's the difference. So that's why I was calling upon the naturally observed phenomena of seeing the Earth actually in motion. Because there's one thing to say that we are seeing things in the sky move. There's another thing to say that we are in motion because the things in the sky are moving. So with that information, we can't establish logically and empirically that we are in motion. We can only establish that the things that we see are in motion. That is all. So until we can actually see some naturally observed phenomena, we're going to start to infer what the Earth is doing. And that's no good for us to actually establish a baseline for knowledge. That's just us theorizing. It's possible that this could be happening. Well, anything is possible in that case.
It's relative to our reference frame. So since we're talking about where we are right now. Yes.
Yeah, that's what they tell us. And they establish this kind of knowledge in our mind so that we can think of other things and assume other things. But we're not assuming anymore. What we're trying to figure out, like a detective, right, is there any real evidence for us to say that the Earth is in motion? Which is why I call upon the empirical evidence of seeing any natural phenomena of Earth's rotation. That's what I'm doing right now, just like a detective would. You're not going to just say, well, we're just going to all assume here that because we see things in the sky moving, we're moving too. No, a good detective would find some good evidence, some empirical evidence.
Have you ever heard of, let me look up the name, Foucault's pendulum?
Yes, we know all about this as well.
Okay, so that demonstrates the rotation of the Earth on its axis, so you could call that evidence.
No, that's
how is that? Why is that?
It's a logical fallacy. It's called affirming the consequent. And let's just say affirming the consequent would actually it's a formal logical fallacy. So what you got to realize is that when you infer on something that's in motion and then say that the Earth is doing something because that thing is in motion, it could be something else that influences that thing that you're talking about, other than the Earth's rotation. So then it would leave it to like, well, there's many variables that could make this thing actually do what it's doing. It doesn't necessarily have to be Earth spin. It could be something else. But the fact that they're coming with this Foucault's pendulum and saying that it's Earth's rotation, it could be something else. And we've talked about it in many ways, right? So when you use a device a device is not something that you see naturally on the Earth. It's something that's man-made. It's a device. Or hey, Morris, you got background.
Somebody's playing music.
Morvis, are you there?
Yo, I'm here.
Oh yeah, you got some background noise, bro. All right. So the naturally observed phenomena would be something, like I said, would have to be seen from the Earth's actual movement of whatever it's doing. But so like a device, like the Foucault pendulum, can have different influences that would affect it. And you could think about
yes,
it.
there's no actual optical experiment that can directly detect the Earth's absolute motion through space, basically. And you could relate that to Albert's theory of relativity, which is true.
No, it's not true. It's a theory. So what we say though is that, like, just like Foucault's pendulum, do you understand why it's not possible to actually say that it's the Earth spinning? I don't know if you understand. I don't want to gloss over it, because like the fact that the device, however the contraption is made, it has to initially be started with a push. You got to shove that thing into motion, and it has a mechanical device at the top of where it's holding the supposed plumb bob, and then the in quotation, the procession, and that word is being used because it's a thought that people think that because the Earth is in motion, that thing's going to be moving in different directions, giving us the indication that we're in motion as well. But the Foucault's pendulum is attached to the inertial reference frame, so the Earth itself the device is attached to the Earth, the whole device, like all of it. But they're trying to say because this plumb bob is swinging in a specific way, that's going to give us the indication that the Earth is in motion, right? That's how they're presenting it. But they're not telling you the other things that causes that plumb bob to be in motion, as in a person needs to...
the plumb bob as in a thing in the center that would represent the Earth, right?
No, the plumb bob is not representing the Earth. What it's doing is it's capturing the motion of the Earth's rotation, according to what they're telling you with the Foucault. But
what they're saying is that the Earth is spinning underneath the pendulum.
Yeah.
That the pendulum stays in its inertial plane, and the Earth spins underneath it.
Yeah, the Earth's spinning underneath the plumb bob. So,
so because there's nothing that can essentially initiate the movement in the first place, therefore it cannot be moving on its own. That's what you're saying.
No, well, this is the way it is. They have to start it with the person actually shoving it into motion. That's how
you could argue because there's no gravity there. I mean, because there's no force that is actually pushing it. Therefore, there has to be a human that actually initiates the device, of course.
Here's the thing. Any Foucault's pendulum that has actually Earth spinning underneath it would just... You leave that plumb bob alone, and if the Earth is indeed in motion, and in specific motions that it's doing, because it has an ellipse around the sun, so it actually accelerates and decelerates. So any motion detected would be noted that the plumb bob would be in motion because the Earth is actually in motion. Like, it's not just influenced by someone, but the Earth starts to make it move because it's in motion. But that's not the case with the Foucault's pendulum. Its initiation of movement happens by a person shoving it into motion, and it's got a mechanical device which keeps it in motion. And I don't know if you knew this, but there's schematics that show that how the device on the very top has this motor that keeps it in motion.
Yeah, and you can actually look up the manual. Like Academy Pendulums is one company that makes them, and you can look in the manual, and it has like adjustment screws, and you can change the tension of the motor, right? The power of the electromagnets. Basically, you do the calculation, how fast it's supposed to process, and you adjust it until it does that.
Yep.
And the other problem is the results are inconsistent just generally, right? So, and I'll give you a specific example. So you can like Google Foucault's pendulum at South Pole. They set up a Foucault's pendulum, and they got the Earth rotates every full rotation every 8 hours, full rotation every 2.24 hours, or 2.24 days, right? So the results themselves are inconsistent. And then there's this other thing called an Elias effect. So what's noticed that during a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse, the speed of precession will change. Called the Elias effect. So that doesn't make any sense, right? So if we go, okay, the rotation of the Earth is causing the Foucault's pendulum to precess, and then the precession changes when there's an eclipse. Therefore, the rotation of the Earth changes. Because if you use one logic to say precession of the Earth, the rotation is causing this, that means that an eclipse changes the cause because you see a different observation. You have to conclude eclipses change the rotational motion of the Earth.
And also, I think they took one Foucault's pendulum to the Antarctic and found that it actually spins in reverse. It goes the opposite way.
You get all sorts of weird results, man. Like you literally are cherry picked. Like you have to cherry pick to get it to do it. Like what the globe predicts.
All right, so hopefully you look into all of that, because this information we've gathered from many years of research and looking into this subject and actually diving into why people say that the Foucault's pendulum is the reason why they say the Earth is spinning. But now that we brought this information to your mind, you can search it out, what we said, and look into it. Look into it and maybe call to your understanding what we've just said. So you can leave that kind of, if you don't have to believe us right now or anything like that, just keep that as something to research with Foucault's pendulum. All right, so I did want to talk about the other thing that you were talking. We're going to work our way to satellites, but what was the other thing that you had just mentioned previous to the Foucault's? Yeah, you were talking about something.
Coriolis effect, or what is it exactly? Satellites, sun.
Yeah, you said something. I don't know.
Sun and satellite. Those were the two things that I've mentioned.
Okay, so we can talk about satellites if you want. So,
sure, if you want to.
That would be.
Hold on, let me bring up one more thing about the rotation of the Earth. So, have you ever heard of the Airy's failure experiment?
No.
So George Biddle Airy was the astronomer royal, for Great Britain, and he, so there's an effect called can't remember the name of it, Fresnel effect. So if you have a refracting medium and it's in motion, it'll deflect the light that enters the medium just from its motion. So if I have a medium of one refractive index and move some device at 10 miles per hour, and then I have a medium of a different refractive index and move it at the same speed, the light will be deflected differently. So what Airy did was he looked at a star through his telescope with air, and then he filled it with water and looked at the same star, and there was no deflection of the light of the star, which demonstrates the Earth is not in motion. Because if the Earth was in motion, the light from the star could not have hit like the center of the eyepiece.
Mm-hmm.
And I could post a link to that too. So like remember I was telling you, like, they don't teach you refutations of like the so-called common knowledge in school. We've collected them. Well, you could call it that. So they bury the information, right? We've asked people that are like physicists, astrophysicists, hey, have you heard of and it's not like George Airy was like some scrub, right? See, he was Airy waves, like he was a famous scientist for his time. He did this experiment and it's pretty much ignored because it goes contrary to the mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
And someone might tell you that this experiment was about the ether. It wasn't. Doesn't mention ether, and ether's never mentioned in there. I'm not going to get into the technical details, but there's a theory of stellar aberration that stars aren't exactly where you see them because of this thing called stellar aberration, and he was testing for that.
By the way,
and
I
got
just
this
had
other
this question
result.
earlier that I wanted to ask you. It's not correlated exactly to what you're talking about, but what is exactly below the flat Earth, or it just remains a matter of belief and speculation? If you guys have any idea.
Well, that kind of goes in what Miggy wanted to talk about, so I'll let him do it.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask about
Mayhem, that's his name.
the sides. Do you believe in an ice wall, or what is it exactly? Because I'm just trying to visualize what the Earth would look like based off of your description, essentially, based off of your research.
What common fallacy that we enter whenever we start to talk about the Earth is the fact that in the instance of the globe, we have the entire realm of existence encapsulated by a sphere or an oblate spheroid. So the common fallacy that takes place when somebody tries to talk about the Earth in this way is that they try to put a conceptualization in their mind as to what the Earth is, as in what's underneath the Earth, what's on top of the Earth, what's all over the Earth. Like, you're trying to ask the question to us as in the discovery of what the entire Earth realm of existence looks like. So there's conceptualizations on the flat Earth side of it looking like a dome-covered snow globe. Have you ever seen one of those snow? That's what
Yes,
some
I
of
have.
that's what some of the conceptualizations are. But I want to clear the air on that. None of us have a model or something to look at, as in per the idea of the globe. You know how the globe has a spinning globe on the classroom and all that. There isn't one like that we can lean on. Although there are people, some of the most prolific flat earthers are using these like snow globe ideas, dome covered maps, AE maps and such. That is not a representation of the Earth because nobody has an overall view or vantage point of what the Earth looks like. So from the flat Earth side, we can't tell you what's underneath the Earth because we haven't been outside of its ecosystem to see that. If there's like outside of this enclosed ecosystem, because I haven't even got to this point, but outside of its enclosed ecosystem, we're saying that you can't leave this place. This created place that you're in right now, there is no exit. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. But
Do you think that it is essentially meant to be this way by the creator of this? What do you call it? A realm?
yeah, you can think of it as a terrarium, but yeah, it's a realm that we exist in that there's no exit. You can't just leave. The place that we were meant to live at is this place. And so it's an enclosed system by all intents and purposes. So the third place I wanted to take you to, well, satellites was going to lead us there, but you can't leave this place because of the fact that we have air pressure. That's telling you something. The fact that we have air pressure and the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. So it needs to be physically contained within an ecosystem like ours. So if people use any other example as something else can be the container, whatever it is, they're going to have to provide evidence that that other thing they're talking about is a container. Because what we see in nature is that whenever time you have gas pressure, and you do this anywhere, right? Anywhere on Earth, wherever you have gas pressure, you have a container. If I want to put a lot of pressure, you do understand this, right? Like I don't have to go into specifics. Okay. Well, so you knowing that gas pressure necessarily has to have a container every time, we're breathing 14 psi at the ground level, right? So you know this. And as you get further up in the sky, there's a gradient pressure, it starts to decrease and so on. And, it's whatever it is until you reach the maximum limit. And of course, there's a story beyond the limit to say that it goes into, negative 10 to the negative 6 and all that kind of good stuff right above
Do you think that is humanly impossible to go beyond that, basically, no matter how advanced our technology is, if that were to be the case?
Well, it's not about that. It's about the understanding that the system that we live in, if it has pressure, then it must needs a container. Like it has to have a container that contains this ecosystem. Now, gas pressure needs to have a container. That should be understood. So if we are living under this pressure that we're breathing this air, high and low pressure, because it's a dynamic system, right? The weather patterns that we have will show you that the dynamic system changes and variance in pressure, low and high. But there's always a movement of this pressure where we're always going to have the understanding that the gas pressure is going to have the container. So how can we have gas pressure without a container? Now think about the instance of the globe. It's considered to be an open system, right? Matter and energy can transfer outside of the Earth, like the globe. So if the globe has matter and energy transfer, how is it possible that we have this gas pressure if it's an open system? If there's nothing containing the gas, and the gas, what it actually tends to do with entropy, right? They consider the understanding to be entropy the second law of thermodynamics, right? So if you have a high pressure, it'll always move to the low pressure until it equalizes. Or the understanding that hot moves to cold, but we know that this is a law of nature. Like, you should know this. Like, unless you don't know this, like, try to find, a way you can get pressure without a gas pressure without a container.
Yes.
So we all understand this, and if that is the case, then it doesn't matter if it's a gradient pressure if it starts to decrease. What we understand is that there's pressure in the first instance. So it would be considered delta. Gas pressure is considered delta, and the understanding that you need to have a gradient. If you do have a gradient, that would be like the delta X. If you have a gradient air pressure, that's secondary to the fact that there is already gas pressure in the first instance.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, that's we're understanding how is it achieved? How is gas pressure achieved anyway? Even if we have a gradient pressure, we still have to have the gas pressure in the first place. So, with that being said, how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? And remember, I want to remind you on this. If you say any other thing that causes gas pressure, containment, you're going to have to show us how that thing you just said is a container. And you're going to have to use it in a demonstration.
As in a real life demonstration?
Yes. Not a theory.
Like the experiment that they showed before. Right?
Yes, because we can show you in reality, you putting air in your tire is going to be the container is the tire, and the air that you put in your tire is the pressure that you're going to insert. Like, you could do the same for a can. Everything that we understand is contained system will have gas pressure. But if anything you mention is a container, you're going to have to show us a demonstration how that thing that you're telling us is an actual container that can contain gas pressure. That's pressure.
Interesting.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Right. So it's going to leave you with more questions than it does answers, because there should be only one answer right now. Is a physical container containing that gas pressure. And we
think that could possibly be a dome? If that's the case?
These speculations that people have on what is containing us, it varies from dome to, like, it could be a cube or whatever. Like, that, to me, it's really not in the.
Why a cube exactly? Actually, what do you think people would think that a container would be a cube? That was just a random speculation you just thrown there.
No. Well, I could get a random speculation, but I can also say that the four corners of the earth supported, religiously and so on. But this still does not. It's not getting to the heart of what we have to be talking about in here. These, like, speculations never are the thing that we talk about until we're just having fun, or we're saying, hey, I'm thinking about, like, the earth in this way or whatever. But that's neither here nor there in the realm of, like, empirical evidence. What we're establishing here is if whatever they're saying in mainstream has any validity to it, or is it just them supporting a story, a narrative. And so for you, I think that's the most important thing right now. Does anything they say support empirical evidence, where we can follow up and say, look, we can do demonstrations and know that the earth is a globe via this demonstration? But we can't. It seems like everywhere we turn, it's all met with theories, assumptions, assertions. And you're going to find more often than not that is the pattern that happens when you speak to people that talk about the globe. They don't tell you anything you can demonstrate. They're like, well, check it out, man, Foucault's pendulum. And we're like, yeah, that's easy when you're looking at a device that has to be firstly initiated by somebody shoving it into motion, and then a motor keeping it in motion. And then you have to kind of adjust it to where it's going to be doing what you want. But that has nothing to do with the earth spinning. That's everything to do with you doing something to a device and then saying voila, Then that's not it. So we're holding them to task when it comes to this. So, like, in the case of, and the reason why I was leaning on the gas pressure argument is because it's going to tell you, okay, now from that knowledge, from the necessary antecedent to gas pressure, we're going to find out how is it possible that the narrative they're telling you is that they're leaving the system of Earth and going into LEO, low Earth orbit, with your satellite. Now, we're not negating the fact that there's technology that flies above our head. We don't negate that. I mean, my goodness sakes, we got balloons and solar powered devices that can fly above us, drones and planes and whatever. We know that's possible. That's not like outside of the realm of us being like conspiracy theorists or whatever. What we're saying though is that the thing that you say you see as a satellite is in a place that cannot exist, because it would be outside of this this realm that we're in. So they can't give you an imagination about where it is, because it's not there in the first instance. And we can tell you with gas pressure, how is it leaving the system if matter and energy are supposedly what transfers, and if that's the case, then how do you have gas pressure without a container? Do you see the logical reasoning there?
Yes, it makes sense.
Right. So now we're getting to the fact that satellites are up there, but they're just not in the place where they're telling you it is. Now, they've been doing things with satellites, and somebody can probably post something in the live stream voice text orb for you to look at, but they've been doing things with balloon technology, I think from the 30s on forward, like from the early 30s, and they've been putting, I think Echo 1 is something you can look at as far as satellites go. NASA has been one of the biggest consumers of helium. And so what you will find out, and they will not deny, and anywhere you look, is that balloon technology for satellites, not just for weather balloon purposes, but for other satellites. Remember, and I'll give it to you this way.
By the way, 1 second. Do you think this has any correlation whatsoever to the balloons that have been sent by China's?
I was just going to get to that. Yeah. You actually hit a thing that I was going to talk about. So just in recent news, there was like some Chinese satellite that was flying over the U.S. and, I mean, the speculations on the story are kind of like, how stories go on when it gets to mainstream media. Anyway, they said that they shot down a balloon that was considered a spy satellite. Now, this was no weather balloon. This was an actual satellite that was spying on a balloon. And they even showed, there's a GIF where it shows how they shot it down. I have the GIF. It's saved on my images.
Yeah, I would appreciate if you can post it here. I would like to
does anybody have here? Let me just. You know what? I'll do it.
That's really interesting, actually.
1 second. Give me a second.
Okay. Take your time.
Yeah, no, I have it. Let me see. I have it in my favorites. Yeah, give me 1 second. I bet you it's this one. Stupid thing doesn't post. Yeah, they put the information for Echo 1 as well, so don't forget to take a look at that. Also.
Okay. Why did they not post it in live stream voice chat? That'd be so much better. So that everybody could see it.
It is, but it's you got to scroll up. You might do some.
Didn't you guys just repost?
Yeah, it's really just like you just scroll up a little bit. It's right there. Okay. Martoth posted.
Let me see.
Well, Martoth posted the Glenn Research Center balloon mission launch, and you can see that they're using balloon technology. But then a little further right above that is Martoth posting the wiki for Project Echo.
Is it this one? This?
Project.
Or
no. It's right beneath that. Keep going down.
Okay,
Look.
let me see.
It's got like a black and white image, and it's got NASA on the big old balloon.
Oh, I found it. This.
That's it.
Oh, I see. Is that the actual balloon, or what is that?
Yeah.
Thumbnail.
That's the balloon. It's called Echo 1. But just look into that. It's really interesting.
Why does it have a NASA logo written on it?
Because that's what. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff you probably don't know. Yeah, just bear with us, man. It might get a little crazy here.
Keep in mind this was the early '60s.
Yeah, truth is stranger than fiction, man. When it comes to like this stuff.
Okay.
Shit, I guess I gotta go to my computer. Anyways, yeah, I don't see that I have it right on my phone, but it's because it's not, the image isn't popping up. Anyways, yeah, they shot this balloon down. It was over America, and the storyline was that it was a old Chinese technology that the spy satellite was a. But still, they said it was a spy satellite. My thing is too is like, how did it penetrate U.S. airspace without them not noticing until it was already in the almost mid-America? It was like Montana or something. Like, come on, like they didn't. Nobody recognized this satellite, like a just curious spy satellite that was flying around, and they just found out like all of a sudden that the balloon was noticed. That's a little too far-fetched to me. Anyway, the way the story went, but still. But what I'm saying here is that the point of it is that there is technology that's flying around in balloons today, even today. And if you look at Project Loon, which was now discontinued, if you go to the website, it's going to even tell you how they do it.
Is that the balloon? Is that the image? Right there, somebody posted the last one in the chat. Live stream voice 60.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
that's it. That is it.
Well, there's no NASA logo, so
no. I have. It's a Chinese.
Yes.
So anyway, when you look up at the sky, look at the satellite that's underneath that balloon. You see how that looks?
Oh yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Right. So you can actually see lights. If it was to have a light that would be blinking or whatever. Thank you, Acid Rain, for that. Look at the way the satellite looks, and you can see technology flying around your head, above your head. Now, it's not to say that it's propelled by some kind of engine. It could just be on a balloon, or it could be solar powered, or some other technology. But it still can be explained with like what we see with like the Project Loon.
Crazy thing is that they teach you about this in school. That's the crazy part.
I know.
They show you those images of satellites and so on.
Yeah, but what I'm saying here though is that this technology is not something hidden. It's not like, oh, these conspiracy theorists are all saying the balloon technology. No, this stuff has been open to the public for you to actually examine and know that it's actually out there. But the other thing they're saying on top of that kind of technology is that they're going into low Earth orbit. And let's say, for instance, Elon Musk is talking about him putting what is it? His satellite company that he's got up there. Elon Musk, he's got a satellite company. He put up there, Starlink, I think is the name, Starlink. And so Starlink is like a row of satellites.
Yes, it's Starlink. Yes.
They let go of a row of satellites, and supposedly it's going to bring internet connection, but from low Earth orbit. Right now, the Project Loon was talking about it's balloon technology that brings you internet connectivity from high altitude, not from low Earth orbit, but from like up in the stratosphere. Like so, there are winds that move in different directions in the stratosphere, and very powerful winds too, that are currents or that circulate on top of the Earth. So there's some knowledge that they have about what kind of winds are up there, and depending on the elevation of the balloon, it'll catch that current and it'll go a specific direction. Or if they wanted to be stationary, they know that the particular type of winds that are up there that they'll take advantage of, and they'll use like the balloons to actually hover over a location. They can group them together, and then they'll have their stationary satellites. They know how to achieve this with just balloon technology. This isn't far-fetched. The information is public. You can look it up. There's a website that has Project Loon, and it details everything of what they do, of how they raise the balloon up to a certain elevation, and it catches the wind and it goes in a specific direction they want it to go, or they have a thing on the balloon where it actually lowers down and it catches another wind and goes a different direction. But they they're able to tap into this understanding and then be able to navigate this balloon where they want it to go. Giving
What do you think about the rockets and the insane amount of resources they spent on making rockets, basically? What do you think about that?
The rockets and their technology are basically a dog and pony show. They're just used so that people can see something happen and lends credence to the fact that they're going into the vacuum of space or the low Earth orbit of space. But when you see a rocket launch and it takes off, no rocket that's actually be going into low Earth orbit is going to be going straight up, as some people might think. Rocket launches don't go.
What do you think is the? What do you think is? Do you know their explanation for the weird line that happens? Whatever is left after the rocket when it launches, like how it curves. What is their explanation of it? Because I've seen it on Tesla's account.
Yeah, the parabolic curve happens because what they're trying to do in the instance of leaving the Earth is.
They will mention gravity, I would assume, right?
Yeah, but it's a part of escape velocity. So what they're doing is they're trying to match or beat the Earth's rotation so that they can achieve maximum.
Oh yeah. That's what I was gonna assume, that because the Earth rotates, therefore you see the rocket trail bending basically because it moves up while the Earth moved position basically or rotated.
But that's not even it yet. What they're trying to do is to follow a trajectory that's going to give them. They'll even show it in a diagram so you won't be lost. What they're trying to do is go in a parabolic curve around the Earth until they hit maximum escape velocity to where they're leaving at, I think it's at 25,000 miles per hour or some crazy number like that. But like once they hit that, then they're not held down by the Earth's gravitational pull like as they were when they were in the Earth's ecosystem. So when they're doing the parabolic curve,
wait, when they hit what exactly?
25,000 miles per hour.
Huh.
And once they achieve that goal, that they escape Earth's gravitational pull, then they go into a system considered to be like the low Earth orbit or above the thermosphere of the Earth. And so once they do that, it's not going to come right straight back down again. It's actually set into motion by this trajectory that they take with a parabolic curve. So they're doing that so they can go around the Earth. They're going to use like a catapult system. They're trying to catapult themselves outside of the Earth's orbit or its trajectory around the Earth, so they can gain enough momentum so they don't need to be relying on the rockets anymore. They can just go on the pure momentum of leaving the Earth's ecosystem at 25,000 miles per hour. So once that's achieved, and you can look this up. I'm not running game on you. This is exactly what they're saying. Why they take.
By the way, somebody mentioned planes, and that why do they not do that? I would assume it's because the height difference. What are your thoughts on that?
Did you say lanes?
No, planes. Yes.
What about planes?
The trails, it doesn't do the same thing as rockets, and I would assume that's to do with the height compared to the Earth's surface.
Well,
how far they are.
Yeah, there's. Okay, so you look at just bear with me on this. You look at a plane from your eastern sky. Let's say you're seeing it from the horizon to horizon. You want to follow the plane. What it appears to do is look like it's coming up from your vantage point, right? You see a plane and it leaves a contrail behind it. I'm not calling them chemtrails. It leaves a contrail behind it, and it looks like the smoke looks like it's coming up and then above your head and back down again from the western sky. Let's say if you're watching it from east to west, right? So it looks like it's coming up as an arc over your head visually, but it's flying at the same altitude, and you're gonna be like, dude, didn't you just say the Earth was flat? Yes, I did. But the thing that you see with that is considered to be like you would as anything you see in perspective. So your eyes see the world in a very perspective mode or frame, of visual representation. Because when you see like down a long corridor or long hallway, you're going to notice that your vision always puts everything, it converges everything to the center point of the eye line. So it'll make it seem like everything's converging at the eye line in the far distance. Meaning like if you see down a long hallway, the walls and the ceiling and the floor look like they converge to a point. Do you know what I mean when I say this? Or
I found it a little bit hard to understand this last part about comparison between
try a really
lanes
simple,
trail and also the.
Well, I got a really simple one for you, right?
Yes.
The rocket starts with a vertical motion and then has to move horizontally. of course it's not going to go in a straight
So
line.
it goes up and then moves right, left, or whatever that direction is, essentially, opposing to up and down, right?
Right, whereas the plane starts and ends, and the entire path is basically a horizontal motion, aside from like ascending and descending.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, but can you see what I was saying though about like the perspective of, and I wanted to lean on the perspective that way you can understand when you're seeing something like a plane and you see the control behind the plane, you're going to be able to.
By the way, do you believe in since we're talking about trails, do you believe in the rainbow trails?
We'll get to that in a moment. To keep a pin on that. Maybe you might want to write it down. I want it to get lost in the thought process. But I just want to finish with perspective on how we see things in the sky, like a plane flying at a specific altitude. We're going to perspective, it's going to look like it's coming up over your head. It's not. It's flying at the specific altitude above your head. And so when we visually see the Earth represented in our vision is seeing the world like it does down a long corridor. It's putting everything converging to the eye line when you see things in the far distance, right? We don't notice it because it doesn't seem that way when we're looking over, let's say, like a distance. If you're standing on a hill or something, you're seeing things in the far. You don't see everything looking like it's converging because it's out in the open. But that's exactly what's happening in your vision. It's converging everything into the eye line. So, anyways, with perspective, and then you start seeing the plane's contrail, it'll look like it's going in an arc above your head, even though it's flying at a specific altitude. But with the parabolic curve that an actual rocket's going to be taking, that's something visually that can be represented. And it's not necessarily the fact that perspective is doing it. It's because the arc that it takes is, like they would claim, is not like rockets don't go straight up into low Earth orbit. That's just not what happens. And so their I call it excuse, but yeah, the excuse that they use is that they're doing it so that they can go with the Earth's rotundity, so they can go and use the escape velocity that was needed when they complete the orbit of the Earth as it goes around the Earth. So that's just a story, however. But what we're saying here is that that's why you said, well, what about rockets? And so I'm explaining to you. It's a dog and pony show for adults. This is basically like Santa Claus.
So essentially, now I have to make people believe that they're actually doing something beyond Earth, basically, so that they're more. They can just stay in the brainwash mode.
But here's the thing, though. Like a guy who works at NASA doesn't know if the Earth is a globe or not. We've talked to. There was a NASA safety engineer that came into a chat in this chat, and I asked him the same questions that we asked you. He didn't have an answer for them. And not that the man just works at NASA, like specifically probably even working on satellite, whatever. Putting it together or whatever it is that they do there. But he only knows what to do from his job. Like he doesn't know if the Earth is a globe or not. Like he just knows what he knows from his specific job that he does.
Yeah, well, I would assume based off of your position, you don't necessarily just talk about, oh, hey, is the Earth this or that, the shape of the Earth. You don't just discuss about it. You just do your job, basically.
Yeah, if you're clocking in and clocking out, you're doing a job that needs to be done. Whatever that job is, punching data into a computer or, fixing some sort of technology. And so we're not denying the fact that they're working on things, but they're just not going to the place they think they're going. You know what I mean? Like they're not seeing the actual thing go into space. Like even if they have computers in that with data, they don't know how, they think that the place that they're, when these technology...
Don't you think that they get some visual representations or something, like actual visuals?
They have all of that, but the place that they think that the visuals, where they see the visuals, it's not in the place that they think that they're in. That's what I'm telling you. So you could say...
What do you think it happens inside of a studio CGI, or what is it?
No, listen. You could say it's high altitude, but it's not low Earth orbit. That's what I've been saying. These indications of looking at images and videos are showing you a vantage point that you can't get to, but that they're saying is low Earth orbit, and it's just high altitude. That's not low Earth orbit or outside of the Earth's ecosystem, because at some point there's a limit. But they're not telling you where the limit is. So when you see a rocket go up, uncut footage, come back down, you're like, dude, that's
By
lower.
the way, when you say ecosystem, you're referring to Earth's as in environment, basically the gases in it, and essentially everything that is within the Earth specifically.
That's correct.
Be considered out of the Earth. Okay.
Right. So Earth's enclosed system. I would more aptly put it that way. Earth's enclosed system. So they're not leaving Earth's enclosed system. They're still within it. So it doesn't matter how high you think they're going, because they're only telling you a story and you can't verify it. Because you can't get there. Well, let me see what you got on the computer there. How high is it? You don't have that access. So whatever they're telling you, you're taking it in as a, well, I guess they're going to low Earth orbit. I don't know. But you can't be privy to that. And this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is something that is just, you're not privy to this information. They're telling you a story. It's going, this high or whatever. And you're like, okay, let's verify this altitude you say you're going, as in per low Earth orbit. Because it's one thing to see a computer screen and numbers. It's a whole other thing to actually verify you can actually get to that altitude and do the things that they say they're doing. Because in an enclosed system would be just that. You cannot leave the system. There's nowhere to go, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the words of Bill Nye the Science Guy. He actually said that one time. But that he didn't mean, I'm pretty sure, like what people are thinking about, like as an enclosed system. But he did say, yeah, you can't, there's nowhere to go. Earth's an enclosed system. Anyway, just getting back to the point, satellites are not in the place you think they are, and they're on probably different technology that you're assuming. It's not in a vacuum of space, low Earth orbit. It's all in an enclosed system, and technology is flying above our heads. No one's denying that, but it's just not in the place you think that it is. So the perspective...
I want to bring something up, Megan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so just like about NASA employees, there's also this common thread with the questions you're asking. They're all based. You have this belief system based upon the claims of complete strangers that they went and did fantastic things, and it's like really just why would they lie? I can't believe these people would tell me these things. But just to bang home what Miggy was talking about people's jobs. They say you work at NASA, what you actually know. So I'm going to read you something from, this guy was the flight director for the Apollo program. His name is Gene Kranz. So he said he wrote a book called Failure is Not an Option. Page 234 in his book, he wrote, in the late 1960s, our simulation technology had progressed to the point where it became virtually impossible to separate the training from actual missions. The simulations became full dress rehearsals for the missions down to the smallest detail. And he also said on the Discovery Channel, this, MCC simulations were indistinguishable from the actual mission and that no controller could tell the difference. Okay? So that's one thing. We had this other guy. So Miggy talked about one NASA employee. We had a NASA employee come in here. His name is Stuart Gray. Now, he claims he put satellites into space, yada, 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 smashed the satellite into a comet, whatever.
Do you think you would not get in trouble for being in a flat Earth server as a NASA employee? Do you think?
It's definitely him. He has a YouTube channel. He has a YouTube channel with him, recovering his payload. Let's put it that way. So I asked him. He says, yes, I put satellites in space. Yes, I blah, blah, blah. I said, okay. After the rocket launched, how'd you know where it was? Well, they told us. Who told you? NASA told us. NASA's called Deep Space Network tells us where the satellite is. So he has no data. Him, right? Like, he made the satellite, they paid for it, put it in orbit, whatever, right? This is what he thinks, right? He saw it take off the rocket take off, took a parabolic arc, went out of sight. After that, he has no knowledge of where it is. His knowledge, his so-called knowledge of where it is somebody telling him where it is. Yes, this is in space, 3,000 miles above the Earth, blah, 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 blah. Now, this is someone that claims to build these things, right? So he has direct, intimate knowledge, and even his knowledge is limited once it hits the rocket, right? Once, like, okay, here you go, rocket people. Take our satellite, stick it on your rocket. That's where his knowledge ends. It's all over for him at that point. After that, it's all relying on other people to tell him things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can we talk about the what is below the flat Earth? Because that was I was gonna ask that earlier. What do you guys know? Or do you just speculate?
As in straight down below, or as in like underneath the entire Earth realm below?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Why
Which
not?
one?
Whatever, which one you could possibly try to answer. I'll let you know.
Yeah, the answer to the one straight down is the furthest any human has ever been down. It's probably past the 8-mile mark with the oil rig that's drilling. Like there was an oil rig that dug in China or something that went down past 8 miles. But there's a well-known one called the Kola Super Deep borehole that you could look up. That the furthest they could ever go
A
down.
wormhole? What? Oh, I mean the shape of it, like a representation. Okay.
A borehole.
Okay, I was confused. Okay, yeah, clear.
Wormhole.
I was confused as fuck. I mean, because he was talking about realms. Listen, because he was talking about realms.
Yeah,
and then
I get it.
I was like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, people like to classify the Earth as a planet, so we need like a different classification, right? Because we think that's a category error.
Well, you can just call it a plane.
Well, it does,
whatever.
You can
or a playing ground, perhaps.
Topographical plane is.
Yeah, call it what you will. Call it what you will. Like the name. The fact is the realm that we're in right now has only been known to you as far as like what you think it is. So you haven't discovered. No one has what's past 8 miles down under the earth. Like if you wanted to go straight down into the earth, see how far down it goes, you would probably only achieve a maximum limit of like 8 miles. That's it.
How come you can't go farther than 8 miles, but you can go higher up than 50?
By the way, I have a really random question to
Because one is
Indio.
air and the other one's dirt and rock.
Yeah.
What kind of question is that?
Yeah, who asked that
Indio,
question? It's hard.
Have you ever heard of?
Well, because
This is
everything
really
else
random, but
it just seemed odd.
What?
Hey, if I turn the drill upside down, right, the borehole, and I somehow make it go straight up in the air, how far could I go?
Dude, who's even asking that question? Like, that's weird.
Rhinoceros. Is this a different account?
Mm-hmm.
No, there's a rhinoceros.
Hey,
That's
Indio,
so
I have a question for you. So, do you think that hollow Earth theory is probably half truth, or that it's actually somewhat correlated to a flat Earth?
No,
That there's some sort of realm or something.
They try to make correlations with things like these caves that are the cave openings that are in like southern Chile, or like these the people are diving into these caves.
Basically,
and like,
natural caves. You mean?
Yeah, but they're using that as a catapult to say that the Earth's hollow, guys. And there's a whole other.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Hyperborea? By the way.
Yes.
Okay. What are your thoughts on it?
The original map, right? The Hyperborea actually goes back in Thule. It predates Mercator a little bit.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on it, Indio?
Mine?
Yes, especially if it correlates to the flat Earth. Do you see any correlation, or you think it's bullshit, or what exactly?
I think it might have existed at one time, but I don't think it exists now.
Okay. Well, as far as I know, is that it is related to aliens. As far as I know, that there's aliens down there, or I don't know exactly. I haven't researched it much, but it's
right.
Yeah.
All right, I got something for you guys. That was interesting. What was just read earlier, that the test could actually be indistinguishable from what they claim actually doing it. So, could it be possible that even astronauts, the simulation, yes. So astronauts, we assume that they are lying, but could it be possible that they make the test so indistinguishable from what they claim they're actually doing, and that's the goal from the beginning when they created NASA? Like, let's make these simulations, let's make these tests so believable and so accurate that even the astronaut themselves is not actually lying, because there's like a space ride. Anybody that's been to Disney World, in Florida, there's a space ride where they like simulate and make you feel like, oh, you're going up into outer space. Well, could they simulate it to the point that the astronaut, when they do a post interview, they're actually not lying because they've simulated the entire experience for them to the point where they actually believe they went to outer space? Could that be possible?
Yeah, so let me just expound on that because I have something to add. There was a guy who's internet famous, you might call him. His name is Cody. And he got on a rocket ride with the Blue Origin rocket. And so he went to like quote unquote space. And it was only 198,000 feet that he went up in the air. I have a sound clip of him. You might know him in the channel, Dude Perfect, but I got a sound clip of him like actually talking about the experience, like when he came back down, and he said exactly what you're describing in a way that was like a spiritual experience. And so when you listen to this guy, you would like, dude, why would he be lying? He's just a regular Joe on the internet. He might be internet famous, from YouTube, but what reason does he have to lie? He's not like a NASA agent or anything. So when you look at this, they did experience something, but it's just not what everybody thinks not at 198,000 feet. He did not see no curvature of the earth at that height. And so, yeah, it is possible that if they've done something, they take these people on these rocket rides or, do something where, it's possible to get to a certain altitude, and then they experience something, and then they come and they say that their experience is real. What are you going to deny that? So yeah, it becomes like one of those things.
Right.
And how are you going to
exactly? And this gives them the opportunity to actually claim that it's real at the end of the day. So if anybody tries to bust them on anything or catch them on anything, no, it all actually really happened. And there's limits in what I can say about the 2020 thing, but we know that there was the event 201 thing. So a lot of what they do is based all on simulations and testing and all these things. And so they just go up to the point in their testing and their simulations where they can kind of back themselves up on everything, because it gets to a point where, and that's why I think that's a great quote that was read. I don't know who that was that read that, but when you were reading from the book and the person said that their simulations were so effective that they were indistinguishable, that word that they used, indistinguishable from the actual thing. So I'll hand it back over to you guys to speak on.
And what's the actual thing?
So what I mean is that it gets to the point where if the test is indistinguishable from the actual thing being claimed, this gives them perfect backup if they're ever asked about anything. I mean, you're not actually lying, because whatever the person experienced was so indistinguishable from the thing that they're claiming that it would be very hard to catch someone lying if they believe that they're telling the truth. So I think that's how everything. So it's like you have these futurists, like these Klaus Schwab guys going back decades, and so they're just basically simulating and creating like a kind of projecting things, testing things, simulating things of the world, kind of the vision that they want to impress upon the people. And it's up to a point where that the simulation is so, and the tests are so, to use that word again, indistinguishable from the actual thing that they're suggesting, that it's a way that you could really fool a lot of people. So that's that's the larger.
We lost orb jetted from the live stream. So the guy we're talking to, he's not here anymore. No matter. We've covered a lot from the time he was here, so it was still good.
I'm sure. So somebody used the example. Somebody said that one guy that went up into the air, but I'm actually picturing these so-called astronauts just in a room somewhere on the ground, in a room that's, you know, simulated to be the spaceship. And then from that spaceship that's on the ground or underwater or wherever the simulation is taking place, they're experiencing all these things. And up into the point where that astronaut afterwards, they could be on a year mission, you know, and then afterwards they get interviewed on that, and they explain, and they took video of everything that they did and so on and so forth, up to the point where it could be possible that that person, that so-called astronaut, actually even believed themselves that they went to space. Now that's just me like trying
Well, what
to
about
figure out how
Jupiter's
they
delight,
pull this stuff off.
But there's so much Jupiter's delight. Doesn't that seem kind of impossible with all the smiling and giggling they do?
No, no, because do you think that's you think that's euphoria from being in a spiritual experience like the way they have? So when they look like they're enjoying themselves or like laughing, they're not. A regular person wouldn't take it like that way. You think like, man, they're just excited, or they must be happy because of the experience they had. So it's not. It would be considered more euphoria, not Duper's delight. Duper's delight would be something that somebody would be snickering at you at or laughing at you because you're believing something that's totally not true. So you will never know that they're doing that. You just know that people do that. There are people like to, you know, how you fool your friend and believing a lie that you told him.
It's always obvious
makes
when
you laugh.
break through the fourth wall. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shop it.
So that's Duper's delight is something like you probably don't see these guys doing. The outward appearance of them smiling and laughing or something is because they have like some sort of spiritual experience of whatever they done. Just like what I was telling you with Dude Perfect, and when he went on the rocket ride, they came back. They were cheering and
them the benefit of the doubt.
crying even. But it's not Duper's delight. What's that? Ryan, I didn't hear what you said.
Well,
Well, I've seen a few takes where they're actually grabbing the cable the guy's hanging from, and then they look and they smile, the big old smile on their face. That to me, that's pretty obvious that it's Duper's delight because you know what I'm saying. I hate to say it,
But you wouldn't know that though. It just seems that that's a speculation you have. You wouldn't know that until you know they're not gonna think about it. They would have.
I'm not saying I can confirm anything. I agree with you on that, but I'm saying, you know, like you can only see that so many times before you. I mean, I could sit down with you right now and show you videos that I've got that I take right off of NASA's website that'll show you that there's complete horse crap. You know what I mean? There's no truth to what they're telling you they're doing up there. They're not doing nothing. They're just faking it. That's all they're doing. Now, why would they have to fake it? I don't know. Maybe there's something up there. Maybe there's not. I don't know. I mean, who knows, right?
The smiles help to sell like a wholesome experience. So it's like, yeah.
I think it's all based on simulations and testing. You know, like even like, oh, we could take something kind of less controversial, like these 15-minute cities, for example, that they're talking about doing for the future. So basically, they like project like what kind of matrix they want to put the masses in, and so some guys like, okay, well, this would be a great way to control people if we had 15-minute cities. Okay, everything is here. This would reduce population issues. You know, whatever the objective is that they want to achieve. So they will model that. They're going to pick some place. I think they already designated some area. I can't remember which country it is, like somewhere like Switzerland or something like that. And they're actually going to do a project where they're going to try to implement this 15-minute city project. Okay. Well, same thing like with the Event 201 thing. They had like the simulation that they wanted to run the test. Okay, now let's go back to the space thing. Whenever they created NASA, they had their vision in mind. Okay, what matrix do we? Okay, we want to push forth this round ball idea that the world is a globe. So what kind of thing would we need to simulate? What would we need to test here? And then make the test as best as you can. You want to make it indistinguishable from what they claim is the real thing. And this is also their way of sort of staying ahead of the game. Like they can even project out things that, like when new technologies are being developed, you have to read the books of these futurist guys like Klaus Schwab. Like he wrote it in in his book, like all their different ideas and plans for the future. So anything that they think they want to plan, they really way in advance, they run all kinds of tests and simulations, and that's how they sort of stay ahead of the curve on everybody. Well, funny to use the word curve, but you get my point.
NASA's just a production company, that's all. Just another arm of Hollywood.
But they have what they want to do, and then whether they do it or not doesn't even matter. The point is people think that they did it. Okay, we could take climate change, for example. Whether or not climate change is actually happening, they can create some kind of simulation through either media or whatever the crap is that they're spraying in the sky or whatever's going on. They just have to push it enough to where it simulates whatever experience they're suggesting to the people. So if they're suggesting that the Earth that there's a global cooling going on, they could try to push it as far as they can to simulate that. If it's a global warming that's going on, they can try to push their simulation as far as they can to make people believe that. If it's a globe world that they want to push for, they push for that. If it's a pandemic that they want to push for, whatever it is, it's all based. This is kind of my larger point, that way in advance, whatever they're trying, whatever psychosis they're putting on the people, they will, even if they don't achieve it, do or don't, it won't matter, because they're going to push the simulation to the point where whether it happens or doesn't happen, the people will believe that it happened. And that's also, by the way, good for investment, because they want to project what's going to be the future technologies and the future needs and wants of the people, what's the future markets of the world. So if you already know in advance what that's going to be, because you're projecting this thing out and you're a futurist and you're going to make the people believe that what's happening, whether it is happening or not happening, well, then you're always ahead of the rest of you're always ahead of it, one step ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, that part's a given. The majority of the world is just followers after all, so. If you know where you're going to be leading them in, say, 20 years, then you know where to put your money.
Thank you. Whoever unmuted me, thank you.
Don't run interference on our convos in here, Brandon. You've been warned. I even told Indio, if you run interference again, you're going to be ejected for good. So,
well, wait, that's not what I was doing. I was joining a conversation, and if he just wanted it to be one-on-one, he should have said it.
Brandon, running interference means that it's not just one-on-one. It means that you're trying to actually stop the conversation from whatever was happening to insert your comments. You know when you're doing it. That's why I'm saying you're fully aware. This is just the final warning of warnings. So next time, not even a person that you appeal to will be able to bring you back, because I will ban you every time. So hopefully you understand that much. That's all we're saying.
Can I have a warning, whether it's a conversation or what's going on?
This is the warning right now. Don't run interference on the people we talk to in here.
That's not what I was trying to do.
Well, that's what happened. So don't do it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's not what I was doing. I was trying to join the conversation.
If you don't think you're doing it and you do it again, you're going to get ejected. That's all I'm saying.
So I can't join conversations anymore?
You can join the conversation, but if somebody's taking someone through a point and then you interfere, that's going to cause an issue. That's different than you joining the conversation. Very different.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, Brandon, you've been here long enough that you don't have any slack on being disingenuous anymore.
It's very strange when you say you don't want to argue flat Earth, but as soon as somebody else that believes in the globe comes along, you're like, okay, I'm going to talk about it now.
Actually, I couldn't even talk whether someone else is in here or not.
Well, you don't seem to talk about it whenever nobody else is around.
Yeah, when you have the spotlight on you, you really don't. You back away and you leave the conversation. When another Glober comes in here, then it's been a pattern that you have. We've all noticed it already, so it's not like it's a secret thing that you do. We know you're listening on the live stream, and when a Glober pops in here, you want to have enough ammunition and people to talk with you about the same side that you believe the Earth is a globe. So you chime in and you run a bit of interference as if they have some points you want to harp on, and then we turn focus on you, and then you leave the chat. You've been doing this quite some time now, so you can't like act all innocent. We know what you're doing, but we're just saying, know this: if you do it again, you're going to be ejected for good.
Wig.
Been following the Master Learns playbook.
Oh my God, Brandon. Hello, mate. How you doing? Good afternoon, everyone. Miggy, everyone. Brandon, hi. How's it going?
What's up, Jedi?
Yeah, man. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. I'm telling Brandon off. Has he been running interference again?
No, yeah, hopefully not. No, guess who popped in the server earlier today? I'm gonna change the topic a little bit.
Who was that? Professor Phil?
Our friend from last night. Yeah, he came through check-in, and he's like, he was talking to Wolfgang. I don't know if Wolfgang's in there, but he wanted a second chance to come in here, and Wolfgang gave him VC perms and whatnot, and he said he's going to contact one of his teachers, geography teacher, I think he said he was going to do, and maybe a math teacher. So some teachers, and he was shooting them an email, see if they wanted to come in here, and then we were
Awesome.
all for it. Yeah. Do it,
Isn't that the guy? Yeah. That sounds awesome. You can ask his maths teacher if he can measure an angle if one of the lines is curved.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not going to go well for the teacher, but we know what's to be expected. I wanted dibs, but I'm going to probably be at work, so I'll probably miss the conversation.
Shotgun. Yeah,
I know, dude. We're playing rock, paper, scissors, but yeah, I know you and me, we just like, these are the moments we live for when their educators come in here.
Nah, good. At least we got into his head somehow, and he's gone away and thought about it, and now he wants to do something about it. And that's good.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's all talk for now until he brings the teachers and the teachers actually come in here. And good on them if they do.
Oh God, yeah. Well done them if they do. Yep, spot on.
But yeah, he's back again from last night.
Oh, good. What was his name? I can't remember. His name.
Something or other. They had the avatar of Donkey Kong Jr.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, Donkey. Yeah. I remember. Obviously. Who could forget that name? So, who was the guy you were speaking to just a moment ago? Orb or whatever his name was. Who was that?
Yeah, Orb. Oh, some new guy. But he didn't really have too much challenge against what we were saying. He just really wanted to know the view. He was bringing up points as in like what he knows about why, at current status right now, he would say the Earth is a globe, but he wasn't really fighting back any. He's just like, oh, I didn't know. Yeah, it's new information to him.
I was going to say, it sounded a bit like an interview. I thought he was doing like a project for school or for work or something, the way he was talking.
Yeah, it's not really
I got that vibe too.
Really baller trying to argue a point. It's just, you wanted to know some more information.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, hopefully he'll be around again at some point. That'd be cool. I see Rhinosaurus is in here. Hi, Ryan. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I'm really well, thanks, Chris. Yeah. Oh, good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Nice one.
Thanks, man. I'm fucking talking to
What's up? Sounded like Ricky Gervais, I think.
Sorry,
okay,
Ryan.
so
I was in a settings menu and I couldn't get out. Sorry.
I got a pretty good read now on, MC Toon. I got a pretty good read on, who's this other guy? Professor Dave. But does anybody know what's going on with this Simon Dan guy? Like, what's motivating him to do what he does? And if you have any good videos that rebut his rebuttal, maybe you can add them to the text. But just anything you guys know about his angle, or
I will say one thing for sure: his ego.
Yeah, anybody can knock his intellectual dick in the dirt. That's in the server. He's nothing at all. He's smoking.
Nobody else in this place has an ego. Come on.
No, what we have here is true knowledge of what the Earth is and and we can tell you what it's not.
Well, I agree with you on that. I do.
So therefore, we can knock his intellect in the dirt every time because he thinks he knows what he's talking about. He's an anti-flat earther and he is arrogant. So yeah, we want to take him down a peg or two if he ever wants to come in here.
Look, I'm curious, just like you are, what drives them and why they believe the lies and why they believe things that you know what I'm saying? But
it's easy. It's easy. Check this out.
I think some of them are genuine. You know what I mean?
Just like a fanboy would follow like Harry Potter books, or a fanboy that would follow Lord of the Rings and wants to know all about the lore of all that fantasy. That's what these people are with the globe Earth. They want to know all the lore about space and quasars and black holes and dark matter. They want to know all that stuff. So when that becomes real in their mind, they're fanboys of the lore.
Yeah,
that's a big secret. There's no agenda. They're fanboys of the lore. That's it. Just like any other fantasy. It's no big mystery. So it's all they are. And they think they're pseudo intellects. And whenever they come in here, they get, lambasted with the truth. And they're like, yeah, that's what I thought. You don't got nothing. Especially freaking Professor Dave, Simon, Dan, Bob the Science Guy, whoever you are. Doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah, I think
Simon Dan has a tattoo of some scientist on his body.
Not to mention
they
the
have
admiration of an army of fucking Mongols that these guys have.
They kind of have their different style, though. Like Professor Dave. I mean, he's just a jerk. Like he'll just basically call you stupid, say you're a moron. Like just basically name calling. But then you have MC Toon, who will kind of do it in a more condescending, nuanced way. So sometimes that could appear that he's a little bit slightly more open and slightly more friendly, but in a nuanced way, he's kind of giving off the same vibe. But you can certainly catch him on things. There's areas where you can where you can kind of pin him down to, and he's stuck, and there's nowhere he can go with it. So I don't know. I'm just kind of like diagnosing each of their styles and what's the best way to approach those guys. And Simon Dan's just a new one that I just found out about. I didn't even know about him till last week. So I was kind of looking at some of his stuff and kind of seeing what his like his motivations or what his style is.
They're all for a while. They're motivated by trying to be pseudo intellects. They want to be right about their fantasy. And that's it. They're not agents or anything. They just want to, they've grown up with the information of the Earth being a globe, and they just want to be right, as in knowing the lore of the globe, and then sounding like highfalutin when they're speaking. And so when somebody wants to meet them at their level with all their lore of their globe, they try to whack off on intellectually, right? They're whacking off to each other when they're having a debate with these guys. Well, you see, all these things that you're saying with the parsecs and the light to the stars, so freaking stupid. Nobody cares about any of that shit. That has no dealings in reality whatsoever, and they want to talk about it. So a person who's a flat earther might think man, I need to brush up on my parsecs. That's dumb, dude. And when you argue with them on their three-body problem, you're arguing on their playground. That's what because they can make shit up. The moment you think you pin them down on a 3-body problem, they'll come up and say, well, that's easily done. You just don't understand the universe. And there you go, trying to be like, well, man, there must be a way to get them now, because I failed at that one. That's because they're operating on an idea that they're in a fantasy. When you meet them at their fantasy, you're going to lose. You're not going to win. That is not a debate. What we're doing is not a debate. It's only a rejection of the truth. That's it. It's plain and simple. There is no kind of like thinking about how you're going to circumvent their answers with a better point. They're operating from a fantasy. The sun isn't 93 million miles away to say that we have a close and local sun. That's a false dichotomy. They haven't proven that the Earth is 93 million miles away. So all these things that they bring up and then are points to that to retort has no bearing in reality. We can't say the sun is close and local because we don't even know where it is to have a baseline and say, well, yeah, it's close and local. To what? Narnia? They're operating from fantasy. There isn't like, wow, these guys are wonderful intellects, bastions of knowledge. They just know some shit and are regurgitating it as if it were true. And when they get put through any of our team members here, they find out how quickly they don't know things. As in, 2 words, prove it. You're talking about this thing that you're saying. Where's the demonstration? They don't have any. Sorry for my passion, but that's just, these guys are, they wonder why we're the way we are.
Well, I get what you're saying. It's a good point about them being sort of like fanboys. Like you used the example of Harry Potter, or like you could say like somebody that's a big fan of Star Wars. And even it's kind of funny if you like analyze the stuff that's in MC Toon's room. I mean, it's like it is like a lot of that kind of like like he's living in a child's world. Like I had one of my best friends growing up. I mean, he never really played much outside. He was like just a kid that we'd go play video games at his house. But everything was in his room was all Star Wars and science and space and stuff like that. And he was he was such like he would be one of those guys that would dress up to go see the new Star Wars premiere and stuff like that. And that's kind of that's kind of how I see McToon. And then, like I said, Professor Dave, I just see him as he wants to sound really smart, and he wants to put everybody down, and so yeah. Anyway, that was just my question. I was just kind of seeing if anybody was more familiar with Simon Dan's stuff and what his approach was. So, because I like listening to the debates, even though, like you said, they're just regurgitating certain points or something that they read because they're fascinated with this sci-fi myth of outer space. But I still enjoy listening to the debates.
Simon Dan is like a low-hanging fruit type of guy. He's attacking hypocrisies that he can't really prove himself.
Yeah, people that haven't experienced it should probably look into that. But us who have actually been at the forefront of that for years, we don't need that anymore. We moved on to like, all right, if you're going to have some evidence, bring it. If not, then kick rocks. Because in here, you're going to be held accountable for the shit that you say. So if it's a globe in any way, you're going to have to bring some evidence. We're not going to let you to whack off about how intellectually smart you are.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, where your words will be used as evidence against you.
Damn right. Yeah, but I think most people like to hear what they got to say because they've never heard such people speak in the way they do. So it's kind of like watching a car wreck or something. I don't know, or what you would equate it to. But there's no appeal to any of the team members here. Some people might. I don't know. I don't find any use for it. There are people that want to challenge me. You're too afraid to come to a neutral platform. Shut up, dude. You don't have a neutral platform. You think one exists out there? The only platform you can come into is this one where you're held accountable. Because you won't answer the question whenever we're in a modern day debate or where you can hide behind your mute button because you're not going to allow your toes to be held to the fire. So there isn't a neutral platform. You just want to hide behind somebody that can tell you, okay, it's his turn to speak now. Bullshit.
Yeah, Mick is right. There is no neutral platform. Everybody will use some kind of tactics to basically avoid the question, avoid looking stupid. I think I said last night, Miggy, the most important thing when we're talking to quote-unquote globe earthers is they answer the question that they've just been asked. Now, we find it hard enough in a server just to get one question asked, and then somebody else comes in with that question before somebody else can ask the first question. So we don't want to be in an arena or a platform where the point gets missed and questions don't get asked. At least in this forum, we can hold our toes to the fire, so to speak. And that's the most important thing.
That's it. Once you stray from that, you can go anywhere. Gish Gallop. The person doesn't get held to a point. The audience is confused. They're like, well, he can ask all these questions, can he? You're like, no, he hasn't even answered the first one. But the audience doesn't know. They think that's the normal way to have a debate. And what we're saying is that this isn't a debate anymore. Whereas in the beginning, we really didn't know much about like the topic. Now that we're thoroughly understood, it's like, it's very clear that it's a rejection of truth. That's it. And these guys are living in a fantasy realm. Like the guy you just described at a young age, that's what these guys are as old people. They want to be that fanboy that gushes over traveling to space and we're going to the moon, guys, in 2024. Shut your ass up. Come in here and tell us how you know the Earth has drop over distance. Hurry up. Let's get this over with. Let's make it a quick death. Ego death.
That was his latest video. His latest video was actually trying to claim that they're going to have some sort of space vacations in the year 2025, which, anybody my age in their 40s knows that, like, our whole lives have been filled with, like, alleged projects like that have never happened. But, someone like my son who's 15 years old, when he hears stuff like that thrown out there, he doesn't know yet that those things never end up coming to fruition. Or if they do, I guess they could try to like fake it somehow. But the average person being able to take a space vacation, no, that'll obviously never happen.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Even in a simulation, it won't happen.
When the front line is being talked about, like who are the people that are actually sticking their nose or their neck out to actually be the buffer against this misinformation? It will be us. And how do we act? Yeah, of course we're going to be arrogant. We know what we're talking about. We have reason to be, and we want to fly in the face of these assholes. Excuse my language, but this is what it is. I'm calling for a spade to a spade. They want to make themselves out to be like they're the dominant bastions of knowledge that they think they are, and your son doesn't have any buffer to this information except for hearing these clowns online talk about how they're mentioning space and all these other things that they don't even know of, and there's no one to challenge them except for us, where we're like, come in here and prove your existence of your ball Earth. And so this is what we consider like a council. This is a place, all right, you're going to do it, you're going to do it right here. And if it's true, it will remain true, and no one will say anything. But it's not, it hasn't been. And that's the thing. Like, we want to be a challenge to those guys.
There's a couple of new people in the chat that don't have any Earth-determining roles. The fifth house, welcome to the server. You seem sincere and have got control of your microphone. Welcome, my friend. Who else have we got in here?
Hey, Chris. How are you doing?
What's up,
How you doing, buddy?
Good talk to you, Matt.
Good stuff. So what brings you into our server today, mate? Have you been around for a while? I see you've got some roles.
Yeah, I spoke to Miggy there a few days ago. I spoke to a couple other lads briefly as well. So, but I've been listening like over a year, so kind of well acquainted with the server. I listen to the YouTube live stream. So,
awesome stuff. Would you mind if I asked you which side of the fence you're on? Flat Earth.
Yeah, 100% flat Earth. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. How did you come to this understanding, mate?
It was about 2 years ago when Coco happened. I kind of started thinking, maybe I should actually look into this seriously, because previously I kind of just never paid attention to it. Didn't think it was stupid or anything, just thought, it's not true. But when the Coco happened, that kind of made me look at it again, and just start digging in. Found Eric DeBay's video. Then through him, I found Dell, Beyond Imaginary Curve. So I was watching him for about a year. Before then, I found Nate Oakley's channel and Displaced then. And so that's kind of how I got into it, yeah.
No, awesome stuff, man. I'm kind of hearing that story quite a lot these days. Since
Exact
Coco.
same with me.
Oh, sorry. Who was that?
I was just saying the way he described it, the way he came to it, it's the exact same story with me. So that's cool to hear another person who has the exact same entry point that I had into Flat Earth.
Yeah, like I was saying, I'm hearing that story more and more these days since Coco happened, X, Y, Z. So yeah, no, it's brilliant stuff. Well done, buddy.
What is this Coco you're talking about?
Do you remember what happened in 2020 where we couldn't go outside?
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
There you go. Well done, Sunshine.
Okay.
Code words.
But yeah, we've got a few other people in the server that I don't necessarily recognise names and so on, so forgive me. Velsa or Velka, how are you? You've got
I'm
yourself
doing great.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
What brings you into our server today, mate?
I just wanted to take a listen in. I've been here for a long time. Very long time. But I'm not really here very often. If you wanted to know when I got into the whole flat Earth deal, I was back in 2013. My mother, she said to me that the Earth might just be flat, and I looked at her with horrified eyes. That's really crazy. But yeah, no, she took me through. I don't know if you guys are religious, but she took me through the Bible. The Tower of Babel, how they were building this tower up to heaven. It didn't work out, and I believe the Bible. So that right there, kind of helped sway me. But there's been a lot that I've learned along the way.
May I ask, sorry, you said that you'd spoke to your mother in 2011. How long had your mother been in Flat Earth?
2013. She honestly, that's about when she got into it.
Wow.
And being my mother, of course, that's also when I got into it. And I don't know how she got into it, to be honest. It was a long time ago. But she's always been a skeptic all the way since 9/11 of all kinds of things.
Oh wow! So your mother's pretty awake then, yeah?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Should give her a link to the server, Velser.
She's very focused on other things. Yeah. Awake to the point where she's a part of the Republic of Texas, which is a government on its own, not the state of Texas. And
Cool. Yeah, I know all about that. I was from Texas, so yeah. Interesting.
Oh, that's awesome. How do you pronounce your name, mate? Is it Velka or Velsa?
It's not my name. It's Velser. It's an anagram for clever.
Oh, of course it is. Very clever. I like it. Well done.
I gotta say, cool mom, man. That's really a blessing, because I think a lot of us in this server are having, strained relations with maybe friends and family over this issue. So to have a blessing like that, where it was your own mother who helped kind of lead you into this thing, and that she's as awake as she is, that's really a blessing. Because 2013, wow, she was really ahead of forward thinking on this whole thing.
Hey, we do have a few new people, so we're going to kind of keep it moving real quick just to get everybody to say hi.
That's what I was trying to do, yeah.
Yeah, Bill, thanks for your introduction, man. And yeah, welcome to the server.
Thank you.
Let's see who else we got in here. We got Mandala. Mandala is another person. Let's see if they have any roles.
What's going on, guys?
Oh yeah, Flat Earther Mandala. Hey, what's up, bro? I'm just checking to see who's all in here. If there's anybody that has any roles, and if not, we'll just open their mics up. We got Captain Rook E. Is VC verified? It looks like Captain Rook E. Welcome to the chat.
You guys know me already. What's up?
Oh, do we know you? I don't know you.
You never met Rookie?
Oh, Rookie. Are you? Why are you flying under a different name, bro?
I had to change it. I deleted my old account.
Oh, good stuff, man. All right, no worries.
I'm back. That's all. You can give me whatever things you want to give me or whatever.
Stuff. Well, I don't know what What did you all have? Like just.
Well, I was silver, but I don't expect that. Don't worry about that stuff. But you can make me flat Earth and all that. You know where my beliefs lie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You've been here a while. Yep.
I can hear the disappointment in your voice, Mick.
Yeah. Well, dude, it's 1:30, man. It's almost time for me to skedaddle.
Yeah,
I haven't really had a good meal, just a light snack. I'm waiting for you guys get all the good stuff, man. When I leave and I'm listening to you guys like go in on these other clowns that come in during the primetime hours, I'm like, shit, dude, I'm at work. What was the clown yesterday? Remember you guys were dealing with?
It's a bit of a circus yesterday, mate. They kept coming out the clown car. So which one are you talking about?
Let's see. It must have been. There was a guy that was in here yesterday. It was just
Yusuf.
Yusuf was it? When I had a bit of Yusuf. No, I'm talking about the one India was talking to last. Oh no, Mimas. Mimas was talking to last night. It was you, Mimas, Quantum. Yeah, I think it was another. Was it Rhinoceros?
Possibly he was around. Yeah, possibly.
CB was around. I'm trying to think right now. Anyway, yeah, you were talking to this guy. Yeah, the guy who was saying that why is Quantum being so mean?
Oh yeah,
Quantum. Classic Quantum. He's like, so you want people to give you hot chocolate and feet rubs? Like,
yeah.
Dude, he's so mean. I swear that guy's a brother from another mother, man. I swear that
right.
It just, man, like
that was funny.
We all are like that way, from CB to you to me. Like, it doesn't matter who the guy talks to. We're all going to be the same way. So it's like, what's he doing wrong? You hate that he's talking about facts? Is that what's going on? Like, disgruntled about this? Like, yeah. So I think it was kind of cool.
You know what it is? Miggy? They literally just wait for you to leave the server, then they start coming in. That's what it is, mate.
But don't tell me that, man, because that makes me feel like I need to be here all the time.
You do. There you go. I'm not going to write it. You do.
Yeah. I would love to just continuously, not... If I had the ability to not sleep, I'd be here all the time. I would, dude. Because it's like, you think about it, right? You're like, damn, they're going to be having some good conversations when I'm sleeping.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know that. We've had somebody just jump into the server, Miggy, or Mayhem. Sorry, I'm talking to Mayhem, those who don't know his name. I just know him as Miggy. Somebody's jumped in called Nils, Nils. So welcome to the server, Nils. I haven't even checked to see if you've got any roles or anything yet, mate. So if you have got VC verified, you can unmute yourself and get involved in the conversation. If you haven't got voice verified, guess is what's going to happen. I'm going to unmute you so you can introduce yourself and get involved in the conversation. But let me check your roles first, Nils. You've just got a listening pass. That's a shame. If you do want to speak, buddy, give us a shout in the lobby or whatnot, or you can go to voice checking number 1 and you can have those roles changed if you want to, Nils. But being as you just got the listening pass, I'm not going to hassle you, mate. You can listen.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Come on, guys. Just the regular people in here. Flatsy, I haven't seen you and it's been a while. Been doing okay?
See you guys.
Yeah, good to see you back on the platform.
Just kind of regathering myself these days.
Yeah, well, we're here whenever you want to jump in and listen or talk or.
I appreciate you guys. I enjoy your company.
So why have you been away then?
Just studying a bit of scripture.
Good stuff, Kim. No worries. I wasn't meaning to be harsh. Not at all. It's good to see you again. Just noticed you hadn't been in the... Yeah, just noticed you hadn't been around as much, mate. That was all.
It's like they were asking, well, why do you guys gotta be so arrogant? Cuz, fool, look at the world. It's all arrogant against us. All coming at us, so you damn right.
Mayhem, do you know what the situation is with Professor Phil Bell? My crazy motherfucker's been in my DMs for the last 48 hours asking to be unbanned and stuff and berating me from YouTube. So
yeah, you can tell him. You can tell Phil Bellum that he's unbanned. He has.
Well,
He's in Helio Cult. Should we just mute him?
Who?
Huh?
Phil's in Helio Cult right now.
Is he?
Yeah, we could just unmute him.
Yeah, just bring him in here.
All right.
Sweet.
I mean, he's not on me at the moment, mate. I don't know if he's about at the moment, but I'm just saying he's been DMing recently and he wants to get back in the server. I've thrown him a link, so he should be able to enter the server, but it's the third one I've sent him and he's just, I don't know, geriatric fucking idiot and he can't work it.
Yeah, he is in the server. He's just in the Helio Cult room. That's all.
We need to bring him in here.
Yeah.
Right, we can get the fine china out if we want. You know, let's lay the table and.
Fuck off. I'm not putting out the fucking fine china for that cunt. What the hell? He doesn't get treated any better or any worse than anybody else. He's just a man, innit?
All right, paper plates it is.
Yeah, paper plates. Sit on the fucking floor. Come on. No special treatment from Professor Phil Bell all the way down to, and not being derogatory, to Brandon and other people. No one gets treated any different.
My robot, I want to throw in, if use a poker analogy, if he's got the winning hand, put his cards on the table, prove the globe. Back to you guys.
Well, it's just like Quantum said yesterday. It's a 7 deuce. You got shit. Offsuit.
Yeah, but the problem is, Mayhem, they want to talk about how they've got the winning hand, but they never show it to us. It's weird, isn't it?
I know. And that's the part I love. It's my pleasure. I love it. All right, prove it. Well, you know, it works in theory, on paper. That's all they got. Phil Bellum. What a strange character, that one.
Mm-hmm.
He was in my DMs like 2 days ago.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in everybody's DMs, I think, during here.
Yes. Yes, he is. He is probably our most avid viewer on YouTube, let's be fair. I think we all stay rent-free in his head.
Yeah, he said only the math does work out perfectly. For example, no flat earther can use GPS coordinates to calculate the distance between two places on Earth without spherical geometry. It only, he put it in bold letters, works on a globe. Why does this not bother you? Let's see if you can reject this fact.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Spherical geometry.
Wow. Sorry, do we use that when we navigate across the Earth? Is that the trigonometry that we use when we navigate across the Earth, is it?
Spherical geometry, Jedi.
Yeah, no, that's not true. We don't use spherical geometry when we navigate across the Earth. That's not true at all. We use trigonometry. That's triangles and angles and shit. Now that's the measuring method that we use when we navigate across the Earth, not spherical geometry. No, an idiot.
Bollocks.
He's a poor man's version of Colonel Sanders.
Yeah. This is true.
I don't know if he will come in here or not, though. He wasn't enticed, I guess, enough. I told you didn't put out the fine china, Jedi. That's why he's not coming.
Oh, well, if he needs special treatment, then he can fuck off.
He at least needs one foot rub. We don't have to give him the chocolate. Just a...
I think they put him in Helioccult, though, because he runs interference in the DMs of noobs. So if he starts doing that again, I guess we just have to take him out again.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
That works for me.
What goes on in that guy's life? Like, why does he do that? Is that like something that's because like he got his ass kicked way too many times and now he's holding a grudge, or like why is that something he does?
But the man says he built satellites, so he's attached to the lore in some way, and he wants to stand up for it because he thinks that his knowledge, or wasn't he a teacher? Because a professor, anyway. So he categorizes himself as some sort of person who be knowledgeable in teaching his students about the globe. But he does a very poor job when he comes in here. So he doesn't want to come in here now. We've ripped into shreds on every single topic. But he always leans on that he works on satellites, and you can't prove that satellites don't exist because he works on them. Well done, Phil. Like, you work on a technology. But how do you know that technology is going into low Earth orbit? And he's like, well, I've seen the data myself. So what, dude? It's all a bunch of numbers. Like, what does that tell you about anything in reality? You know? Unless you're verifying the thing yourself, that it actually went into this place. But if you don't have that, then... But yeah, he considers himself some sort of pseudo-intellect. But at this point, he's just like a senile old man who doesn't know the arguments. And I was just kidding about putting Fine China out for him, too. I was just saying that because we've been asking him to come into this chat, and he doesn't do it.
Yeah, it's like, and we know this, he needs special treatment. So, do you remember when Fight the Flat Earth came in here, Miggy? It was, I want everybody else muted. Do you remember those days?
Of course. And they usually do. They want to be treated as in they're going to go into a neutral platform, and that's just not the case. If you come here, you're coming in here with your evidence, and it's going to stand up to the rigor and the scrutiny that we're going to give it. And if it doesn't have that, then you don't need to be in this platform trying to prove anything. You might as well kick rocks and go talk fantasy with your other fanboys who like to whack each other off, talking about how wonderful knowledge they have of, dark matter and shit. 0 point energy and stupid shit like this. Like, you want to talk about dumb shit and then think that other people are going to be listening to you here entertaining that fact. It's not going to happen. You're going to talk about what's real, provide evidence for it, and then have something to demonstrate that we're going to know that what you're saying is real. If not, what's the point? Yeah, they don't like me very much.
Good question. Good point, man.
Hey, Andy, hold my beer.
Yo, dude. What's happening?
What's up, bro?
No, I'm good. I'm still waiting for this globe evidence.
Well, mate, I hate to disappoint you, but I've been here for 8 fucking years and he hasn't turned up yet.
listen, this is a big red flag in itself because they'd be here with bells on, wouldn't they? They couldn't wait to bring it.
It's like this. The server wouldn't exist. We wouldn't be here having this conversation now if somebody had come along really early along and proved the Earth to be a spinning ball in space. We're not disingenuous. We're not being dishonest. We just want the direct evidence that's verifiable and falsifiable of the claim that is made about our home in reality. Now, if that was the case, this server wouldn't exist. We wouldn't be here. But unfortunately for them, unfortunately for us, yeah, this server does exist. We are still here because there is no direct, verifiable, falsifiable evidence the Earth is indeed what they claim it to be. So, fucking problems for them. We are the thorn in their side.
That's why instead of bringing that evidence that doesn't exist, they can't wait to come here and change the topic.
Yeah, we'll talk about something else.
and that's when Heretic puts the gloves on and just works the body blows, man. And they're just like all dumbfounded. And that's when like CB tells them that there's water hills, and they're like, "Yeah, that's exactly what it is." Freaking idiots. The more they hang on to this lie, that's the more they get exposed.
I can relate.
So Fifth House has been listening to us for over a year, and he was saying he knows most of us in here anyway from listening to it. Were you on the YouTube channel, Fifth House?
Yeah, just listening in. Yeah, like I said, pretty much every day.
Bro, you know our style, man. We likes it wild, bro.
Yeah, it's good crack, all right.
Yeah, I mean...
Sorry, I was just going to say, it always feels a little bit weird, and I'm not like don't mean this in any horrible way, but being on the Discord server, being as people sometimes come in and say, "Hey, I've been listening to you for 6 months to a year or so." I don't know these people, but they kind of know us inside out. It's really weird.
Who the fuck? Yeah, that's why that's why I felt I had to join because I was just listening to you for so long, and it's like I kind of need to join in, and you might get to know me, or whatever, just that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine, mate. I remember the way that Mayhem and I met. Mayhem and I met on Nathan Oakley's YouTube chat, and we'd join the channel whenever Nathan Oakley was having a debate, and I'm talking about 2018.
God, no.
Yeah. And within a couple of days, I think we joined this server pretty much exactly the same time, didn't we, buddy? I think it was like 24, 48 hours, something like that.
Yeah, we've been through a lot, man, you and I.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh,
we went for debates. We would actually go to other servers and have debates. I think there was a debate that we were in where Fight the Flat Earth showed up, like he popped out like a turd unexpectedly. Just like we were expected to talk to some other character, and then he came into the chat as in like a surprise guest or some shit. Like I'm not really sure. But he came in there. We were actually at one point prior to his like gaining a lot of momentum on the discussion. Like we had our debates. But can you remember like where we started with and where we're at now? We're just like I could take like 10 Fight the Flat Earths on right now. You could take like the same amount. Like where before it was just like we're getting our bearings in like the actual debate style. Like we thought it was like we had to have all these points and be more knowledgeable about their side and so forth. And it's usually the fallacy of what a lot of people in here think about as well. Like when they're going to have a conversation with these guys, like they're like, let me brush up on my globe lore. Let me know about the 3-body problem. Let me know about, it's like, brothers and sisters, you don't have to know any of that shit. You just have to know truth. Is there any surface curvilinear? Is the surface curvilinear in any way? Is there any drop over distance? Have them prove it. Because when you hold them to their claim, then you're going to find out they don't have the answer. Or the explanation they have is so ridiculous that it doesn't match up with reality. So I don't need to know about what parsecs are or some Star Wars or Star Trek, verbiage. I don't need to know about that. All I need to know is the truth and hold them to that truth. That's it. It's as simple as it gets. When you start to think, well, he raised an interesting point I never heard of. Like, he came up with this like globe knowledge, and like, how are we going to refute this, guys? Because he started talking about some word that I don't know what he said. It's like, dude, they're making shit up, and they're going to keep doing it. So it doesn't matter if you hold them to the 3-body problem, or if you take them to space, or how rockets don't work in space and shit. They're just going to circumvent that with some other thing they just made up. They can do it on the spot. So you guys got to remember that. They can, if you think like, I'm gonna belly up to the bar to these guys and go to their platform and challenge them on modern day debate, and we're just face palming all the while because it's not a debate.
Can I give a shout out to my friend Matt in Reno? I haven't talked to him in a long time. I just wanted to say hi to him, and I wanted to also say hi to Sasha and Quetzalcoatl, and of course to you, Miggy. And I see Heretic and a bunch of other people up here. I see Dave Hinkle, Creation Bear, and all of you guys. I want to say hello again. Sorry, didn't mean to cut it.
No, you're fine, buddy. You're fine. I didn't mean to berate you, telling you that you couldn't give a shout out to your friend. Of course you can. No problem at all, mate.
Well, I'm glad that's okay because I didn't want to get in trouble. Right on.
No, what I'm saying is though, like what we do here is we get people acclimated with truth, and when you stand with truth, you don't need to know what other extra bullshit. You really don't. And it seems to be like the flat earther comes in here like, okay, let me just sit down here and be studious to like what these guys are saying. So I want to hear how they rebuttal you guys in the flat earth side. And you hear most of the time the knowledge that we have is just basic information. It's not, there's nothing fancy about it. We're not spicing it. We have our own flair, like I do. I add whatever flair I do when I add, but there's nothing really new under the sun that's not been known already. So they're like the stuff they invent, however, that's the new stuff, and of course they're going to keep shifting and changing. So you're never going to have a debate point for point that's ever going to bring them to a realization that they're wrong. It's just not going to happen. You can, however, hold them to the truth, and they can't escape that. And that's the wig snatch right there. So,
gotta love that wig snatch.
Yeah, Brendan's like, "Don't snatch my wig." Yesterday, it made me laugh.
I've never had such a polite wig snatch in my life. I even asked for it. So can I have your wig now, please, Brandon? Just hand it over.
It reminds me of that scene in Tombstone when Doc Holliday was speaking to Wyatt Earp, and Johnny Tyler came up, was walking around with a shotgun because he was pissed off that he got slapped in the saloon. So he was gonna go shoot up somebody, and Doc Holliday goes, "Johnny Tyler," and then he started talking to Wyatt, and all of a sudden he's like, "Oh, I forgot you were there," and then he's like, "Thank you." Like, he bowed his head, he just backs away. He's like, "Leave that shotgun." But yeah, it's like at some point you just like that. You just recognize they're just people rejecting truth. They're not really talking about anything that's like profound, like that's gonna make you be like, "Damn, how did they know this information?" They just yeah. You start looking at them like they're just these guys who, with all this fantasy, they have like posters on their wall about space and quotes from like people that talk about space and like, "We're not alone, guys. There's other intelligent life out there," and you're just like.
Mm-hmm.
It's all
Where is it?
No fucking intelligent life down here. What are you talking about?
They're claiming it. Why don't they show us some of that life? Like Donald Trump made the Galactic, the Space Force. Why don't he show us some of these enemies that we're supposed to be going up against?
Oh, we're gonna have boots on the moon in like what 2026 or some shit.
Boots on the moon, boys. Get ready. Rifles on the moon in the vacuum.
I was like, what the hell did you just say? Yeah.
Boy, hey, what are you gonna do when those bullets fly in the vacuum and they hit other fucking star systems and they're fucking killing people on other planets?
Well, I mean,
Star Wars.
Yeah. Here's a fun fact. You didn't know this probably, but they left 96 bags of human waste on the moon from all the previous moon missions. So there's a couple of turds, vomit, urine inside of bags that are left there. Oh, by the way,
Hold on. That don't work in my head.
astronauts wear diapers. They soil themselves and then change their diapers. I'm serious. I'm not kidding you.
They're grown babies.
Yeah, they're grown babies, bro. They have diapers. They poop in their diapers, and then when they change, when baby needs a changing, he's gonna leave his poopy diapers on the moon.
NASA will take care of you. Don't worry, astronaut. NASA will change your diapers.
Couldn't they have just? It sounds weird that they left that shit on the moon.
They literally left their literal shit on the moon.
Bro, they didn't leave nothing on the moon.
96 bags of shit on the moon. 96 bags of shit.
Take one down around. 5 bags of shit on the moon.
Yeah, they were just so full of shit they had to offload it.
I don't understand why they didn't wait maybe a day and chuck it on the window on the way back to Earth.
Well, the guy that was, remember there was 3 guys that went to the moon the first time, and the poor bastard that couldn't get off and enjoy the fact that he could run around on the moon surface, that he was the unknown guy, like he was stuck in the module that was going around the moon. Like that would suck, right? Being that guy, but also, yeah, I mean, where did his
everyone forgets?
Yeah, like what was his name again?
I don't know, some other guy.
Who is the guy who disappeared on ISS?
The hell?
You know that one what was fading, fade one.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he come back in the he's physical again.
Yeah, it's that weird space gravity. Does that to you sometimes. You phase in and out.
What happened to Bev? Bev tried thinking, wasn't he a flat earther? And I don't understand what's happening with this guy.
Did he go back to Globe? What's going on?
I don't know. I just saw him. I've seen him post a few things, and maybe I've got wrong end of the stick.
What happened with Matthew?
What did he post, Andy?
He posted this in Geos.
Let's see.
That Wallace experiment. And so I thought, if he's posting that, then maybe he's gone back to Globe. I don't know.
Let's have a look.
Maybe I've mistaken. I probably got wrong end of the stick.
Oh, I didn't see what you posted.
It's like, remember the Bedford level thing? And Wallace, I think he was tied to. He's tied to that evolution thing with Darwin.
I know.
Which is suspicious in itself, by the way. But because evolution's retarded for the audience.
Yeah, but
I was arguing this with somebody the other day, and they were trying to tell me because a dog's coat changes, that's proof of evolution. Like if it goes into a harsher environment.
Yeah. So he's talking about level not being flat, and so he's always been saying that his shtick was that level's not flat. Level is.
What does that mean?
So did he post that thing, the image that you just posted, Andy?
Yeah.
So look at the bottom. Yeah, look at the bottom of that. He posted it. Look at the very bottom of that. Debunking flat
Earth misconceptions. Yeah, that's what I thought.
So I would say, yeah, he's going back to Globe in a roundabout way. Pun intended.
That's weird.
What is that if Rumpus and his racked test can measure the nut sack drop? What's that?
Well, Nathan always, some people call it like a space testicle.
So
Del always calls it a space testicle, doesn't he? So it's probably something to do with that. And Nathan often says salty balls and salty nuts. I don't know. It's probably something to do with that.
Oh.
But
he was always flying on the fringes of like the flat. Like he always wanted to know, like, well, we're not saying flat, we're saying level, and I can debate anybody on it. And he started to he really bought into the fact that these guys, it's easy to get somebody convinced from that point forward, because even if you're not saying globe with level, you can be like convinced with that. And so he's trying to like bring this information of how it probably is a globe, but it's not the globe that we think of. But he's still if you want to, present it in a way that you're going to say that what it really is, it's not going to be flat. He would always say that. I'd rather not say flat. I would say level. He was saying that already when he was here. He doesn't say flat Earth. He's like, that's just a wrong category. It's a category error. You can't say flat.
Oh, really?
Yep. It's only level.
It's so. If you say flat, you're.
And so Bev was on this point ever since this server. He was on this point, and I think he left for reasons that he wanted to join some other lady who was on here. I think Jedi might know, but like, you know what I mean? They formed their own server.
Right. I don't understand. Are they saying it's a globe? And I just don't understand what's happening with him.
They're probably not saying it's a globe, but they're debunking flat Earth.
Right. Maybe I should go and ask him anyway.
Yeah, but I think that's what it is. It's not saying that the Earth is a globe. It's just not saying that it's flat either.
Well, I seem to remember listening to him a little bit, and he seemed to know, if I remember rightly, he seemed to be up on, Euclid and that kind of thing. So I think that's what he was talking about. And he seemed to know a lot about it, as I remember.
Yeah, but they're not. They're still coming up with the understanding. It's like, okay, so we can see that the Earth globe variable, the metrics don't fit. We know that much. But to say the Earth is flat, that's also not right.
Is it right to say that horizon is flat?
No, they say it's level.
No. Well, look at this. This is only because now are 2023, because if you go to the past, for example, like 20, 30 years ago, and if I ask you on the street, Miggy, look, this horizon is flat, you will say, yeah, Sasha, look at this horizon is flat. And nothing, that's only conclusion, some stupid conclusion. Normal conclusion.
Some people do know about him when he was in this chat before, so we kind of... That's why it's like people want to change the name to something better fitting. I don't think we should call ourselves Flat Earth. Is just not. We can't say that. Let's say that we're geocentric globe skeptics. It's like, dude, you're just missing the whole understanding here. Like people, of course it's going to be like a very provocative thing to say, but for good reason, right? It's also being, on the other hand, it looks like it's being weaponized from the globe Earth perspective. They're saying, like, well, we're not, the way we're using it, right?
I mean, it's catchy.
Yeah, but
it was catchy from the beginning for all of us, I think.
Yeah.
People have been wanting to change the fact that we're saying flat because it denotes a specific, hyper-specific thing in reality. So when you say flat, you actually mean flat, like flat, so... And they're like, well, you can't say that with water because there's undulation. It moves up and down. Like, it's like...
I actually mean, Miggy, not spherical, not curving, that means flat. And it could go diagonally, it could go up and down, it doesn't matter. It's okay for me, even. It could go like up, but straight, It's always, it's level, straight, but up. I don't know how that's done, but it's not curved.
they on the same point as it was before, saying that yes, it is level, but they're not saying that it's flat, and they would reject that. Don't say it's flat, say it's level.
Yeah,
and we're it kind of like the part where we're starting to mince words and starting to say, yeah, well, we agree, it's level. Yeah, I know it's level. That's what I'm saying. But then what you're not understanding is that their understanding of level is not that it's flat. It's not flat. Flat is not level.
I just feel like this is how we got in this mess in the first place. I just don't see point of it. Doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, we understand that it's the baseline. It's sea level, right?
Yeah.
We can understand that.
Yeah, that's the point. It would say they don't call it sea flat. They call it sea level. And so level is say, and you like saying that word. But then, of course, what we understand is the term has been hijacked to like the first adjective would describe it being following the liquid parts of the earth. Following the curved liquid parts of the earth. When we describe the first adjective of what level means. And you can look it up, Merriam's Webster Dictionary. It says it right there. The first adjective describes it that way.
I just think this is how we get in trouble. We start playing with language. We start then changing. There's gender, as you see in language, and then we end up in this fucking crazy place. Sorry, excuse my language. Sasha, what were you going to say?
The language, English, it's my third language. In my understanding of language, look at this. The land. The land is not leveled, the land is not curved, and the land is not flat. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's got topography.
That means, but sea level, that is somehow flat, because all that things what is on the ground measuring in confrontation with that sea level, what we can say it's flat, because other things are spiraling or doing whatever they are doing.
Yeah.
That's all about English. And now,
I don't know. People just say things.
If it's curving, and then it's curving, and you know what is curve. It's curving, and then curving more and more and more, and it's curving. That's curve.
I think that when I were a child, I were a shit talking liar, and I think that's why I can always spot these guys, because we can smell our own, and they just say things. I don't know if you've just sat and listened to them long enough. They just say things, and it's like, oh my god, they've got no shame whatsoever. So I don't know.
But
I'm talking. Sorry,
it
go
should
on.
be everything okay that if you go to the reality and if you make observation and if it's somehow near, if it's that drop near, if you can see that drop every time when you make it, it's maybe not 66, it's 50 foot of drop, sometimes 40, and then every time like that, then you will say, oh my god, there is something there, but it's never there.
There seems to be an issue with this measurement and calculation. I don't see how it's an issue. They're the same thing. No, they're not. Clearly not. I don't know. I remember first listening to Quantum Eraser when he was talking about holding a sextant, taking a measurement. You can see the difference between that and a calculation. That's one's taking a measurement of reality. What's right in front of your face. I don't see why this is so difficult for people. Well, there you go. Anyway, the guy I was arguing with the evolution shit. I was saying to him that's built into that, the genetic makeup of whatever that is. That's built into that. That's DNA, if you want. That makes sense to me. And then it can have variations. Right? That's what makes sense to me. This idea that it's changing from one thing into a different species altogether, better not say species if XO's around. He'll be straighted. According to XO, there is no species, so. But yeah, I just, the idea that this guy was saying, just because a dog's coat will change, and it's because they're in the environment or whatever, that's proof of evolution. I just thought that was ridiculous. And he's saying,
not evolution, that's just a dog.
Yeah, he's saying it was because of time, because you can't get your head around this length of time.
If it's evolution, you could take his DNA at one point and another point and measure the evolution.
Yeah. I don't know. He was trying the old sophist tricks, and it was like
he was trying the psychological manipulation trick. That's what he was trying.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you just can't imagine this amount of time. Well, yeah.
Interesting. What's evolution?
What is evolution?
It appeals to imagination.
The idea that we all have a common ancestor, I guess. We all evolved from pond scum, apparently.
We all have a common ancestor.
Something like that.
We started out as stardust, first of all, and then we
I forgot that bit.
So listen, here's a pun. If we all have a common ancestor, then we all have a common incestor.
Ooh, smart. I like it.
Yeah, if you keep going backwards to the first life form, right, then you all came from the same life form. And so whenever it split from asexual to sexual, then those two things came from siblings or sister cells. So you're all a bunch of inbred suckers.
Yeah, right? Literally, mosquitoes and us as well.
I don't know. I mean, the fact that I don't get it is quite meaningless. It might be way beyond me, but it just seems on its face ridiculous. But hey, if you want to think you evolved from ferrets or something, fill your boots.
Right, guys, just going to jump in quickly. We have somebody in the server that doesn't have any roles at the moment. Desmond, welcome to the server, my friend. What I'm going to do is just very quickly unmute you, give you the opportunity to introduce yourself to the server and everybody here. So don't be surprised, my friend. So Desmond, welcome to the server. You have control of your microphone. Brings you to the server, my friend. This is a bit that sounds a little bit like a seance where I was trying to communicate with somebody on the other side. So Desmond, my friend, you have control of your microphone. This isn't a opening offer. Let's say it's not going to last forever. If you don't reply within the next couple of seconds, I will unfortunately have to mute you. Oh, you've sent me a message from the live stream. Sorry, from the lobby. Let's have a quick read of that. I need some elevator music whilst I'm digging around. CB, some elevator music, please. So yeah, Desmond, so you just shouted out my name. That's brilliant. You just want to listen, not talk. That's not a problem, my friend. Just thought I'd give you the opportunity to introduce yourself, but being you said you don't want to talk, what I'll do is I'll remute you, mate. There you go. No problem at all. If you do want to speak at a further stage, please make your way up to voice checking number 1. You can have an interview with a moderator. They can give you vis-a-vis verified so you can have control of your microphone again. Sorry to interrupt the conversation, guys, but you know me, I'm always looking out for new victims. I mean people to talk to. Then the conversation goes absolutely dead. Well done.
Oh, I can always provide. I can always talk. You know me. What about surveying AI? What do you think of that? What about, because somebody wrote a message to me saying, I know flat Earth peeps don't like surveying. So, well,
surveying.
As far as I know, they never take curvature into account, do they?
They pretend that they do. They draw a tangent line and then they survey that way, but that just makes it clear that there's a level.
That's the wrong way to look at it. Think about it. Take curvature into account. Think about that for a second.
Well, I'm
Why
trying
take
to
it into account.
Take
Why
curvature into account means you assume that it's there.
There you go. That's the answer.
Which is
to
quite
take
ridiculous.
It into account means you're not measuring it. You're adding it in.
Well, it works if you've proven it exists in the first place. But, I don't think that's happened yet.
Well, what's the biggest area they sort of do? Is it like 120 kilometers, I think somebody said? Or is it 180?
What?
Yeah, and they say locally flat, bro. That's not locally flat.
No,
nobody's doing a 120 kilometer shot to get a differential and then use that as their baseline.
Right. So why don't you help me out? Help me understand it.
Oh, it's simple. They have a matrix model that they apply their measurements to. The matrix model already assumes that the Earth is a sphere rotating with an inward gravity.
I mean, I heard someone say there was a globe setting on a modern theodolite or something like that. Is that true?
Who knows?
And I seem to recall Austin Witts is saying that if they get any data that doesn't match, they just throw it out. If it's wrong,
Yeah,
I can't
an
remember.
anomaly. So check this out. So the Earth is irregular, right? It's not a perfect sphere. Perfect sphere is ideal, can't exist in reality. Especially if it's something that's non-homogeneous like the Earth, which is made up of different minerals, right? So you're going to have different groupings of what they call in their worldview mass. Now, what that means is that there is no such thing as an inward gravity towards the center of the Earth sphere, right? That doesn't exist. It's all over the place. So if I'm here, down is going to be in a different direction than over there. So there's no way for them to know how these things line up to each other. So they have to interpret it. So they apply their measurements to a general model based on transformation laws, which are mathematical laws, right?
They actually use matrix mathematics for this too, which is pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They have.
It's literally called matrix mathematics.
Well, yeah, they have to. It's the way it is, man.
Like a lot of high-end university level physics is done that way. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, so in other words, they have a predisposed model, right? That they already have transformation laws that apply, which take the real measurements that you take in real life and then mitigate them to the model. So it's not the case that they're just going out there and measuring and just writing down exactly what they measure. And then the final product is all measured. Not the case.
Don't they make all of these measurements, make the measurements, and remember that they're on a ball, and whatever measurements they make, they have to account for the fact that they're on a ball in the first place, and then fit their measurements to fit around that ball that they think they're on.
Yeah, and then they say if what you see doesn't match the ball that I claim, well, then it's refraction. And then you go to the experts about refraction, and here, what do they say? They say we do all the math as if the Earth is flat. But we know the Earth isn't flat, so then we wrap it around the ball we presuppose. So even the people that are going to back them up are doing the same thing. They're wrapping their data around the ball.
Because the Earth is a ball, right? Yep. Awesome.
Yeah.
And then they formulate the mathematics to conform to a ball too.
Yes, there you go. And the reason why is usually they say it this way. They don't usually say, well, they say like, we know the Earth is a ball, therefore we do this. Or we already know Earth is a ball, therefore we can do this. So, I measure the tile in my kitchen. It's level, flat, horizontal. But I already know my kitchen is a ball, so now I got to buy ball-shaped tile.
I got a better idea. Why don't you buy a bunch of tiles, cut them into a bunch of infinite pieces so they're locally flat, and make your own fucking circle? How does that sound? Gotta love mathematics.
Dude, if you get two shots and the angle's off by 1 degree within a variance of a certain distance, you could be missing a great amount of territory in your predictions or conclusions, right? So I can't look this one up for you because I'm driving, but there's one called the missing square triangle puzzle. If someone could post that GIF in there, it explains it perfectly.
I've never heard of that. What is the puzzle?
Oh, man. Hold on. I'm going to risk my life.
No,
going
don't risk it.
120
I'm
miles
looking
an
it up.
hour.
Yeah,
Look
yeah.
it up
Somebody
for
else can look it up for you. Yeah, yeah.
I found it.
Post it. If you can, please, buddy.
Hopefully it's
Okay,
a GIF.
it's just a
'cause if
picture.
It's a GIF, it's super awesome.
I've watched enough YouTube videos of people not concentrating on the road, mate. So concentrate on the road, please.
That's it.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow, okay.
Is it the GIF version?
No, it's not moving about, mate.
See if you can find the GIF version, because then it'll show an animation that'll like demonstrate the illusion even better.
Okay.
Basically, it looks just like that, but it's an animated version.
Okay.
There you go. There it is, bro. Watch that.
Oh, wow. Okay, I get it. I get it. Oh, wow. Okay.
Right. So what's the trick? The trick is that the blue triangle and the red triangle don't have the same slope. So essentially, they have a different rise over run. They have a different angle to the peak. Now, if you're imagining yourself standing on the left side on the bottom, trying to get these angles, and you mess it up, look how much territory you got to account for that wasn't there before.
Yeah, I get it. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's a funny trick.
The territory that's missing is made up in the line, right? The top line territory equals 1 square. Okay?
You might have to repeat that, mate. It sounds like you were between masts at the time. Can you say that again for me, please?
I say that the distance in the hypotenuse differentiation makes up 1 square of territory, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
Now, if I wanted to equivalent these two territories, I simply just curve the baseline.
Right, buddy. You roboted quite hard there. I know it's terrible. I want to hear your answer to this as well. So maybe when you get in a clearer zone, you've got good communication, and we can have that chat, buddy. But you're roboting quite hard at the moment. Which sucks.
If we lived on a globe, there would be no roboting. And since there is roboting, therefore we do not live on a globe.
Deep and profound as always,
Right.
CB. Maybe you've hit that second mast now, AI. Maybe you can try again.
Yes. So just saying one way to equalize the areas is just curve the baseline. Right?
Mate, you might as well be talking from the future, buddy. No, I know it sucks, mate. Damn those satellites. How's it going, CB? Heretic? How you doing, guys? You good?
Good.
Yeah.
CB.
Yeah, man, good. Just hanging out. Thanks for keeping the stream cooking up. I've just been listening along, tidying up the place.
How's the lobby?
Let's see. I haven't been in there in a while. I've been kind of fiddling around with things. That's a little quiet in the lobby at the moment.
No problem. You know me, mate. I'm always scrolling up and down to see if anybody new's joined the server, man.
Yeah, I know how that is.
Scrolling. But yeah, it's unfortunate that Desmond doesn't want to speak and he just wants to listen. I tell you what, Desmond, if you want to type any of your questions into the lobby and give me a ping on that, maybe you could listen to some of the answers for the questions that you might have, mate. It's always a good way to get us talking, because I guarantee you, when most people come in here, they ask one question. We'll talk for 20 minutes amongst ourselves and forget you're even fucking here, mate. So that's fine. If you want to post your question in the lobby, mate, just give me a ping and we'll try to answer it for you. Not sure how many people are watching on YouTube, but I thought I'd give you a big hello and welcome to the show. If any of you do want to join the server, then please hit the link provided by Nightbot. You will hit the server. Please make your way to voice check-in number 1, where we have some volunteers waiting to check you in. They can give you voice verifications. You have control of your microphone and you can come and join the conversation. Whether you be bald or flat or whatever, we welcome anybody and everybody. Just please be mindful, and you obviously know that we're on live streaming on YouTube, so be cordial if you can, but if you want to get involved in the conversation, just hit the link provided by Nightbot and come and join the server and discussion. That would be awesome. We have a full room of people at the moment, eager to have conversations with you, just generally not with each other. A full room. I'm going to start at the bottom. So Carr from Kentucky is here, shout out to you. Superfluoride, shout out to you. Stormfire, Spake, Satoshi, shout out to you. Sasha, always in the house, shout out to you. Resolve, Rion, Quetzalcoatl, Plumbob, shout out to you. Morvis, always great to see you. Marthoff, always great to see you. J-Star, Heretic, as always. Love you, Heretic, man, you're freaking awesome. Grim, Flying, great to see you guys. Flatsy's in the house, great to see you. Flat Lloyd, right, always a pleasure. Desmond, as we just mentioned. Dave, Dead Air, Hinkle. One of my all-time favourite people. Shout out to you. Obviously, Creation Bear, Chris Jedi. Fucking idiot, that's me. Brief, Brandon. How are you? Angel 101's in the house. Shout out to you, sweetness. Andy, AI, and Wav Mixer. Great to see you, buddy. We've got a full panel, guys. So anybody on YouTube wants to come and chat with some real live flat earthers and have a discussion about why we think the earth is flat, like I said, hit the link provided by Nightbot. Come and join the server and we can have a discussion. Shout out to all of you in the server, though, guys. Full house.
Woo woo! Hell yeah! All flat earthers are stupid. Clearly, you're missing something. Just learn from the experts.
Just a nice science. You don't understand maths. You have a religious belief. Yeah, that's it.
I don't even need to know the globe to know it's a globe. Okay.
What difference does it make anyway?
Everyone believes what I believe.
I know myself.
If I just believe that everyone believes what I believe, then you're wrong. What kind of logic is that? It's not like they come here knowing some stuff. Well, see, I learned this about the globe, and this is why I believe it. They don't do that.
Well, what sort of thing would you have to see for that to be sufficient evidence for you, CB?
No, that's very Glober of you. Anything other than peer pressure, maybe? Something that's not peer pressure? Because it seems like that's what a lot of them are trapped in, peer pressure. Not even willing to ask questions.
Even peer pressure needs a container.
Any ideology is potentially dangerous. I've been thinking about like a straight line of some kind, and like the more I think about it, the more unrealistic it sounds. You know, remember AI telling us about what's his name, Demok's idea of sticking a load of drones to each other. Remember, which is hilarious.
Yes.
It's, you know, Just looking for that drop over distance. I think that I would take. But I'm just trying to work it out in my head how it could be a realistic thing.
You just gave me an idea.
What?
They have shows called like Ghost Hunters and stuff like that. We need to make a spin-off called Globe Hunters or Curve Hunters or something like that. Where we're going out looking for this drop. And you know how they do in the documentaries? They hype it up like, oh, there might be a ghost out there. And then, I don't know. I don't see ghosts. Do you? So, the same type of thing. It's kind of hard to find something that's not there. Yeah.
I like that idea. That sounds like a good idea for a TV show. Curve Hunters. I like it.
Well, Central says this all the time. He's like, how do you have refracted gremlins? It's like, you can't refract something that doesn't exist. So
that's why they have to say it's refracted, because it don't exist.
Yeah.
Refraction, I don't know. I'm happy to go wherever the evidence is. It is what it is as far as I'm concerned. I've got no dog in this race. What it is, I mean, clearly I care. I care enough to be here every day. I want to see. I want to know, obviously.
Well, if it was there, they could just show it to you instead of excuses for why they can't show it to you. So refraction is pretty self-defeating.
It's just not. I don't know how anybody could not see what we've seen, the long distance observations, and at the very least, just go, that's interesting.
How would they know that there's a refracted geometric horizon there in the first place? They'd have to have measured the geometric horizon or observed it in some way, but the fact that they're telling you that it's refracted is telling you that they can't measure or observe it, right? So how do they know that?
I just don't know what I don't know. I just think about what they've got to think. They've got to think, okay, so it's a mirage. It's loomed up over this curve. It's not the image, it's not the thing, it's not the Chicago skyline or wherever it is. It's just loomed up, and there it is. I mean,
yeah, but what curve? Is that measured, or is that just imagined?
But I mean, I just say, well, no, that's it. That's the thing. That's actually it. I don't know. I just don't get it. I remember from Austin's tour, one of the things he'd say of it like that, which was just saying their beliefs back to them. He'd just say, look, you have to believe that when you're seeing a sunset, that what's actually happening is you're falling backwards faster than the speed of sound.
Man, they don't even recognize their own beliefs often when you repeat them back to them. They'll start fighting you on those and be like, "Nuh-uh, I'm not saying that."
I love that image I've got I snagged from Eric DeBay. I'll post it, the sunrise thing, because it just says so much in one little diagram. If I can find it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this one.
Central, you're right, though. They don't like their own beliefs.
You don't even recognize them.
Moving buildings.
Yeah. Well, I use it all the time. I say, so there's a refracted geometric horizon in that picture, and they're like, what? No, that's not what I'm saying. Nobody said that. Well, that is what you're saying. Well, that's what you're supposed to be saying. I guess you didn't know that.
Isn't that embarrassing, being taught your own worldview by the person you thought you were about to debunk?
Yeah, and then it gets even wackier when they start saying, no, I'm just talking about refraction. This has nothing to do with the radius.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're not even talking about the globe anymore. You're just on a whole other topic because why?
Hoping you won't notice.
Yeah. You're supposed to tie it back to your radius, right? You're supposed to be arguing for your refracted radius, and they go, no, that's a straw man. So why'd you even bring it up? It's got nothing to do with your radius that you're trying to save. Why'd you even bring it up? So weird.
Well, you just don't consider refraction. It debunks. It's why it's not flat.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Refraction of what?
I'm glad we don't have to do that. You know. Well, you don't see a flat Earth. It's a mirage. It's refracted flat Earth or whatever.
Oh, this is a good one as well. The reflection thing. That's a good one because it's got the reflections on a curved surface as well.
Oh, but it's practically flat. It's just so slightly curved that it's practically flat.
Damn right, it's practically flat. It's practically flat because it has to be flat because we practically have to use it as flat to get elevation angles to stars to navigate across the Earth that we mapped using the stars because the Earth is flat. Has to be flat. Practically.
It has to be.
Practically, for everyday purposes, the Earth is indeed treated as flat. You might bastardize a ball around this flatness, but ultimately, yeah, the Earth is treated as a flat stationary plane, especially when you navigate across it. People might think GPS and, satellites from space and all of that bollocks, but no. When your technology fails, you're going to revert to a fucking angle measuring device and elevation angles to stars.
Well, actually, I mounted a spinning globe on my dashboard just so that when I drive around, it's more accurate than the GPS, because the GPS shows a 2D flat map, and we all know the Earth is not flat. So the globe actually helps me navigate more accurately when I'm driving around. I just spin it a little bit, just keep up with the rotation, and I always get to where I'm going.
A full-size globe there, because it doesn't matter. It obstructs the windshield because you get more accurate directions anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, the bigger the better, honestly. The more you can see, obviously. You don't really need to see out in reality. Just look at the globe because that's the most accurate thing. Because when you look out, you do see it looks flat, but it's not flat. So you don't even need to really look. Don't look outside.
It's better to imagine if there's a pedestrian that you might run over. If you imagine it, you're not going to actually run over them because you know where they are.
Yeah, clearly. If you've done the correct calculations, then you're good. You know how they say measure twice, cut once? Well, when you're a globe earther, measure 0 times. Just begin cutting.
I like that, yeah.
These guys would make horrible businessmen. You're like, okay, well, I'd like to buy 1,000 pounds of this metal or whatever. They're like, well, just I don't really need to measure it. Kind of eyeball it, calculate it. No real business person would operate like that. You'd want to be very precise. Measure 3 times if you have to before you cut. I think we highlighted this exact mentality that they have when the guy who said he would be willing to purchase the most expensive shoe in the world without having his foot measured.
Look at the picture Entropy posted. Look at that definition. Level surface is a curved surface. which is every point perpendicular to the direction of gravity. Well, you don't know gravity exists. And then it says level line is a line. Congratulations. Level line is a line in level surface, hence is a curved line. What is that supposed to mean?
A hell of water. Duh.
Well, one thing I have seen on here recently is that you do present the other argument. Also, I came in here one time and they were talking about the globe and how to prove it. So I'll give you that. You don't just present one side of the argument.
This is kind of one of the issues we have, Brandon. Sometimes people come into the server and they don't have a clue what they're talking about. They don't know their own model. So we have to sit here and be honest and, explain their model to them. So we have to give both sides of the argument, mate. We have to. Sometimes that's for, like I said, for educational purposes, but we're not lying to people. We are just putting all the cards on the table and we're showing people what we've done when we compare what they tell us to be true to the truth of reality. Then we don't see the truth in anything that they say. But we have to hold that true position up for people like yourself and everybody to see that it's not real. So we have to be honest. Not lying to you, mate. Gas will fuck off if it's not contained. It's not a lie. You can only measure angles from straight lines, not curved ones. That's not a lie. That's true. Give me your wig.
I was like, why do you think we're called truthers? Because these dudes be lying. So anyone who isn't is a liar.
People. It's weird that that's normalized in this world.
The only reason there's something called truthers is because there's so much fucking lying going on.
Yep, exactly.
A lot of fucking lying. Probably the worst thing ever, honestly.
Yeah, I don't like lie. I don't like lie.
The thing is it's cultural, it's in society. People tell these little white lies that they think are normal. And they've normalized
then they think it's okay to do bigger lies.
Yeah, and then it leads to the bigger and bigger stuff. They've just normalized deception.
And when shit hits the fan, they don't really care. I'm sorry, dude, it was a mistake.
It's just, if you think about it, it's all in like comedy and cartoons and stuff. People tell these lies that cause these stupid situations.
Television now is disgusting, dude.
Yeah, dude, and that's not even getting
a majority
into the worst parts. I don't watch TV.
I have a TV, but I haven't turned it on in like I don't know, 7 years or something.
I have a giant computer monitor that I may use as a TV if I like, but it's a giant computer monitor to me. I have no need to hook the antenna up to it, is what I mean. So all it does is...
No, you sold your TV to your headset, all right.
Yeah.
Connect to the grid. I'm sure that's what the Glovers would love is just to jump right into VR, because then they can skip the rocket ships. Just put it right on their eyeballs. Put the iPhone right up on their eyes. And they've got their outer space right there.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be like a VR sessions, live sessions of like watching SpaceX take off. Like, going to be proud and just watching it as if it's happening.
Yeah.
It's
launch it. I wonder when they'll try to kick some stuff like that off. Seems like they just kick the can down the road more and more now. Yeah, we'll go to the moon eventually. And what incentive do they have to do, or what incentive do they have to pull through on these claims that they're making? They don't really have any incentive. People are going to believe it anyway. They don't have to go anywhere.
Did you hear that the Indians, not the American Indians, the actual Indians from India, you hear that the actual Indians from India had sent their own space platform up into the sky recently this week? Did anybody hear that?
I didn't hear about this.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find the posted an article the other day. I'll see if I can find it and I'll post it for you again. So simple, guys. Everyone can go to space. I even think the Kenyans or Nigerians also threw something up in the sky the other week.
Well, there's no way they could possibly be lying, colluding, working with any other government. So that's how we know that they're telling the truth. I feel bad for a new person trying to get into this topic. I've got a huge mountain to overcome. You turn to your left, your neighbors, they're going to all tell you it's a globe. You turn to your right, go to Google. That's going to say it's a globe. Your teachers, your family. There's you got to like turn over a lot of stones to try to figure out some of this information. It's not going to be on the first page of Google. And so,
can you imagine if it was? Type into Google if is the Earth flat, and it someone said yeah. Of course.
I just it takes a lot. It takes a lot to get here. I'm sure we all had our own journeys and our own ways. That it's not like someone pulled you aside, or let me speak for me. It's like someone pulled me aside and was like, "Hey, you should check out this flat Earth stuff," or whatever. I didn't have anyone like myself or like this server to sort of teach me. At first, at least. And so, for someone new, they have to like find their way here, or because it's not going to be on YouTube or whatever first page. I do have some empathy for someone trying to figure this out in a sincere, genuine way. We don't see that very often. It's kind of rare. But I wonder why. A lot of peer pressure for even just questioning the globe. People look at you with a stink eye for just asking questions. That's what happened to me. I almost wish I could go back and be a globe earther all over again just to come and debate you guys and see what that would be like. But the first thing I started doing was asking questions to my friends, and I worked with a guy who was training to be a pilot and stuff. So I asked him questions about flight paths and whatever. And right away I noticed that just asking questions was getting me kicked out of the globe camp, if you will. And I'm sure this is not unfamiliar for other people. I think Central might share his testimony on how he listened to debates where globers sound ridiculous, and that type of stuff will push you away as well from being in that camp. So I never got the chance to like argue against a flat earther. That didn't happen. Probably wouldn't have went well, but I don't think I would have been very emotional like some of these people are. I think a lot of us approached it in a more sincere way. And it takes time. Can't expect someone to figure this out in a Discord call, 30 minutes to an hour. When it took you or me, well, we're up to 6 years at this point. So to try and condense 6 years of what you learn down into one call is, I keep saying it's a delicate situation, and it is. So, but then that's where that's.
Harder to research.
You said it's getting harder to research?
Yeah, it's getting harder to research.
What is that? Book burning, right? We're in the modern day era. Yeah. Just a big book burning going on out there.
Yeah.
And if you're not parroting the current thing that Daddy says, it's not going to be published on the front page of anything. So, yeah. I actually have a clip for that. Let me play that.
I just thought about it. Why you find that clip, CB? I thought about something else that I'd accept as proof. Well, I don't suppose it matters, but north to south navigation, circumnavigation, right? So if they take a plane and go under the ball, come out the other side, that I'd accept. As long as the people on the plane were people like Miggy, people like that, people who I trust. And they're like, yep.
Didn't they say that they did that about 4 years ago? I think it was the Blue Origin flight. Does anybody remember that?
Well, apparently Sir Ranulph Fiennes did it in, I think, 1979 maybe, or something like that. But, yeah, I mean, like I said, I want somebody like Miggy, somebody I know who's like, he cares about that more than anything else.
I'll tell you what, if Miggy was here, he would tell you not to do that, and I'll tell you why.
I know, I get it, but still.
Do you know why? Just so I know you do get it.
Yeah, because it's still somebody else.
Yeah, exactly. He would then become a gatekeeper. You'd have to prostrate yourself in front of his knowledge, right?
Yeah.
Right, let me see if I can find this Blue Origin flight. It's quite interesting. It happened about 3 years ago.
Have you guys heard of Runcie Cow?
No.
He completely debunked Einstein's theory of general and special relativity. Like, several times over. Many different ways he came at it.
Found the clip. I can play it if you want. It's just accentuate what Kim said about how the information's slightly tainted, even when you go to look. Only a minute long.
Nothing is what it appears to be. Surely you've noticed that. That's A, right? A is nothing is what it appears to be. Well, therefore, complex, difficult, tricky, and mercurial things are even less likely to be what they claim to be than other forms of reality. So, confronted with the endless whispered rumors and doctored photographs and breathless testimony from the denizens of trailer courts and so forth and so on, what is one to make of all that? Well, I think the message is return to basics. The information matrix has become compromised. The data stream is now suspect. Return to first principles. What are first principles? That's what the 20th century is trying to figure out. Yes, what are first principles? I'd like to suggest to you that a place to begin is the body.
That stood out to me because he said, breathless testimony, doctored photograph. What does that sound like? Oh, the experts say blah, blah, blah. That's the breathless testimony. The doctored photographs, clearly, we all know what that is. And at the end there, he said that the information matrix has been tainted. It's been soiled to some degree. So what do? You return to basics. And when Miggy, he was listening to this clip, he said, yeah, he hit the nail on the head. He's like, well, yeah, you go back to your senses. And that's it's kind of funny how, what do the Globers say about your senses? Oh, well, they're deceiving you. So, yeah. Start with what you observe.
It reminded me of Crow 777, because it's constantly saying there's no lie in nature.
Mm-hmm.
Nature doesn't lie. People lie. So that's what it reminds me of. But yeah, I used to listen to a lot of Terence McKenna, actually, but yeah, some of the things he said put me off, so... But
yeah,
I
was listening. It's so funny you say that. I was listening to some of it, and he started talking about we know that millions of years, and I'm like, all right, I think I'm good here. But yeah, I mean, there's gems everywhere, right?
I liked him talking about the Gnostics. I don't know if you've heard him talk about Gnostics, but Gnosticism. But I enjoyed that because he was saying that now is more Gnostic than it was. Whatever. I think it was 4th century or something like that. And he was saying how they saw it as sex or penetration. That was the how did he put it? It was like capturing the light, so to speak, was the worst thing you could do. This is what their beliefs were, and so they were a very kinky bunch. They did everything but that, he said. But then he said, which makes you think they can't have lasted too long then. This is what I always think about this trans movement and all that. I'm like, what are you worried about? It can't go on for too long, can it?
Dude, they're destined to destroy themselves, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I hate having to do this because I like this conversation, but from higher up, we've been asked to move the conversation along and back onto the flat Earth, guys.
Yeah,
if
that's
you do
fair enough.
Talking about a subject, chill chat. I'm just a messenger, guys. I'm just a messenger, and this is stuff that I'm very interested in and do when I'm not around on the server as well. So I get it. I do.
Yeah, but come and show us that Earth curve, please. I mean, you've got the slam dunk. Come on, you've got all of mainstream science. You all of everything. It's out there somewhere, isn't it? Come and show us. Show us the evidence, please.
They don't have anything to show anymore, if they even did to begin with. But it's almost like they're in a place where they're trying to not only convince themselves, made conversation, but they're trying to convince you of what they're saying. It's almost like they're not fully convinced of the things that they say. That's why this tactic of mirroring their beliefs back to them causes them pain almost. That's why I love the moving buildings.
You can tell they're learning on the spot and they're adjusting their opinions accordingly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what's kind of funny about this whole thing, because they think they're getting into it like they're walking into a kindergartner's class and they're going to show them, oh, y'all haven't learned multiplication yet? Oh, how cute. But it's really the other way around. They just walked into a damn, a lecture at a university course or something. And people are talking about entropy and the second law of thermodynamics, geometry, and what science really means, and so on. It's not the kindergarten class they thought they were getting into.
At that point, they give up all free thought and they just go to Google and just tell me, think, Google, please, you're my God.
Well, I had a guy in the chat say basically that. He's like, well, I'm just going to... We asked him for a definition of gravity. This is what they often do. Well, you guys don't believe in gravity, don't you? Or what are your thoughts on gravity? Well, first, you have to define it. So why don't you define it for us? He obviously, typically, it's, we're being pulled down. It's a force, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, do you know that might not be true? I said, well, can you get us an actual definition, maybe? He's like, fine, I'll just go to ChatGPT or whatever and get you an answer because you're clearly brain dead or blah, blah, blah. So that you're right. They give up their own thinking skills and just run off to Google and try to prescribe me an answer that I don't. I just find it so funny that it's a pure projection. I am not the one that needs the definition. He is. I've been saying lately that these guys are like, I'm surprised. It sucks that these are our neighbors and the people who live in society with us, because they would make terrible judges, investigators, businessmen. I talked about that earlier. I forgot the occupation I was just going to say. But I'll just talk about the investigators then, because when it comes to investigation, notice what they do right away. Oh, well, what about the motive? I can't really think of what motive could have happened here, so, then they just start ignoring all the evidence. And so
I think the most important job is teachers uploading all this information in the kids' soft brains. So these people are going into these fields as well. They're going to teach other impressionable youth to think like them, and it's just kind of a cycle. Because this professor, Bill or whatever, he's going to teach that. He's going to keep teaching it.
Okay, I remember what I was going to say now. What profession? I was going to say doctor. I've been saying for a while that they would make terrible doctors, because what they do is they barely understand you and then they just rush off to prescribe you something, or give you a diagnosis that's probably not well thought out.
Over here in my country, when you go to a doctor school, one of the first tests they give you like right away is relating to theology. They ask you like, do you believe in God? All these things which should not be that relevant, but they want to know these things about you so they can make some observations. Maybe, oh, this guy maybe is going to prescribe whatever we tell him to prescribe, because he's not going to really question it too much. He's just going to believe the science. God is irrelevant, or there's no judgment in that. It's only like everything is pragmatic.
Well, they just don't know how to diagnose a flat earther. This is kind of what I'm getting at, is that they don't really know how to answer our questions. Gas pressure. Okay, how do I diagnose this? Gravity. It's a misdiagnosis. That's not... If they prescribe gravity to a gas pressure argument, that shows they don't understand. They don't really understand the symptoms or the issue or the problem that's happening or how to fix it. So just blindly prescribing gravity to things. That's what I mean. Like they're these guys are shitty doctors, shitty investigators, shitty judges. They make terrible jury. It's funny. I always try to remind them to like think of this like an investigation. When you get to a crime scene, what's the first thing you do? Whose blood is that? I see a bullet shell. Let's bag that up and find out if there's any fingerprints on that. I see some cameras up on the corner there. Let's see if we can get any CC footage from that. Yada yada yada. You try to gather up all the evidence, but what they do is they arrive at the scene. They're like, that guy seemed like a good guy. can't really think of why this would happen. And they start going down that motive route. So a terrible investigator, and then a judge. If someone starts presenting things to you, oh, well, Judge, Your Honor, my client is clearly credentialed and they've been serving the community for 15 years and clearly, the type of stuff they lean on. Well, he's an expert in his field, and a good judge would be like, well, do you have any evidence that shows that he's either not guilty or guilty or whatever? They don't really care about the evidence. They're leaning on, well, he clearly has been a citizen of the community for 15 years, and I can't see why he would have committed this crime, so I guess we'll let him go. Their motive thinking is leading them to failure in this conversation. That's how we end up winning most of the time, is we're talking about the evidence.
It's juvenile. It's short-sighted, is what it is, CB. When you think about it, because attacking a symptom, the symptom's a greater part of the bigger picture. The symptom's trying to help you, right?
Mm-hmm. I see.
So just attacking the symptom's no good. We've got to find the root to the problem.
Right.
I don't know why we've lost sight of that. I mean, I'm a bit more cynical, so I think there's probably some people pulling the strings, and then let's just say the people further down the line, they just do what they got to do. So
the machine that no one knows how to run. You're right, they just do what they got to do. They have no idea what they've inherited. And hey guys, how are you doing?
Yup, dude.
What's up, Ether? Prove your name.
Same stuff, different day.
Hope you're doing well, brother.
I'm still breathing, so that means I'm blessed.
I was going to give a shout out to Timbo as well. He's probably fighting off some random Australian wildlife that wants to kill him.
You get a boxing match with a kangaroo.
Hope you're doing well, Timbo. Look after yourself, mate. Big shout out to you. Oh, yeah, good day, Jedi, mate. How you doing? Yeah, I'm doing really well, thanks, Timbo, mate. Good to see you. Oh, well, I've just chucked another shrimp on the barbie, and I'll be down later for another cold one. Awesome, Tim. That's pretty good. I love trolling Timbo. It's funny. Where is he? Come on, Timbo, you fucking marsupial manipulator. Kangaroo toucher. How you doing? Say hi. Everyone's got to troll Timbo. It's really funny.
I can do that.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be awesome. Yeah. He sounds like every single other Australian. Must be really early for him because it's 9 o'clock here, so it's got to be whoosh. I don't know, 7 o'clock in the morning. Oh, got a message from Timbo. Use your fucking microphone, you idiot.
Nothing is what it appears to be. Surely you've noticed.
Damn, CB's slacking over here.
What the hell? Oh, it's 6 o'clock in the morning for Timbo. What the fuck? Good morning, mate. I hope you're doing well. I hope you slept well.
That's A. Right?
What?
A
How did that
is
happen?
nothing is what it appears to be. Well,
You're sacked, mate. What the fuck's going on?
See, I'm slacking.
You are, man. You're going to hand the soundboard over to somebody else and leave your FE membership at the door, mate. I'm afraid it's all over for you.
Well, that actually gives me an opportunity to talk about that, because I have noticed that it looks like Discord has either begun to incorporate a soundboard that they already have into the to the platform. And so one of the issues that I've had is that the one that I have is a 1-for-1. I can't share it, even if I wanted to. I have to share the actual clip itself if I want to share it. But I can't share the board. It's essentially, like I said, a 1-for-1. So if we incorporate a soundboard into the Discord, I could essentially put all the clips, or whatever clips, on there, and anyone would have access to them, even when I'm not here. And then it would be so much faster, because lately I've been trying to play them through the bot, but it's like I have to copy and then drop it, and then copy and paste, and then so.
I haven't. Have you played with the soundboard thing, like the Discord thing?
Well, I don't want to just add it. I was
here.
around. Go ahead.
I meant on your server, man.
Oh.
Then you can experiment with how to use it and learn how it works.
All right. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that. But yeah, I need to do that. But it looks like
I could chill in there with you, so we can do like audio tests and tell you how it sounds.
I've been trying to figure it out though, because it looks like there's actually now not just. I'm not exactly sure how it works, because I think there are bots that you can use that will do a soundboard, but I think Discord is actually just going to incorporate one as a whole, because if you go to your audio settings, let me just do it on mobile. Let's see, voice settings. On my computer, there was a spot for a soundboard. It was like, what do you want your soundboard audio to sound like and stuff. So this was in Discord, not even have anything to do with a bot or an application or anything. So
yeah, I like that it's built in, so it should work way better.
Yeah, and like I said, if I'm not here, like people would still have access to the clips, and it's not just the air horn. Like these are the ones that are related. They're the ones that are curated. Yeah, the ones that have been curated specifically for the server, the Michio Kaku clips and stuff like that.
Relevant subject matter.
Yeah. Or the one when Timbo shows up and he's freaking, I dropped the ball on that. And I multitask.
You were supposed to say Timbo shows up in a kangaroo outfit or something.
What the bleeding hell? We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
We get it, you're from Space Australia.
Stuff like that.
Brilliant.
But yeah, so I'll talk to Jedi. I think your mic is looping audio again.
Motherfucker. Alright, brother, I'll find my phone across the room again. That seemed to work yesterday. Do it again.
Oof.
Are you your phone?
He'll be right back.
Oh.
Dang. There he is.
That's a pretty easy fix. Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe that's you, Ether.
Blame you, me.
I know it might be me because let me put my headset on and my microphone's weird.
It happens.
Beast. Yeah, it's not me, is it?
Check. 1, 2. I think you're good.
This will fix the problem. So the actual microphone that goes to my headset is really quiet and weird, so I plugged up a webcam, like a high-resolution webcam that has a nice microphone on it. As long as I don't touch it and make it make weird noises. I had it playing through the speakers on the laptop, and that's why the mic was likely picking it up, and there's a feedback loop. I put my headset on, it stops. My bad, guy.
All good. No worries. So yeah, I mean that would be really cool. I'd love to be in charge of that, or just lay some of the groundwork on uploading the clips.
There's plenty of clips too, a lot of really good ones, especially recently with the chin guy, the refracting chin.
Oh, you mean like the stickers and stuff? Yeah, I did add those last night. Yeah. So if you guys want to use those, you're more than welcome to. But yeah,
like the audio to go with it too.
Oh, the refracting chin guy. Yeah. Yeah. And see, yeah, exactly. So the one that I did find said that you could upload clips up to 9 minutes long, and there was like 300 slots. I'm like, okay, that sounds good. That's something we need. Well, or I'm not exactly sure how the one that Discord is going to use will work, but should be fun. Have you guys not noticed this? There's a let me open my computer. It's supposed to be a bit like the activities. So lately, Discord has added like if we're on here, I'll start one now. In the panel, we can all watch YouTube videos together and stuff like that. And so it would be something like that, where it's incorporated into the actual Discord. What do we want to watch? I want to watch some SpaceX stuff. Yeah, but on my computer, voice and video. There's a whole spot. It's a soundboard. Control how loud sounds are for you personally. For more info, click here. Let me close off this YouTube thing because it's kind of annoying. Oh, a bunch of people did join. Well, so you guys kind of get the gist. So, like, we can do stuff together in Discord. I think one of them is the soundboard. If anyone wants to host, you're more than welcome to. I'm probably going to bail out of the lab. You guys can do that if you want to. I usually just stick on, like, a moon landing video or something stupid in the background. It's not that important. What would be really cool, though, I've been trying to get Miggy to fix this. But since he's been running live streams lately, it would be cool to see his mug in the bottom corner while we're in Discord. Some people don't have the like multiple screens type of thing going on. So we could do that, but I've been asking him to mess around with the settings a little bit so we can see him through our YouTube. activity on Discord. But you can do stuff like that if you want. Let's see, Crypto's joined.
I was going to say, Crypto's joined. Good evening, Crypto. Hope you're well. At 21:21. No, mate. So I just got to point this out. It's 21:21, and I got 21% battery on my fucking phone. If I see any more of these repeating numbers, I swear I'm going to go mad. Yeah, evening, Crypto, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, very well. Thanks, yourself.
Apart from going mad because I keep seeing numbers everywhere. Yeah, really good. Thanks, mate. Yeah.
Well, I keep going mad because I see flat everywhere, and yet I hear globe. So that's weird.
Oh, nice. I like what you did there, mate. Yeah. Me too.
I've got 42% on my phone, and that's 21 plus 21.
Oh, shit.
Not even joking. I'm at 69.
Whoop, whoop.
I will post the evidence. Because
I don't want to see that 69. Thanks very much, mate.
Do I look like some type of globe or something?
Well, damn it. If I checked my phone like a couple minutes ago, 2 minutes ago, it would have said 420 and 69. But I'm 2 minutes late. Almost had that nice screenshot, but nope.
Yeah, Jenna, I don't know if this matters to you, but I'm 21 miles away from my destination.
No fucking shit. It matters to me now that you said it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. My life gets weird.
Oh, jeez.
21.
So, guys,
don't stare at the clock too much.
So, guys, I want to present to the room today's globe excuse of the day. I feel like we need like some sort of theme music, like do. It's like today's globe excuse.
Hold on.
So I don't know if you guys know, there's meant to be a solar eclipse tomorrow. In kind of, I don't know, somewhere in Central America or whatever. But during this eclipse, there's meant to be a ring of fire, followed by a total eclipse, followed by another ring of fire. And then, obviously, the question is, how does that work on the globe, right? And the excuse was quite creative. You know, it's fairly creative, but obviously wrong. He said that because you're on a curved surface, right? So you're already begging the question. Because you're on a curved surface, the point at which the moon passes you, when you're directly underneath the moon, it's got a different angle to when it's kind of off to the side. So that's why, right? That's why you've got a ring of fire on either side, and you've got a total eclipse in the middle. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Does that make any sense to you? Today's globe excuse.
Brilliant. I like that. Welcome to Globe Excuse of the Day. Our host, Crypto.
Just like the worst cat applause you've ever heard.
Boo!
I just want a sparkly silver jacket. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah. You know what's funny though is when they're giving these like absolutely retarded explanations, you know that they're dead serious about them. It's actually it's difficult to not laugh at them as they're telling them.
I was literally just saying that I think there's some part of them that is trying to convince not only themselves but you at the same time. Like they're not really convinced of what they're saying. Some of them, I think some of them are just pure zealots, but I think there's a few of them out there that are like tongue in cheek, trying to convince you. But I don't know. Could be wrong.
Yeah. Well, every now and then I get like one of these globers on an alt come in and message me some like gaslighting nonsense, like I'm a fake flat earther just like you, like wink, and you're just like, but I'm not. So, like, yeah, you know. But they do all of these weird psychological tactics on us, and it's like, do you really think that I haven't experienced all of it by now? Like, I know all of your tricks, guys. There's nothing you can do.
I keep just looking at it like they're late to the party. Bro, we already played Pin the Tail, and we already did all the games. You just showed up late. Like you're still trying to figure this stuff out.
Yeah. It's like everyone's like moved on from drinking and they're like trying to like
They're trying to get hammered, yeah.
And they're like, "Hey guys, I'm catching up." It's like, "No, man."
You're late, bro.
It's like 4 a.m., bro. We started at 10. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's true. It's just they say the most retarded things with a straight face, man. I don't get it. Surely they don't understand how weird they sound, even if they think it's true.
Mate, we have people turn around to us and say, "You see that hand that's in front of your face? That's not your hand. You see that in front of your face because it's a refracted hand." We have people say that with all dead seriousness.
Yeah. In fact, I was there for that discussion. Do you remember? Because it was I did
Was it FTFE?
No,
Yes.
well, it might have been FTFE, but Dr. Bob also did that. If you
Yes,
remember,
he did, yeah.
So
Yes.
So he said something about the Empire State Building. You could see over it for some reason. And I did a graphic where you've got like a line of sight, and the line of sight like jumps over the Empire State Building, then carries on going straight afterwards. It's like, yeah, they're just crazy. They're nutters.
I've heard FTFE say his hand was refracted in front of his face one time.
I feel sorry for darts players, snooker and pool players, anybody who has to aim at a small target with a small object. Yeah, that's not the double top you're looking at, my friend. That's a refracted double top. No wonder you keep fucking missing it.
Yeah, that's a good excuse for when you don't hit it. Well, it's just
yeah.
a little extra refraction tonight.
Yeah.
No, but Jenna, luckily the dart takes a refracted path to the board as well, so it just it marries up, right? Isn't that how that works? Isn't that what they say? Is that it looks like there's refraction, but there is refraction, and everything that happens just happens to mirror refraction.
I think what happens is the spin of the Earth cancels out the refraction, mate. I think that's what it is.
Possibly, yeah. Maybe Coriolis gets involved somehow.
Yeah, exactly. Some fucking bollocks that they made up. Yeah.
The funny thing is that a lot of these effects would be real if the globe was real. And so they just assert that they are real and then tell you that any effect that you see must be having these influences. It's just like, cool, well, if you want to play the game where you just assert that what you believe is true, yeah, great, I'll do that as well.
Just it gets more religious the more I think about it. Just make claims that would be true if your thing fucking existed. We're just going to act like your thing exists, are we? Okay, cool.
Right.
Sounds like a religious belief to me.
Well, that it is.
But yeah, Crypto, I definitely think you should come in with Globe excuse of the day daily. That would be awesome. We could do that as a little section for you. That'd be great.
Well, it's one of my favourite things about going over to Geo's server is just listening to all their batshit insane excuses. But then coming here and not having to deal with all the sophistry, it's like it's nice to be able to do both.
Yeah. I get you. So, mate, I've seen some proper sophistry in this server over the last few weeks. So it definitely does happen. We just don't put up with it for long, right?
No, we don't. Yeah, if you don't put up with dishonesty, Jedi, that makes you an echo chamber. Didn't you know that?
Oh, shit, am I walking, talking echo chamber because I don't put up with lies and dishonesty? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry you had to find out this way.
Oh, shit. Well, I'm glad you told me, mate, because otherwise I would not have known. I am a walking, talking echo chamber.
They say it without a hint of irony, given that the entire mainstream media agrees with them.
Oh, God, yeah.
Not even a hint of irony.
I'm looking forward to the game of which way is crypto turning, left or right, as soon as I hear your indicator go. I used to love playing that game back in the left.
Correct!
Definitely left. Hey,
And we
10
have
points for Jedi.
Yeah, CB, have you got any like victory music?
I'm trying to work. I was actually just reading through an article how we can incorporate a soundboard into the voice call instead of like on my iPhone or whatever. So that would be really nice. It says it's an experimental feature available to a limited number of communities.
Well,
But yeah, they've recently added some stuff where you could basically have sounds within the call instead of because right now I'm on my phone, so what I have to do is like that. I'd have to like go to the board, copy and paste, drop it into the bot commands, copy and paste it again, then play it through the bot. It takes time. So this is a way to speed that up and give the other people the ability to use the clips that I've been like a squirrel. I'm like a squirrel gathering all these nuts. No one else can have them. But it'd be nice to share those with other people.
Would
but that'd be
sorry, maybe I don't.
There you go.
No, go on, Crypto, you're fine. I think I can remember what I was going to say.
Okay, that'd be an interesting app to develop, wouldn't it? Just a soundboard app for multiple use. I'm surprised it doesn't exist. It must exist.
It's not even see, this is the cool thing, Crypto. Discord's talking about not even just making it an app. They're talking about just incorporating it flat out into Discord. So each server will have their own ability to upload their own, just like we have our abilities to upload our own emojis and stuff like that. We'd be able to put in our own sounds. So I just have to work with an admin or somebody to see if we can get that up and running. It would be so much faster because then I would just be able to hit a button like in the call, as opposed to like jumping around to different apps and copying, pasting and stuff. That's probably the hardest part lately. Because what I would always do, guys, it's kind of funny how it started. So I have my computer and my iPhone. So what I would do is, at first I would have the call on my computer. So I'd go chill in like Nathan Oakley's or whatever on my computer. And then if a sound clip was needed, use my phone, go to YouTube, whatever. So then that ended up becoming pretty useful. So I started the soundboard on the phone. And then I wanted to do it on the go. Like if I'm like walking through the park and I'm on the call and someone's like, "Yo, CB, hit that thing." I had to get another device. So I went and bought an iPad. And then so I was like walking around with an iPad and an iPhone. And then someone needed a clip, I would just play the button through the iPad through the phone. And so yeah, you can see how it can get a little bit complicated down the line. But Discord's talking about incorporating it just full on in Discord in the call, so anyone can use it instead of having me being on 3 devices at once, trying to juggle. But
that reminds me of my question. If it comes into Discord and everybody had the ability to do so, wouldn't we have the issue of everybody using the soundboard every 5 fucking seconds?
So it would work like, you can take that permission away from you. Just like some people have permission as VC Pass, they can speak. Like some people would not have that permission. Or if they abuse it, you just you're done. You just turn it off for them. I'll drop a link so you guys can read along. But it seems really cool. Only certain people would have that permission. If you look at my roles, there's a role for sound. So like if you don't have the role, you don't get to do that type of thing.
I get you.
So this is just
visions of. Sorry, I just have visions of us all having the ability to do so, and it becomes shit. Really.
Everybody. Yeah, no, I'm sure that would be really annoying. No, but yeah, if we keep it to a certain amount of people and who understand how to use it, I think that'd be fine.
Yeah.
Here's a link to that if you guys want to read up on this, the soundboard FAQ. But if you see an admin, let them know I've been bringing that up because I need their help with that.
Saw CB around earlier. I haven't seen Mimo or Indio today. I don't know, mate. Just send them a message.
I'll try to mess around. Ether made a good idea about trying it on my own server, so I'll do that and see if I can mess around with it.
That looks really interesting, actually.
Yeah, I think we'll have
Crypto,
to have.
I was just going to say, Crypto, you got a little bit of background. I don't know who you're beating up or what they've done wrong.
Well,
also, sorry. I was going to say, also be sure to check out our emoji list. I've been updating the emojis that we have in our server, especially for those who don't have Nitro. I don't know if you guys are in the chat or even care about stuff like that, but I go to other servers. There's an MMA server I hang out in from time to time during big fight cards, and they're like 3 times as big as us. I think they have 100,000 members or so. But boy, you say something stupid in the chat, you're getting flamed, and usually with tons of reactions and emojis and stuff. And I don't know, that little bit of hazing ain't bad. I'm not gonna lie. It can kind of teach you how to behave in the chat. And so, I've always liked the idea of having like a nice list of emojis. I bought Nitro in the past because other servers have better lists. But now that gave me some power, I've been updating the list on my own. So for those who don't have Nitro, check out our emojis. We do have some better ones than we've had in the past, I think, opinion. So I've been updating them from here and there. And if you have any requests, be sure to send those over. We can keep them updated. But there's stickers as well. Like, I'll post them. There's a really good copium sticker I stole from that MMA server. Look at the chat. That was really funny for one of ballers, like coping super heavy. But yeah. Be sure to check all this stuff out, guys. You're welcome to use these or suggest new ones. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about. Like, the soundboard would be this similar type of thing. It's up to us to add the content. And I'm sure other people go to other servers and it's just air horns and fart noises or whatever. But ours would be Michio Kaku and freaking Michelle Thaler and this, that, and the other. So it's up to us to add the content that's quality and not just, the same old usual. So
I get it.
Yeah,
awesome.
I'm really into that. So be sure to check out the emojis list. If you're on the computer, for me, Command E or Control E should open up the emojis list, and use them. If somebody says something stupid in the chat, like flame them, dude, with a reaction or something. It's a good way to sort of, I don't know, a little hazing ain't hurting nobody, I guess, and it teaches them how to behave sometimes. So.
That's good, dude. I'll tell you what, at the moment, sorry to interrupt, brother, we've got somebody new in the server that hasn't got any roles whatsoever, not voice verified or anything like that. So I might go for a surprise unmute NY 2120, New York 2120, I'm presuming. You've got no roles to speak, my friend, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to unmute you, give you the ability to speak, introduce yourself, and maybe get involved in the conversation. So, NY 2120, welcome to the server. You've got control of your microphone, my friend. How can we help you today? Obviously, mate, if you're not going to speak, I'll hold the microphone open for about 10-15 seconds. If you don't speak, I'll remute you. You'll have to go to voice checking number 1 and have a conversation with one of the moderators up there, or you can ping me from the lobby, tell me that you're ready to speak. But I will mute you again just in case you're here to troll and you start making poor noises or shouting your word in the background. So if you want to speak, my friend, you have control of your microphone. Not a problem at all. New York 2120, I presume, being as you've got a New York Rangers PFP. Time's running out, my friend. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Don't want to put you on the spot, mate. Just want to give you the opportunity to speak, being as you just jumped into the server. If you're too shy and you just want to listen, that's fine, mate. Not picking on you, giving you that opportunity. All right then, my friend. No worries. I've muted you again. Like I said, if you want to speak, go to voice checking number 1 or ping us from the lobby. Sorry to interrupt, CB, mate.
Hey, you're not interrupting anything. No worries. It's about them anyway. So you don't have to apologize to me. But yeah, just
so what I'm going to do though, guys, very quickly, CB, I'm going to say my good nights for the evening. It's been a pleasure tonight, but I am going to bounce out and go and get something to eat and whatever. So I'll catch you on the flip side, guys. I'll speak to you all soon. Take care.
Take care, brother.
Cheers, guys. See you.
It's Jedi, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo! So anyway,
put your hands together. Oh.
What do you guys think of my globe excuse of the day? Any questions or?
Could you say the excuse just one more time? Like I caught what you were saying, but what was the excuse? Like, what was their final? They were like, "Well, you see, it works because."
Oh yeah, so
this curve.
Go into a bit of detail if people want me to. If it's kind of boring, then see I won't. But yeah, we were talking about the eclipse that's going to be, I think, happening tomorrow. I heard, but I literally haven't looked at this at all online. But there's an eclipse that's going to be happening soon. That's going to be a ring of fire, and then it's going to be just full eclipse, and then a ring of fire again, right? Now, obviously, given the globe geometry, that would require the moon to wobble forward and backwards as it's going across. You'd have thought, but no. The excuse is that say you got like a curving surface, and at any point on the surface where you're stood, there'll be like there'll be a point at which the moon is directly overhead, right? So what he's saying is that as the moon passes over you, it gets closer to you when it's directly above you, and then further away as it passes away from you, and that's what's causing that differential. That's what's causing the ring of fire on either side, right? Then, of course, the question was, why doesn't that happen every time? No answer. Am I being clear? Does that make sense?
I'm over here trying to jump through their mental gymnastics, trying to follow them along with their explanations. Someone did something like this in the chat earlier. They were trying to explain the Selenalian with some goofy explanation that didn't make sense.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just hate eclipses too, because they're just trying to impose a bunch of their ideas into the sky. It's like, first of all, you don't know what the sun or moon is, and you're saying that. I find it stupid that people think the ground under you would be blocking your view or casting shadows of things in the sky above you. That's also stupid. So
yeah, it's completely retarded, but they just assert it with a straight face. So it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Cool, I guess. But then there are people who will literally go on TV and tell you that, biological sex doesn't exist. So, I mean, we are living amongst nutters. Like, we have to understand that these people are damaged individuals. So we shouldn't.
Yeah.
You shouldn't entertain it too much because you don't want to then become one of those damaged individuals.
Yeah, look at us. Look at you having standards. Wow.
But you also notice, like, these people, what they'll do is they'll literally back every single mainstream opinion. Everyone. So they don't diverge from the mainstream ever. And that's very suspect.
That's that I support the current thing NPC meme that I love.
Yeah. Well, they are the embodiment of it. And then when you bring it out, they're like, oh no, we all disagree. And then it's one of those, like, they'll disagree on, like, something which doesn't matter. Oh yeah, well, I like Coke and he likes Pepsi. Cool. That's not really a disagreement, though, is it?
Right. Yeah. This whole thing that it comes from daddy. Daddy says, you know, that mainstream teat they love to suck on. That's why I actually love asking people that question. Is there anything that isn't mainstream that you might be hip to? Or do you support it? Is it every single thing that they say you're down with? That's a bit suspicious, don't you think?
Yeah, of course. It's almost as if they just turn on the TV, believe it, internalize it, and then justify it to you.
I'm trying to make...
Sorry.
It's like, well, then they proceed to try to mock you for not believing it enough.
Right.
It's like, what good is that?
But there is a way in which the way they act is rational. I think we need to be aware of it, right? So, and they'll call us crazy, and actually they are rational for calling us crazy for this reason. Okay, so you've got a hegemonic media system that is going to all tell you the same shit, and you're saying to them, "I don't want to go along with this juggernaut of information." So from there, I think it's a survival thing. They're like saying, "Oh well, how am I, like an individual, going to go up against this juggernaut of information? Oh, you're crazy for trying to do it," kind of thing. I think that's what's going on. Like they're almost in their own way thinking that they're giving us tough love or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how could this small group of Discord figured out what experts haven't? That type of mentality.
But it's like, okay, I'll give you an example. Right, I was reading a book the other day because I'm looking to get into property development pretty soon. I was reading a book the other day from an author called. Actually, I better not say because I don't know. I like to give away as little information as possible for obvious reasons. Anyway, I was reading a book by this author, and he was talking about how there was a particular property strategy that he'd used for over a decade, but he'd never thought to actually invest in. And I just thought, yeah, well, that's such a perfect allegory for what's going on with these people. It's like they've been staring at the flat Earth for decades because it never occurred to them that it was flat. They just kept on just trying to rationalize how it's a globe. Just in the same way as this guy who already had millions in property didn't think of a property strategy that he was already paying for as a customer. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes it can be staring you right in the face and you just don't see it.
Yeah, that is a good analogy. It takes time for that type of revelation sometimes. Almost too late.
And what the guy said in the book is basically, it was only when he went to a financial advisor who said, "Have you tried this?" And he was like, "No." And the guy was like, "Well, why not?" It's like, "I don't know." And he just went and tried it. Because, again, it's like he hadn't seen it, but he was also open-minded enough to accept that he'd been wrong, right? And that's another issue that globalists have. They can't accept when they're wrong. They never, ever do.
Accountability. Kryptonite.
Right.
Not just Globers.
Well, yeah, that is true. But I also think that's why they're all Big Daddy government, because Big Daddy government removes your responsibility for your own failings. You know? So, oh, well, I suck, but the government should just give me free money. Well, why should they? What, they're going to just take money from other people and give it to you? Like, And it's just it comes from that worldview of nothing's my fault, nothing's my responsibility. I want someone else to take care of it.
That's what sets us apart. I think a lot of us here have accepted our own responsibility. We don't need daddy to tell us what to think, how to think. I'll figure it out on my own, even if I make mistakes along the way.
Right. Yeah, of course. And then when you do make mistakes, they use them against you, which is predictable because they want to shame you back into their cult.
Yeah, that's why we don't make mistakes anymore.
I mean, people make mistakes all the time. It's like probably spending any free time at all debating the globe is a mistake, right? Because you could have used that free. Do you know what I mean?
You wrote it after you said you could have used that free time, but I get the gist.
Oh, did I cut out?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we'd be better off probably using your free time elsewhere. And now that you say it, like, there's definitely times where I've made mistakes in the midst of a conversation. So, yeah, you're right. But we are very careful.
Sure. But it's like, the other thing about these people is like, they make mistakes and they don't admit them, but then you point them out and then they think, nah. But then the second you make a mistake, they aren't letting you, they just don't let you get away with it. So hold on, when you made a mistake, you just forgot about it, went silent, came back 5 minutes later, but you want to hold me accountable when you don't even want to hold yourself accountable. Okay. And then you're dealing with dishonesty.
Yeah, that's very high on my CB's list of pet peeves is the double standards that they often display.
Oh, actually, I've got another good one. Over on the other server, Ed, do you know Ed Freeze? He's like this annoying Dutch guy who doesn't do anything else.
Yeah.
He basically questioned someone's employment. He was like, "Oh, your job must not be very important," or something like this, right? And then very quickly, someone said, "Well, what do you do? What do you do for a job, right?" And he wouldn't answer the question. So it's like
exactly. Sounds like Ed.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to criticize someone's job. He was the only person doing it. No one else said anything about anyone's job. But then when someone asked him, "Well, what's your job?" "Oh, it's not relevant. I'm not the subject." But, okay, yeah, cool. Just more dishonesty. Which begs the question, it does rather beg the question, if the Earth was a globe, why do they use all these dishonest tactics?
Yeah, that's a good point. Put your money where your mouth is. Stop running your mouth. What is anyone's job have anything to do with what the ground's doing?
Yep. Well, that's it.
Boys, I got to jump off and run some errands, but I will be back on later.
Okay, have a good one.
Yeah, y'all. Hope y'all have a good one as well. Take care.
Yes.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Crypto, you're good?
Yeah, good, mate. How you doing?
Good enough. What was that thing you were saying about the eclipse?
Oh, yeah, it's time to tell. I think were you there earlier when we were talking about the eclipse of tomorrow? Or maybe not.
How earlier was that? I was just here like I heard you 5 minutes ago. I just heard you saying something about.
Sorry, I got confused. The original conversation happened in a different server, but I'll basically explain it. So there's an eclipse happening shortly. I don't know exactly when. Where allegedly it's predicted that there's going to be like a ring of fire, and then the whole sun will be eclipsed. There'll be no ring, and then there'll be a ring of fire again afterwards. That's what's been predicted. And then basically the question was, what's the globe explanation?
Wait, what? So it's going to be a ring of fire first, and then?
Yeah, and then a total eclipse.
What?
Well, no, that is possible. I think that's possible in their paradigm, but it's then going to become a ring of fire again afterwards.
No, it's not possible. No, it's not.
I don't think so. No, I think it's completely impossible. But
I mean, it's not possible in the ball paradigm. I don't know what the sky does. I mean, maybe it's possible generally speaking, but no. There is no plausible heliocentrically solid explanation to that produces a ring of fire eclipse, then totality, and then ring of fire again. It can't happen.
Yeah, there's nothing that explains a Selenilian eclipse for a globe either. I don't think a Selenilian eclipse on a globe.
Whoever that is absolutely correct.
Hey, it's Jenna. What's up?
Hello, Jenna.
Hi, Jenna. Hi.
Jenna. Hello.
Yeah, we were talking last night, Dances with Fools. I was tearing it up in this chat.
Oh yeah, we were texting. We were not talking. Yeah. Right. I remember you.
Yes. Hope everyone's having fun today. First thing I do, I jump on and I see frickin' Waterhill Shill Phil Connors in the YouTube live chat, right? Then he wants to ask me a question. And I was like, and he says, do you think that putting a wet tennis ball on a drill is any kind of like proof or evidence? I'm like, yeah, it's pretty accurate to me. Seems like that's what the Earth should be doing. If it's spinning in a vacuum, a wet ball spinning in a vacuum, yeah, that's what it should be doing. Right. But I had asked him a question. I was like, in the same breath, and I said, does test with a lamp and a basketball, is that conclusive? And he's like, I'm not going to answer any of your questions. I was like, fine then. Fuck you, Phil. You think you can ask people questions, right? Get an answer from them, and then when it's their turn to ask you a question, you're like, no, I'm sorry, I don't take questions. Fuck you then, Phil. Just wanted to get that out there.
Welcome to Globe Logic 101.
I think there is at least one numpty clip from John QE for Phil. I think you made a numpty clip.
Yeah, definitely. I've heard it.
Frickin' globe numpties.
So is this the eclipse where it's gonna where the path of totality passes from 7 towns in the United States named Salem? Is that the one?
No, well, that's happened yet, so...
Are we there yet? I don't know if we're there yet. You know?
I love that Old Haas posted some Johnny Cash, because when you guys were talking about the Ring of Fire, I was literally over here going, it goes down, 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 and the burning ring of fire. It went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
I think that's a different ring of fire that he's referencing. But anyway.
Yeah, I think so. Me and my friends have talked about that. Like, what do you really think he's talking about, though?
So that was the Jenna Cash version, wasn't it?
What was that?
That was the Jenna Cash version, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Jenna Cash. I can reach some like really low notes and some like really high notes. It's kind of wild. Look at it, burns.
I kind of, but I can probably use. I can probably save my ass in post production. You know. So some of the eclipses, though, I noticed that it's like they announce them at the last moment. Some of them, and no matter how far and wide I've searched, I've never came up with a definite way to absolutely predict them, like to the second. So I think there is maybe some element of unpredictability in there, and it's one of those things where, well, basically you need an almanac, which is.
You mean to tell me that things on flat Earth are predictable? Holy shit!
No, I mean it's. I don't know if all of the sky, like, to me it looks like a big clock, right?
Yeah.
You know, instead of it has more hands than just the two hands that a regular clock has.
Right.
Like it has a bunch.
Well, yeah, like a regular clock on a wall is going to give you the seconds, the hours, the minutes, but this clock in the sky is giving you the weeks, days, months, years, etc.
Yeah, more or less.
And zodiac seasons and all of that. So yeah.
But some elements they don't look so predictable to me. Like the light that people call the ISS, they used to call it the mirror back in the day. You know, it was a different space station or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah. And
okay.
And before that, it was Skylab. Have you heard of Skylab?
Yeah, I've heard of Skylab. That's crazy. How did I not know that? But I've heard of Skylab. I guess I got to continue. When I do my research, I go like way far back, and then I go forward through the timeline. You know. But anyway,
Mir was I think it was Russian, Soviet. Sorry if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong, but I think it was supposed to be Soviet made. But to me, it makes more sense that these are, you know, attempts to explain away some of the things that appear on the sky, just so that people believe that they got like a technological explanation that they can relate to, like this Starlink thing.
Oh yeah,
I saw it. Yeah, have you seen it?
Starlink is pretty weird. It looks pretty crazy.
Oh, you've seen it?
I've seen some really interesting videos that people have captured of like this weird Starlink stuff, and I'm like, what is this? Because like it makes me think about this like Project Bluebeam stuff and how they're, you know, gonna put a projection in the sky, and who knows?
Yeah. I've seen it twice. I've seen it twice with you know, with my eyes, like no videos, and it was doing a strange number, like it was how can I describe this? So it was like the whole formation was spinning in a way that it's just geometrically impossible, even if I accept gravity, ball Earth, tin cans in Earth orbit, and all that. I mean, it's impossible for them to move the way I saw them move. So I don't know what that thing is.
I could be something that uses some sort of, you know, what they call it, anti-gravitic technology, using like the electromagnetics and the electrostatics, ionic propulsion and stuff like that. But I think, yeah, they do it to make you think that oh, look at that, there's this satellite or there's this thing passing by from in space. Like, bruh, it's in space. Like, how the fuck are you even seeing it if it's in space? Like, oh, well, stars and no. The inverse square law of light prohibits those things from being that far away. Yeah, sure, they're big. I bet they are pretty big, and they're pretty bright, but they're not, like I said, light beers away.
It looked rather close. I'd say that no, just to say that it looked rather close to me. It didn't look like something that is. I mean, of course, it's not easy, like to gauge distances for these things. You can barely say, how close or far a cloud is, but it didn't look like an impossibly far away material thing. Honestly, it just looks like some light to me. I don't even know if it's anything other than simply light.
Yeah, that's hard. Yeah, hard to determine. Really hard to determine. This has me thinking, right? So this has me thinking about how Brandon, he comes on the VC every now and then. He was telling me, he's like, well, what about the atmospheric gases that they found up near the moon? And I was like, well, then that would mean that our moon is local to this Earth. That's what that means, right? What do you take from it?
Oh, that's not the story. Like the way they put it, the story is that it's just that the gas of the Earth's so-called atmosphere diffuses out as it eases out, it degrades into the vacuum. That's how they say it. Mm-hmm.
That's not. Yeah, that doesn't work. That doesn't work for entropy. That doesn't work for thermodynamics at all. We've got gas pressure. If it's not contained, it's gonna go. There's no kind of gradient like that. But if they found atmospheric gases near the moon, and here's where your ISS and your little stupid Hubbles and your bullshit gets debunked, Globies, right? When you see that stupid thing, you say you see that stupid thing fly in front of the moon, right? Oh, I saw the space station fly in front of the moon. If the atmospheric gases are reaching the moon, and gas has to be contained or else it's going to escape, well, then that would mean that your little ISS thing isn't in space. It's just flying really high. What space? What space, Globies?
The empty head space.
Say that again?
The empty head space. The empty head space between their ears?
Yes! The empty space between your ears. It's the only space that really exists. Space can be 10 feet and a 10 feet radius around me. Like define space. Space is just, it's an area.
Oh no, my definition for it. My definition is that space is the distance between physical objects.
Okay.
As in tangible, tangible objects.
Right.
Yeah. So I can give you how much space there is from tangible wall A to tangible wall B, or how much physical space there is between my physical location and your physical location. But I can't tell you how much space there is between me and the horizon or the rainbow, because those are not tangible.
That makes sense. I understand that. I like that. That makes sense. Yeah, like space can be from, here to, fuck it, say the moon, but, that's local. These celestial bodies are very local. 93 million miles away.
But wouldn't you have to, like, if you want to define space or distance, between where you are and these objects, celestial objects, if you want to define it into in a physical way, doesn't it make sense that you first have to establish that they are also tangible and they occupy a definite, physical amount of space?
Yeah. Yeah.
But have you established that?
Have I established that?
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. Like, in what way could I establish that? I don't know.
It's
Oh,
tricky.
but
I know I
it's so
haven't.
weird. It's so weird. What a thought.
Yeah, they could be what's the word? Is it specter? Is it apparition? Like, they could be optical effects, for lack of a better word. That's what I mean.
Okay. Like, I don't know what the stars are. I was talking about it last night, how they're different colors. Like, I don't know how the sun is lighting all of this up when they all seem to have their own kind of pattern and color. These stars in the sky. That's, yeah.
Hey, check this out. Do you want to hear a mental illness case, right? So listen to this.
Okay.
So, the sun is a star. Okay. So, so I walk during the day, I look up and I see the sun, and it's big and bright, and it's hitting me, right? And I can see it. Yes, says the Glober. And then I walk during the night, and I don't see the sun anymore. I see little pinprick dots that are rather bright on their own, but they're very, very tiny, and they don't give enough light for me to, for example, read something. And these are the stars. Yes, says the Glober. And you're saying that the sun is a star. Yes.
Oh my God.
I mean,
the mental gymnastics of a globe believer, right?
Yeah.
It's like, it's okay. Like, we all used to be there, right? Like, we were all all of us that are here talking right now. Like, we used to be there once. Like, we used to be you. Like, we remember. Like, I can personally speak for myself and say that I remember getting upset and feeling fear and anger, when this whole flat earth topic would come up, whenever I was faced with this information that I couldn't figure out how to
Triggered.
refute. I was like, this is fucking dumb. This is stupid. Like, how the fuck, rolling on a flat fucking earth? Cats would have pushed everything off of it by now. Like, anything in fucking
Full on troll mode.
Full on, right? Like, yeah, that was my silly ass, right? So I was
other people were like, oh, flat earth, this is so stupid. I can debunk this in 2 seconds. Here, hold my beer. And then, a few moments later, holy shit.
Yeah. It was a whole process. And then I was like, oh, fucking level water. Damn it. I've seen no evidence that water curves or convexes on its surface. That's what did it. Something as simple as water. And sea level. That's what did it. I was like, wow,
no curve, water level, the gas needs container.
Yeah. And so I just kept learning. I was like, all right, maybe we'll troll less and try to learn more. But it's up to it's an individual choice. It's a choice that you have to make, whether you want to just keep trolling or you want to learn something.
Yeah.
Keep on trolling. You know what time it is.
That's definitely an element. But otherwise, I've noticed that there is different avenues for different people. Like a friend of mine, for example, what did it for her was the information that NASA gets something like over $50 million a day.
Yeah.
Because she had shops, so she was working all of her life. She had to be like a shop manager on 2 shops. Like, she was working in the morning in one of them, morning to noon, and then afternoon to night to the other one, and they were family business. So she couldn't bail out. So she spent like 20 years working, So she knows very, very well the effort, to make money, and so
Right.
for her,
They just get it to fuck around in a studio. They get billions to literally just mess around in a studio or in a giant swimming pool. Like,
but my friend knows that money can be a very, very, very solid motivation to to become a lying piece of shit.
That's valid. That's valid. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the first, like, NASA aha moment I had was when I was like, oh yeah, NASA faked this. And it was when I just started grabbing NASA images from off of Google, right? Like official NASA images. And I was sending them to my buddy, and I was like, hey, can you have your brother run these through Photoshop, his Photoshop detection? And he was like, yeah, give me just a minute, right? So, like, he would have his brother run these images through Photoshop detection, and then he'd send them back to me, and he'd be like, yep, this is fake as fuck. So, like, my buddy learned with me, like, at the same damn time, because I was sending him photos and being like, can you and your brother check this, right? And he's like, oh, fuck, dude, damn, NASA really is faking a lot of shit. Yeah, a lot of shit. So that's what did it for me for the whole NASA's fake as fuck, right? I can't find a single real photo. I can't find a single video that isn't like some sort of simulation, right? Like, see the wires, I see the green screens and the augmented reality. Like, it just gets worse. It just gets worse. The more you look at it, you're like, oh, damn.
It's crazy that they change it as well. Like, I remember back in the day, I was like, oh no, come on. So I download the source file from the NASA official website, and I do the I test the levels. I don't know if you know anything about image manipulation, but you can run different filters, and you can enhance or quench different channels, and then a rectangle will pop around Earth.
I actually posted that in the chat last night of something that I did like that.
But check this out.
There's a lot of wonkiness.
Check this out though. If you try and do it now, if you now go to the source and download the source image, and you do the same procedure, there's gonna be no rectangle.
Right here. I did this. I screenshot this forever ago and made a meme out of it. I overexposed it a little bit. I took this NASA image, and it's blurry as shit because of how many times I had to take a fucking screenshot and just overexpose it to see the blue, that lighter dark blue hued square around this image of a globe Earth. Like, yeah, that right there. That's what you're talking about.
Let me see.
In the voice text. Go to chat. It says when you see.
Oh, that's a new one. No, I didn't know of this one. Good catch. I didn't know of this one. There's another one. There was one. I think it's the one that's supposed to be showing Earthrise from the moon.
Oh yeah, from the moon. Oh, that's so awful. Yeah. Oh, I've got a video actually that some people are haters, but it's fine. It's from Divergent, where it shows somebody that put it through some like detection, right? Let me see. I got this. Space is fake. I got like 83 videos on space is fake. Space.
I think to an extent, I'm getting the feeling that, to me at least, a lot of these things have run their course. That there is much more importance into well, for lack of a better word, educating people as much as possible. If it's your, if it's your cup of tea and it's something that you're good at,
Yeah,
And
so here's the moon rise. And in this video, it shows that, or the earth rise that you're talking about. I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I mean at a fundamental level, like so that people become aware of their own thought processes, so then they can make up their own minds about shit, and they can stand on their own 2 feet and don't need any, authority or mediator to like explain stuff to them, right? So if that was the state that, for someone at that level, if you show them pictures from space, rectangle or no rectangle, they will just point at you and laugh,
Right.
So I think that's a much better course of action, in my opinion.
Letting go of fear, like globies, man. It's about, you gotta let go of fear to really be able to like look into this, to really be able to do the research, because that's honestly, that's what retarded me, right? That's what held me back, was the fear and the anger of like, oh my gosh, my whole reality, like this thing that I live on, that my whole reality is a fucking lie. Like, and it's scary. It's scary to be like, damn, like you have like, you gotta be able to accept it. You gotta like find that mental strength. Some scary stuff. I'm making coffee. Coffee time! My coffee pot broke, so I have to make coffee with my camp kettle on the stove. It's okay though. Oh crap. That's not even gonna be good. Coffee time! I'm always drinking coffee. I probably shouldn't drink this much coffee. It's fine. Coffee goes with flat earth, especially 24/7 flat earth. Where's the curve? Where's the curve? One more time. One more time, breathe entropy. Where's the... Oh, I thought you were doing it one more time. It'd be funny.
It's a central nervous system stimulant. Coffee used to be medicine. So by your absence, I mean, if you cannot answer if you don't want to, but I'm taking that you're in the United States or close by or something.
Yeah, I'm in the United States. I'm in Oklahoma.
I'm asking because of the eclipse, if it's going to be something that you'll be able to see or not, actually.
When is it going to be?
Well, the new moon is on Wednesday, Greenwich morning. That's the which is kind of odd, I guess, because that puts the eclipse time, astronomically speaking, on midnight, which is super weird. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make sense if you run the numbers. But then again, you never know. Maybe it was a misquoted, astronomical full moon time or whatever. So let me check.
What's crazy is the path that they're showing that it's going to make for like on a globe. It doesn't make much sense, but like my brain is flattening it out, and it's making like this. It's like a geometric pattern. I can't explain that. I can't explain it
Sorry,
for.
where's this supposed to be visible from?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Me too. But I think the path of totality, I think that's the one where it's gonna pass from 7 different towns named Salem or Salem. Maybe wrong, but let me see.
Are you just making that up?
Nope.
A solar eclipse?
So where is it supposed to be? What country is it supposed to be going through?
I think it's the U.S. Almost.
You think it's the U.S., but it's supposed to be going through 7 towns called Salem. So do you know it's the U.S. or do you think it's the U.S.?
I think it's the U.S.
So how can you know that it's going through 7 towns called Salem?
I don't know. I'm wondering if that's the one.
I'm trying to look it up.
There is one.
Sounds to me like you're making it up then.
Yeah, you're entitled to your opinion.
Yeah.
April 19th.
Time zone map, no. Time and answer, no. Current time, no. So I'm looking it up at time and date, which is, which has its own opinions about what causes the seasons, but we don't care about that.
Okay, so it's saying lunchtime for me in Australia. So 4 a.m. in the UK. So lunchtime here, we're not going to see anything because it's overcast. So unless it clears up, we got nothing. So there goes your theory about 7 towns called Salem, because there's no towns called Salem here.
This comes from space.com, right? It says annular solar eclipse for 2023, everything you need to know. Well, we're already in April. Let's see. The next annular solar eclipse will be on October 2nd of 2024, when a ring of fire will be visible from the Pacific Ocean, southern Chile. Damn it.
Isn't it supposed to be today, like Wednesday?
I don't know about anything on today. Oh,
No,
well, I guess it's already...
moon yet. It needs to be a new moon, and that's on Thursday at morning Greenwich time. Is when the new moon is.
I'm trying to read the rest of this. Ring of fire. It's gonna look cool.
Oh, the 20th. Okay. Thanks, Scotty. Or Breathe Entropy, as your new name is.
Yeah, Thursday is the 20th.
The wind's picking up. I guess we're accelerating, but I don't feel it in my ears.
So is it going to be in totality over the US?
No, not at all. It's completely on the other side. It's over Borneo or something. New Guinea.
Australia as well, but so where'd you get that information about the 7 towns called Salem going over?
Oh, some guy on the internet about some eclipse in the US, but I don't know if it's a one that happened or one that is about to happen. That's what I'm trying to figure out now.
Okay, so wouldn't you think that before putting that information out there that you would have looked at that and not made a silly claim for people to come on and go, huh, these stupid flat earthers think that this totality is going over 7 towns called Salem.
Yeah,
Don't you
I'm
think
pretty
that would
sure
have been better to maybe look at it and say, okay, is this going to be in totality over the US? Does it follow the line of these 7 towns called Salem? You know,
I'm pretty sure that
this is why we look dumb sometimes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if you rewind, you're gonna specifically listen that I'm putting it in the form of a question, right? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Would you care to rewind or?
Oh, not really. It's not that important to me, but I'm just thinking that, you know.
Important. Okay, I
Well,
see.
you know,
So it's important
think
for you
about
to
these
tell me.
things, yeah.
So it's important for you to tell me off about something that I didn't do that
I'm
you
not
think I
telling you
did,
off. I'm saying,
but
don't
it's
you
not
think it's
important.
You don't
Don't you
have
think
to
it's
make
better?
this something. This
Why,
doesn't
right?
have to affect you. You don't have to turn this into an argument.
Yeah, I'm just saying isn't it better that you research something before you actually say something about it? Because this is what happens. Yeah, you said, oh, I think this is the one that's going over 7 towns called Salem, and then you find out that the actual eclipse is not even on that side of the world in their paradigm, and then some glober comes on and goes, huh, see, these guys don't even look at research what they're talking about. These guys are stupid, therefore discredited.
Yeah, round and round in circles we go. I told you already that that was in the form of a question, right? And when you directly
Okay,
ask
what
me
did
if
you
it's
say then?
over the US,
What did you say?
wait for it.
I'm just
When
saying,
you
what
ask
did you
me,
say?
oh my goodness, when you ask me if it's over the US or not, I told you I don't know. I don't know if that's the one. I don't know. How much more specific do I need to be?
Oh, pretty specific.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be able to care to your trigger at your leisure and convenience.
I'm not triggered, man. I'm just.
You can rewind at your leisure, and I'm dropping.
I don't really
this.
need to. So before you said, what happened was you said, is this the eclipse that goes over 7 towns called Salem? I think it goes over the US. I said, do you sure this goes over the US? And you said, I'm pretty sure. And then we find out it goes over Australia, and that you found out off someone off the internet that it goes over 7 towns called Salem. Now this is what I'm saying. It's silly, isn't it? That's all I'm saying. Just saying that I think we should look at things before we actually make silly claims like that. I know you're going to say I didn't make a claim, but you kind of did. All right. I think I'll end it there, I think.
Oh yeah, I found it. So it was an eclipse that happened in 2017. So that's one that has occurred. August 21, 2017.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say Bobby Steels is obsessed with me. Holy crap. If you guys could see my notification reel for YouTube right now. Bobby Steels, Bobby Steels, Bobby Steels, Bobby Steels, Bobby Steels on like everything. This guy is nutso. He can't even attack the message. He's just attacking the messenger. That's what these globe-tarded fools do. They can't attack the message, so they attack the messenger.
What's a Bobby Steele?
This guy who's trolling me on my YouTube channel. Bobby Steels. Every now and then I see him in Gem Panda's server. Every now and then he pops into this one on occasion in the YouTube chats. But I don't know, he's probably like a fucking quadruple vax globetard. I mean, I talk about that. But, he's just dumb. Can't refute what I'm saying. So instead he has to try to attack me.
Ad hoc.
Assume things about my education.
All they can do is ad hoc. Build a straw man inside of their own mind, and then attack the straw man that they built, so they're pretty much fighting their own imagination.
Yeah, fighting with themselves.
I mean, they don't know the true you, and they won't discuss anything with you like a rational human being, so they're fighting an imaginary version of you and declaring themselves the victor.
And it's crazy. His comments are crazy. I mean, like batshit. He said, proving the globe is actually really easy. You just don't have the education to understand, so good luck. These stupid types of comments, right? And it just goes on.
Different day.
It just goes on and on and on.
But then he comes back, right? So basically you got your own personal troll assigned to you, it seems.
Yeah, because right here he says, you are my favorite flirf. Also, that's not the curve calculator. Unless it involves the observer height. Maybe try research for once.
Have you tried telling him, oh my god, let me be, you creepy internet weirdo?
I have him like, why are you trolling me, dude? Like, do you have a crush on me? Are you like stalking me? What the hell? Like, do you have anything better to do except for troll specifically my channel? Kind of weird.
What did he say?
He hasn't said shit. I was like, I said, do you have any proof of the globe yet? No? Just gaslights and ad homs? Okay. That's one of the last things I told him.
You can block him if you want, but he'll probably just make another account.
How do I block Bobby Steele? Oh, I have to go to his shit. I can definitely do this. You know how to block.
It used to be that somewhere there are like 3 dots or something, and then you can.
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah. And then when he comments, then he cannot tell immediately that he's blocked, because his version of the page accepts the comment, and then he sees the comment that he wrote, but nobody else sees it.
I mean, like I've got a few videos on here, and let's see. He's commented on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. He's commented on 14. Oh my gosh. 14 or more of the videos in my channel. He's commented on 14 or more. That's some crazy shit. Wow. I almost feel bad for people like that, but then I kind of wish that they would just fall into a volcano. Sorry, not sorry. Hey, who's this Janae in the YouTube live? Janae, maybe you can mic up and talk about it.
Isn't she on the server, or is that just somebody who's playing?
Yeah, it's somebody who's role playing.
Oh God! I'd go ahead and just freaking ban them out of it. Like, go get a new name. Stop playing. It's prohibited here. It should be prohibited there on the YouTube too.
I don't have the permissions or authorities to just ban people from the YouTube.
Wait, what?
I don't. I can hide people. I can hide them from the chat, and I can put them in timeout, and I can remove their comments. But I don't have like the permissions or authorities to ban anybody in the YouTube chat if they're being retarded.
We need cryptocurrency to drop in price. And now.
I think we need to make our own tangible money.
Like silver and gold.
Greenbacks. Yes. Yeah. I just think that my physical assets are physically safer in a physical safe, in a physical shed, or, physically buried
Why don't you
somewhere.
put your house in a safe?
A safe inside of a safe inside of a safe. I'm gonna live underground like a mole person. Yeah, see, Ethergris, you can hide the Gen A, you can hide that person, but I don't know how long it lasts, because I've hidden people before, and then they come back a day later. Breathe entropy. Trips, fools, face down, popcorn.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Well, I'm sitting here talking. I'm retarded. I didn't hit the button to hold the thing because I forgot I'm used to the voice activity thing. Yeah, this person's clearly trying to LARP as one of the actual real members on the server, and if they showed up here, we would make them change their name. They can change their name and come back.
What are you talking about?
I wasn't sure. There's a Gen A in here in the Discord. One of us.
She's saying this is.
And then there's this other
Where?
Gen A in the YouTube that is being a globe troll. So, yeah.
Yeah. It looks to me like they're trolling, and they've done that on purpose.
Hello, Eloc, you're VC verified. What's up, dude?
How's it going?
Nothing much, bro. How you doing?
Doing well. Actually, in the middle of writing an outline. I'm about to dive into research on FE. So I'm pretty excited about it. But
on the fence?
No, definitely not. But I've kind of run into a situation where I need.
So if you're gonna do research on FE, are you a Glober?
No, I'm not. No, I'm pretty convinced of FE, but I need to talk to somebody about it, and I need to convince them. And so,
well, there's like 20 people here to talk to, dude.
Oh yeah, I know. I've just been listening. Yeah. Okay. So this is my situation. Someone I know is a professional pilot, and so it's not like I'm talking to, standard laymen. I'm actually talking to somebody who claims, right, through their whatever cognitive dissonance, their claim is that they have seen the curve 1,000 times out the cockpit window at 35,000 feet, and so that's a big spell I have to break through, and
well,
so
that's hearsay, right?
It is like there's no, and I can't trust what they've seen because I need to dive into a little bit of like aircraft
Also,
windows and cockpit
plane?
windows. Yes, I have.
Like, it doesn't matter whether you're in a cockpit or you're in the side or in the back. Like, you're at the altitude. You should be able to see the curve just because of the altitude you're at. It doesn't matter whether you're in the front of the plane, the back of the plane.
That's true, but I'm trying to create a very solid.
The only reason you'd see a curve at the front is if there's some reason that, like, maybe there's curved glass at the front. Who knows?
Well, that's the thing. If anybody does know in particular about, because I know about what is it here? It's dynamic. Let's see.
Because I've been in a plane before myself. I never saw a curve. I've been in a plane twice in my life. 4 times. I
have too. And okay, so supposedly with the curved model, with like the diameter, radius of the Earth or whatever, you should hypothetically be able to see a curve at like 10,000 feet, right?
You should show your pilot friend this. I'm posting it in the voice text right now.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I've seen the curve from 30,000 feet, 100,000 feet up.
Right, but according to like accurate simulations, you should hypothetically be able to see a curve at like even 10,000 feet, right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, but what does a simulation have to do with reality?
Right, as a simulation, it's if Earth was a ball, but because Earth isn't a ball, it's flat AF at even 100,000 feet up.
Right.
Even 200.
I can make my own simulation to any programmable model I choose.
Well, I know, but the programmable model is based on the science and figures that are actually given to us based on...
Which is based on assumptions that you assume the Earth is a ball.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right, so you can't use the assumption in the proof.
Look, I'm not arguing for a globe. I'm saying
I'm sorry.
You're using their figures that they give. Yeah. You should hypothetically be able to see a curve in that simulation as little as 10,000 feet, which is easily disproven. I've been up to 10,000 feet without a window in front of me, actually looking out into the open air, and I've seen nothing. It's totally flat.
it's pretty
with my own eyes. Right. Okay. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm working on a very simple outline addressing, like, starting from the very foundations, because my goal isn't to just throw a bunch of crap at this person and hope it sticks. My goal is to, like, build a foundation which cannot be dismantled. It's going to be very strong, and I'm going to work into one principle at a time, because all globe principles rest on a foundation which crumble when observable phenomenon discredit the narrative. Okay, so if I can just prove, one simple thing, something like curvature, for example, none of the other questions matter. I don't have to answer about satellites. I don't have to answer about what about the sun and the moon and, like, eclipses and all this other. I don't have to answer those, because the burden of proof is on them to prove curvature. And
right.
so,
Well, can I interrupt you real quick?
Sure. Yeah.
Because you're wanting to, it sounds like you're wanting to strengthen your debate form, and I absolutely respect that. Absolutely respect that. So when these globers want to try to focus on the sky, the answer for that is, well, it's in the form of a question. Does the sky tell you anything about the ground? No.
It doesn't.
Looking away from the ground is not going to tell you anything about the ground, so stay focused. I need you down to earth.
Good point.
That's what you tell them.
See, that's the thing, though. Again, this person, professional pilot for many years, been up in the air, claims to have seen curvature, says you can't see it at 20,000 feet, but once you get above around 32, 33, that's where you can see it. And if you look at, there's like one paper in particular I looked at that a Glober wrote, where it says that people have claimed to see the curvature between like 14,000 feet and 35,000 feet or something like that, but it's consistent around this altitude, right? But it's still cognitive dissonance because there is no curve. I know that. I'm just saying it's going to be hard to break through to somebody who's actually been up in the air, thousands of times, tens of thousands of flight hours at that altitude. It's not going to be as simple as just like presenting these simple concepts to them, which I'm going to start with. And the burden of proof is still on them. But I think the nail in the coffin for me with this particular person is going to be showing them aircraft fuselage windows and cockpits, how they can warp as the air pressure in the cabin stays the same while the pressure outside decreases. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right. I mean,
and if there's anybody that's studied that in depth, or if they're an expert, reach out to me.
You can just say to him, what curve? Is it measurable from the surface? Like, what are you talking about? If there's no curve measured at the surface, why would anybody see one by going higher above the surface?
I can't explain what they've seen. I mean, I know that there is an illusion to some people. I've looked out an aircraft window myself at 30, 40,000 feet, whatever cruising altitude is, and I haven't seen anything, but I do know I've seen pictures of an illusion of a curve. Also, depending on where you look out the window, it also depends, because it can be warped.
Right,
it's all based on perception.
But exactly. So that curve that he says he saw, is it measurable from the surface? If not, it's just an anecdote that you can just throw away. He doesn't know that he's looking at the curvature of the Earth if it's not something that can actually be measured and practically demonstrated from the surface.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point.
And if you want, go ahead and nab that picture that NASA at 100,000 feet, an amateur weather balloon picture at 100,000 feet, and just be like, you saw the curvature at 30,000 feet? It's 100,000 feet, dude. You saw the tell me again that you saw the curvature at 30,000 feet, bro.
Yeah, and I'd like to be able to use, statements by like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who says 127,000 feet, you should be able to see the curve up there. That stuff is flat, right? But so is he considered like a respectable expert in a field like this, where people actually respect what he says?
Yeah, no, not really. No, with Neil deGrasse Tyson he's definitely a joke, but the fact that he says the quiet parts out loud.
Well, there's another one, Eloch. There's also Paul Larson, planetarium director, who says that even from 250 miles altitude, you should still be seeing a flat horizon on the globe.
What? Really?
200 miles.
No way.
I'll get you that.
And that guy is considered an expert. Like what he says should be respected. That's what I'm looking for.
Planetarium director.
Yep.
Oh man, that's pretty big. Yeah, if I can find statements like that, all that stuff would help. But yeah, I'm just I don't yeah. Anyways, so that's what I'm up to.
That's awesome. And trust me, you're gonna find some silly globy geese out there that are like, "Look at this balloon launch video."
Yeah,
And
well,
do you see the curve? And I'm like, "Do you see the wide-angle lens in the corner showing concave, convex, and flat all back and forth,
right.
like the rubber pencil trick?"
Yeah, well, and see, this isn't just a random person. This is a family member, so this is going to be important moving forward.
Yeah.
And it's not something I meant to bring up to on purpose, but it just happened to be revealed what I believed, and created a, like the, what do you mean you believe this? Whoa, I can't believe that. That kind of reaction. So I was just like, I got to deal with this now. Okay. So I guess I got to start researching this. I was researching other stuff, but now I got to focus on this for a little bit.
Yeah, you get you a paper together, get you a whole bunch of points written out, things that you've been able to research, and as much irrefutable stuff as you can possibly gather, and just be like, boom, right on his desk. Here you go.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Right now, what I've got, what is FE, defining the firmament model, what it's not. Misrepresentations of the model. It's like there shouldn't be any dishonesty in light of the truth. All these people, like these documentaries proving the globe and all this stuff, they use like the Flat Earth Society model, which is totally like, why would you have to lie about your argument in order to present the truth? It doesn't make any sense. Then I've got curvature, and along with curvature, I have to address refraction, because I know there's a lot of misconceptions about, because they always say, well, refraction, that explains why you can or can't see certain things, and I know that doesn't quite work with their side of the argument. Then I want to address like patents and documents, showing like aerodynamics, where they say, all these are based on an assumption of a flat, non-rotating Earth.
I've been trying to figure out how to link the PDF file that I have, but I've got the entire 120 some odd page NASA PDF, which states the definition and derivation for flight over a flat, non-rotating stationary Earth plane. It even has the geometry and the trigonometry on these papers, and I just can't figure out how to grab the link and put it over here.
And see, that one's actually pretty funny, because they said as a pilot, it would be dangerous to be flying with these assumptions, when in reality they've they've tested aircraft for decades based on the assumptions of a flat, non-rotating Earth, without accounting for things like Coriolis effect or whatever crap they use to say.
He might need to go back to his flight manual. I don't know. It might just be military, but he needs to go back to his flight manual. I swear to God, it's on page 1. It's on page 1. He just needs to go back and do a review from like beginner stage, pilot training. Get into the manual. Yeah, this is assuming. Well, not assuming. This is the understanding of flying over a flat stationary plane. You should just look at it and be like, dude, you fly, ready, wait for it, in the air over the Earth plane.
It's called an airplane. Yeah.
Airplane. It's flat.
Yeah, but I was told by a friend to focus on observable phenomenon that we are told cannot be observed. Not to get into anything too complicated, but just to stay focused on the basics that can't be refuted, because if I can do that, then the rest of the globe argument falls apart. So
yeah, I think that's what you meant. You might have misspoken yourself back there, but yeah, you're looking for observable things that are irrefutable.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
Elok, you should ask your pilot friend, like, what would happen to his plane if the fuselage was punctured at cruising altitude, and then you should lead into this second law of thermodynamics issue with a global.
Yeah, that's another one. Air pressure can't exist without a container. That's a good one that I can.
Well, not air pressure, but gas pressure. gas pressure isn't going to exist without a container, or containment is a necessary antecedent for gas pressure, right? Yeah. Gotta be careful about how you word it.
Yeah, see, that's where. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say another one is, the emergency flight landings. He might.
That's a good one.
And then, also just asking him and mine experiment, because they like those. And as a pilot, to think about the landing gear and how strong it would have to be to match an opposing force. Like all airports would be having to face a certain direction just to kind of match, the inertia and the momentum of, each of these forces trying to land and take off. So that might be, something he can go down.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you got a whole bunch of things to go into when it comes to planes, You got the issue of not having shorter flights going west, east to west and all that. You've got not accounting for the curvature when they're cruising, They never dip the noses or anything like that. In fact, they elevate the nose a few degrees, I think, when they're cruising to help with lift. Which would mean if they're on a globe, they'd be slowly flying out into space, Their altitude would increase.
Right. Yeah, I would like to focus on the navigation aspect of that eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, why is it easier to fly west? That's a good point. If the Earth spins east?
Not
I hear you, Dave. Yep, I hear you.
Has anybody pointed out that
because the jet streams flow from west to east. It's very simple. It's
my mic's not working at all.
We hear you, man.
See, all those memes are really cool and all, but to somebody who's going to go to a globe source, they're going to find websites like that, flatearth.ws, which says debunking flat earth misconceptions. They're going to have all of these, little charts and images showing, like, debunking all of these facts and all that other stuff. So I think I'd also be interested in debunking the debunkers.
Can I do a mic check real quick? Is it working now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always been working, mate.
Oh. Well, has anyone pointed out to Neil deGrasse Tyson, you don't see the curve thing? Give him that clip.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. That stuff is flat.
I missed that because he's talking about the Felix Baumgartner thing, and that was like 190,000 feet. So your pilot friend's seeing curve at 30,000. So how's that work?
It doesn't make sense according to a lot of stuff. I mean, because they're experts saying you can't see it up until there's no agreed upon altitude or height where you're supposed to be able to see a curve. And according to the calculations of the Earth that were given by the experts, you should see it at a much, much lower height. So, one of two things is true. Either the Earth is like 1,000,000 times a larger ball than what they say it is, or it's flat. It's got to be one of the two.
It can't be a bigger ball. Because none of the angles to stars are compatible with any other radius than the one that they gave.
Then it's got to be flat. There's no other. Right, so, yeah.
And we know the water doesn't curve on its surface, so, it's sea level. That's all it took for me to understand. I was like, damn, I can't even argue this. Fuck.
How zealotry is your pilot friend still about the globe?
I mean, he's pretty hardened in his beliefs. He's been a pilot all his adult life. So,
have you showed him any of the videos of other people questioning pilots and them, saying, "Yep, it's flat," or they agree, or whatever's being
no,
asked of them,
no, because I have a feeling he'd just say, like, obviously they're joking, the way, like, their conduct, the way they speak, and all that other stuff. So, no, I gotta make a solid case based on, attacking, like, the very foundations of the globe, and I think that would be pretty sufficient.
Did you say your friend was a pilot?
A family member.
Okay. Would they obviously know how to navigate then, right? You would have thought so. Well, then, when all of the technology fails, they're going to be using a sextant to do that. And the sextant's an angle measuring device, and you couldn't use an angle measuring device on a curved surface. You need to get in with that one.
Should also get him with radar. Now, radar on plane sends out a perfectly level horizontal ping.
Or you should give him a link to the server and bring him in here.
That's also a great idea. You should definitely invite him into here, dude.
You understand what I meant about the navigation thing, right? Or did you not?
Did you mean a gyroscope, not a sextant?
No, I meant a sextant. So an angle measuring device. You know what a protractor is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an angle measuring device, and a sextant is exactly the same thing. It's an angle measuring device. Now, everybody knows that you can't measure angles on curved surfaces. If one of the lines of that angle is curved, you're not going to be measuring 45 or 90 degrees. Now, being as pilots and sailors at sea use sextants to navigate across the Earth must necessarily be flat for you to measure elevation angles to stars to use celestial navigation. The Earth cannot be a curved surface for you to use an angle measuring device.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about flight planning, not instruments inside the aircraft while you're flying.
Well, you can use the sextant inside the aeroplane if you want to.
You can, yes.
Yeah, but it's just an angle measuring device. Now, if he's been a pilot for a long time, he surely must know the emergency procedures if the technology fails and he needs to navigate. He's going to have a sextant with him, or he should be able to use one at least. So ultimately, that might be a good way to get him at least thinking. Because it's quite simple, right? Everybody knows what a triangle is. You can't measure an angle if one of the lines is curved. You're using an angle measuring device to navigate across the Earth. Therefore, the Earth can't be a curved surface. It's that simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, give him a link to the server, my friend. We'd love to have a chat with him, I'm sure.
It's all very simple as long as your mind is open, you know?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's not that there's not enough proof. It's the fact that people have hardened their understanding away from the truth. That's what you have to break through.
They haven't really even hardened their understanding, you know? They just take what they were given.
Or that. But if they're rejecting...
They come in here and then, 98% of them will say, don't know the basics.
Yeah, they don't know the figures, they really don't know much of anything, and then the worst thing they can do is throw, images from some of these websites debunking certain categories of, whatever.
Yeah. But they can't engage their own mind and provide their own reasoning for why they believe things without, appeals to authority, appeals to consensus. All this.
Although I've been told to listen to some debates, like Witsit Gets It against some of these other guys. Like, are there?
Yeah, a good one to go and listen to probably is Witsit debating physics professor something Byron. I forget his name. It's a pretty popular one. You should be able to find it, or someone will post it here in a sec, surely. That's a very good debate demonstrating cognitive dissonance so far as the academics go, and how even they are just as susceptible to this.
Oh yeah, of course.
As the layman,
Yeah, I mean, intelligence and knowledge doesn't make you immune to being able to discern the truth from a lie, depending on how it's presented to you. And belief and faith aren't.
I think it makes it even more rigid, to be honest. An academic education. Yeah, regarding these fields, cosmology and.
I mean, what can some of these experts argue? I mean, if it's really that case in point that the Earth is not a globe, how are they even able to get that far into a debate, or do they not?
What do they do tomorrow is the question that's going through their head. You know, their entire paradigm's wrong. Everything they've devoted themselves to their entire career.
It's just deconstructing like an entire worldview or like what they've built up in their mind. It's like,
I mean, what happens to any college professor that comes in the next day? He's at the water cooler with his colleagues and says, "You know what? The Earth is flat and the globe is total nonsense." He's out of a job. But that's a good debate, and you should go watch it and get your family member to watch it too, if they will. Maybe watch it together. I don't know.
Yep.
I have to lower him to a certain level of humility for him to be able to endure a certain amount of time on this subject. So that's what this initial outline is supposed to be able to do. It's not something that, because I've had back and forth matches sort of with this person before, and it's like they just try to talk over you. It's like anytime you're trying to talk or say like you really, I mean, I don't know. It's pretty rough. So that's why I have to study this myself a little bit and show that, you know, like you just need to listen to what I'm saying. So.
Hey, you just have to remind him that's not proper conduct when it comes to discussing things, and he's getting emotional.
Yeah, because it really comes down to like the emotional argument, like, "Well, you have no business believing this," and all this other stuff. It's just straight up cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I feel like pilots they have a better chance than most though to grasp it, because they are kind of dealing with it.
Him why he believes it.
I mean, it's entirely, his belief is entirely based on presuppositions and the appeal to authority. It's like, well, the whole world knows it's a globe. What do you mean? You know, that kind of stuff. It's not like he knows the science in depth or anything like that.
Yeah. Don't you think a pilot who flies around every day should know that stuff?
Well, you would have thought
you'd be surprised. Most of them you talk to. I've talked with a lot of pilots, and there's not a single one that I've talked to that I believe they believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah. But have you actually asked him, like, you know, you just say, why do you believe? Just go, why do you believe? Without all this stuff that you've been told, what convinces you that the Earth is a globe?
I think the
Maybe
biggest
that's a good question to start with.
Yeah, and I think I will start with that, but I think the biggest burden of proof for him is the fact that he's seen it himself, right? It's like, I saw it with my own eyes, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's not impossible. It's not impossible if, depending on like his own perception, right? Because whenever you look out an aircraft window, your perception could be warped. You're looking through some sort of medium, and I think.
Have you explained to him about McDonald's Earth?
What is that?
What's that, Timbo?
So if he sees curvature in the window, and then he looks out the other window, and the horizon's in the other window with curvature, where do those two lines meet? Do they curve down and meet in a V, like a McDonald's sign, or how does that work for him?
That's pretty interesting.
Thanks, Jedi. Thanks for that one, mate.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. That's fucking awesome.
You added McDonald's Earth though.
No, it sounds better than the shit that I've been trying to call it, but yeah.
Wiggly squiggly.
Yeah, wiggly squiggly Earth. That's what it was. You sit in one side of the airplane, you look out the window, you see a curve. You go over to the other side of the airplane, you see a curve. You go and sit with the pilot in the cockpit, you see another curve. What happens when you join all of those lines up together? Wibbly, wobbly Earth. So yeah, no one's seen curvature up in the fucking aeroplane, man. Just join the lines together, innit? You haven't got a curve. What you do have is a 360-degree view around you, and maybe a little bit of distortion through a medium that you're looking through a window, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, that is not the curvature of the Earth you're looking for. I see Donkey Kong.
With him.
Evening, Donkey. How you doing?
God.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I mean,
I'm
your eyes will produce some distortion, so
Playing Warzone
Yeah,
MMO.
even just try that question with him and draw a picture. You know, because do you understand what we're saying?
Me or someone else?
About the McDonald's.
Oh, okay, that's the other guy. Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, maybe draw it in on a piece of paper for him and go, how does this work? If this is what you see. Because to me, that's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, Ronald McDonald up there trolling globe earthers.
Fucking funny.
So I'll tell you what, Donkey, what brings you back this evening, mate?
Surprised he's allowed back in.
Warzone. There's like 56 people left in this game. I gotta win number 1 for this fucking chest.
Maybe he's had a note of seriousness.
But I'm just listening in. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
No. We're just, catching you up, and you're obviously new to the server. We had a bit of a conversation with you yesterday. It's just always interesting when people come back, mate, that's all. Sometimes they have questions because they've been thinking about things over the last 24 hours because, they're intelligent and shit. So I was just wondering if that was you.
Okay, then I'll just ask one.
From going through all the logs last night, it looks like they spent a fair bit of time with him in VC check-in. There was about 10 of them in there talking to him.
Yeah. VIP, very important.
Maybe they had a decent conversation with him after the live stream.
I do have a question. Like, do you guys believe like the other planets, like Jupiter, Mars, Pluto, and shit?
Muted?
No. Do you remember what we said yesterday about gas pressure? No, Timbo, you're not. Do you remember what we said yesterday about gas pressure requiring a container?
Yeah.
Awesome. So what is Jupiter?
Planet.
And what is the construct of this planet? What's it made out of?
That I don't know.
All right, okay. So I'll fill you in on your story so you can understand your own story. Jupiter is a giant gas planet, a giant ball of gas, uncontained from a vacuous area, that vacuous area being space. Now, you know that a football requires the leather football around it to keep the gas in place. When you remove the leather football, the gas fucks off. So when they say that Jupiter is a giant ball of gas, uncontained in a vacuum, you know, according to the second law of thermodynamics, that can't be fucking true. You can't have uncontained balls of gas in vacuums. So do we believe in other planets? Well, being as they say that that's the second law of thermodynamics violation, then no. Mars,
okay.
An atmosphere around it, uncontained from the vacuum of space, not possible. Saturn, giant ball of gas, not possible. Venus, Mercury, anything with an atmosphere uncontained from the vacuum of space, like all planets, not possible. So, me and you can stand on the floor and point at the lights in the sky that have got names to them, Mars, Jupiter, blah, blah, blah. But what they actually are, we don't know. What they tell us, though, cannot be true. Does that quench your thirst?
Sure.
Awesome. Do you understand that? I mean, it's a bit of a, yeah, sure. But do you understand that?
I get your point, but I'm just not convinced at the moment.
Okay. So, you understand yesterday our conversation about gas pressure, it requiring something to press upon. That's why the letters P-R-E-S-S are in the word pressure. If there's nothing to press upon, you're not going to have pressure, and gas, high-pressure systems disperse into lower-pressure environments. You must understand this because this is the natural environment around you. This is the world. These are the laws of nature that apply to the world. So you must understand that, mate. Tell you what, I'll give you gravity as well if you want to. That's not a problem at all. You can either have mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, that's fine. But then you'd have to point to the phenomena of gas coming back to a thing that is big. So it going away and then getting fucking, I don't know, homesick and then deciding to go back. gas disperses in all directions till it hits the limitation of its environment. You must understand that. Brandon understands that, don't you, Brandon?
So I can come in here?
Yeah, I interjected you in, yeah.
Alright, cool, dude. Actually, I kind of have a question about that. Okay. At ground level, you have 14.7 psi. At what point does it start to change?
With elevation, you have a gas pressure gradient.
I'm sorry.
It's all right, we have a gas pressure gradient, mate. Go up, the gas gets thinner. Yeah.
Yeah. At what elevation does that first change happen?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. So, you're saying it's all the same, or what you said it was a gradient?
Yeah, exactly. So I didn't say it was all the same. I've already said it was a gradient because I thought I understood where you were going. So yeah, there's a gradient. Do you know how you have a gas pressure gradient, Brandon?
Yeah, I know what a gradient is. I mean,
no, I asked you how you have one, not if you know what one is. So how do you have or get a gradiated gas pressure? How do you do that? Would you like me to tell you?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, what you're going to need is a container for the gas to have pressure against. Then what you can do is you can impart energy into the system. We'll call that heat. And then you will turn it into a dynamic environment. So in that way, you can have a gas pressure gradient because we understand how heat affects gas. Right? Makes it more busy, makes it less busy. This is within the heliocentric model. You can literally Google this. Why do we have a gas pressure gradient? And I'll turn around to you and say heat, temperature variance. They won't say gravity, mate.
So gas can't hold back gas?
No, gas cannot stop gas from dispersing. Gas disperses naturally, and if you've got lots of gas, you've got lots of gas dispersing. Lots of gas isn't going to stop gas from dispersing because there's lots of gas. Gas doesn't attract gas. Gas disperses away from each other. Right? It's trying
so
to.
So that happens with all gas?
Yeah. Depending on the mix of gases that you might want to pick together, but ultimately, yeah, all gases disperse. Of course they do. It's called entropy. You understand what entropy is, right?
There's some things that suggest to me that some gases just go down, like chlorine. Like,
yeah, but but that would be a density issue, wouldn't it? You've got, I don't know, chlorine or sulfur hexafluoride, which is a dense gas, and when you release it into the atmosphere, because it's denser, it goes down. Awesome. You're still going to need to contain it to keep it in an environment, though. If you don't have a container, entropy will take place, and the sulfur hexafluoride or whatever dense gas you're using over time will disperse. Sulfur hexafluoride or whatever gas isn't attracting itself to each other. Just because you have a relationship between a heavy gas and a not so heavy gas, helium, sulfur hexafluoride, then one is lighter, one is denser. But if you put sulfur hexafluoride into a vacuous space, like a vacuum chamber, the sulfur hexafluoride will fill that vacuous space and press on all sides of the container. It will press up, mate. Being as gravity is just and only the direction of down, and gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions, then even when I give gravity, it observably doesn't affect gas.
Can you understand that?
Well, the gradient thing is weird for me because.
No, well, he's saying, well, gas, yes, heavier gases go to the bottom, Over time, they equalize, mix with the other air, and expand in all directions. They don't stay at the bottom, do they? Otherwise, at sea level, we would have one type of gas, the heaviest one.
Well,
but we don't.
A gradient in my mind suggests that the lower pressure kind of holds in the higher pressure.
Gradient of what? Of all gases mixed together? A pressure gradient? What?
All the gases aren't necessarily mixed if there's a gradient.
Well, does heat and cold affect pressure?
It can, yeah, I think.
So as you go up higher, what happens to the temperature?
Well, so cold rises?
It gets colder?
Cold rises or heat rises? I thought heat rose.
Well, they say it's colder up there, don't they? Well, look at the top of Mount Everest. What happens when gases get cooled?
They get heavy or something?
If they get heavier, they come then. But as you go up, it's cooler.
Yeah, the Mount Everest thing is a good thing too, because at the bottom you can breathe just fine, but when you get up to the top, you can't really breathe. So what
are you saying?
That?
Gravity's holding the air.
I think what he's getting at is the gas densities, right? So like oxygen's a dense gas. It's the most dense at its base, being liquid, right, with hydrogen. So that's what that goes into. And so like you're going to get higher up. Like helium is not as dense of a gas as oxygen, right, and so on and so forth. So it would appear to me that these gases, although they do expand out and fill the available space, that there's a gradient of different gases from the most dense to the less dense.
Why is it the higher pressure on the bottom of Mount Everest trying to fill the space of the lower pressure?
What?
Yeah, the higher pressure at the bottom of Mount Everest isn't trying to fill the lower pressure on top. Why?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm not understanding what you're trying to ask here.
It's a high pressure system will always try to go into a low pressure system, right?
Yeah, he's asking why do we have a gas pressure gradient if we say that high pressure systems disperse into lower pressure systems, and why is the high pressure system down here not dispersing into the lower pressure at the top of Everest? Is that what you're trying to say, Brandon?
Yeah.
Yeah, gas pressure gradient. So I'm not retarded. I'm not mistaking myself.
I love you guys. Y'all are awesome.
Love you too, AJ. Hope you feel better, dude. Real soon, real quick. No, Globers don't actually exist. The globe exists in their minds. They're actually flat earthers.
Glober. Check the rolls, baby.
Your roll say Glober?
No, I say a normal person. You can call me a Glober, though.
A normal person? So this makes us abnormal to understand that water...
Yes, ma'am. It does. Absolutely, 100% positively.
Why?
Let's start from the start then.
Because time exists. Because we have
time is an irrelevant concept. Though. Time has nothing. Time isn't anything.
Time has everything to do with it.
Time
How do the time zones work? in a flat
time
Earth.
makes.
How do you have as many?
So time makes the Earth a globe?
It's a model issue, brother. It's a model issue.
You have a model. We live in
Yeah,
reality.
you have a model issue.
Yeah, we have a model. We 100%
which is wrong.
have a
and
model.
doesn't work.
Your model doesn't represent reality. That's a
Show
model
it.
issue.
Without pictures, without these, atmospheric altercations.
Take a breath. Take a breath and
Shit,
listen.
man, you came in spiraled already.
Yeah, you're spiraling faster than your model spirals.
Give some of your emotions back to your woman, bro.
It is pretty fast.
Yeah,
it is
the
a
time
fast
zones.
spin.
Time zones do not work on your model. Just look them up. Look up time zones and then compare it to what the model would say.
You have too many damn time zones, and it does not work for your globe. There are far too many time zones, and that, oh man.
We don't even need to argue.
How many time zones are there?
Quiet,
so
man.
it depends.
Hold on.
There is.
Remember, pump the brakes and listen.
Nothing to do with the Earth.
2 seconds. Can you explain to me why you've got more time zones in the Northern Hemisphere as to less time zones in the Southern Hemisphere? Can you explain that to me, please?
Economical need, brother Dan. Some people want to communicate better with China. Some people want to communicate better to the U.S. Depends on, how they're feeling that day. The time zones are
to do with the Earth being a globe. You just debunked yourself, you dick.
Wait, people still believe we live on a ball?
People still believe the Earth is flat. I thought we crushed that in ancient Greek.
Well, we do have. To be fair, we do have flat surfaces.
Hang on.
We do have sea level, and we do have horizons.
Hold on.
Hey, and we also have satellites. Those
See how dumb you are, Sticky, man. You say people still believe the Earth is flat. We didn't. We were globers, and then we saw the evidence.
Oh, that's interesting.
We're not some unbroken chain from thousands of years ago.
Yeah, the ball had come first.
Sticker Moss, you just debunked yourself. You said that time zones exist for convenience of dealing with commerce.
I'm talking the sunrise point.
You said time zones exist, therefore globe. And then we said, why are there different times? Why are there more time zones in the south? And you said, because of convenience of commerce.
Economical need.
Therefore, why did you say that time zones prove a globe?
So
if time zones are made up.
The sun rises at a certain point at a certain time, right?
Right.
Okay, if we wanted to draw the line straight and narrow, we would just go off of when it rises in your time zone.
Okay, let's do that.
Right. Yeah, and it's quite interesting that the flat Earth thinks that the sun would rotate the way it does, and then
we don't think anything. Add in
the tilt of the Earth.
Why are you talking about the sun?
Straw man.
That's rotating.
Not what we think.
Dude, what you did here is he came in to talk about the Earth, and now you're talking about the sun. Do you see a problem here?
Already diverting from the ground.
You gotta take responsibility, my friend. Gotta take the responsibility.
Let's talk about the ground. How are we on the ground right now?
Because it's
because we have density.
What?
We have weight.
Okay, so heavy things cannot.
Why would we float away?
Why are we entertaining this? Hey, dude.
Well, that is true. That Timbo's right. That is true.
What happens?
Hey, dude, give us your best proof of the globe. Go.
My best proof.
Yeah,
my best proof is you can
gas pressure without a container.
You can go south of the equator and watch the stars spin in the opposite direction. Also, you can go and look at the Southern Cross.
That's wrong.
And see it for yourself.
I can see it from where I am. What does that matter?
Why are you facing south in every direction when you look at it?
Sorry, when you're south of the equator, what are you going to be using to make sure that you are pointing in any direction? You're going to be using a compass. Do you know what magnetic declination is?
Yes.
Do What is magnetic declination, please?
So there's a true north, and then there's a magnetic declination, where the Earth magnetic pole faces just off center to north.
See, that's a bit of a problem. See, when you're in the southern hemisphere, what you will have is you'll have your compass that is not pointing north; it's pointing east.
Magnetic south on Africa, right? Magnetic south in Chile, magnetic south in Australia. It's all pointing to the same constellation, the Southern Cross. So explain that. Just explain that one fact. Don't straw man me in your words.
Trying to, but you keep fucking talking, and I've already given you the answer. It's magnetic declination. So when you are thinking that you are facing in a direction, you've actually got to make a calculation because you are not facing the direction that you're thinking.
So explain to me magnetic declination and how it would shift left and right.
Well, this is the problem. You only have a magnetic north. You don't have a magnetic south.
It's a problem for flat Earth, yeah.
Why do you keep talking?
I'm listening while I'm talking.
You're not. How the fuck can you listen when I...
Jedi cut out. So.
He keeps talking because he's panicking. He doesn't want the answer. He doesn't want to face the rebuttal, so he's just going to talk right through it, like he's starting to do.
Okay, yeah. Say all of those things instead of I don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, you don't have an answer.
There is no magnetic.
No, he doesn't.
South.
Exactly.
There is no magnetic south. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Talking to me originally, though.
Stickler, there is no magnetic
Explain
south.
the constellation. Why is it always south?
The question. Answer the question.
Magnetic south.
Do you know there's no magnetic south? Do you know this?
You
asserted it. Where does it talk about a magnetic south?
What are you talking about? If there's a magnetic north, there's a magnetic south. It's the opposite.
Prove magnetic south. Prove it.
Yeah. So you can even
prove it.
Okay, get something metallic, add a static charge to it, put it into some water, and see where it points.
What in the hell?
Yeah, that's how you polarize a needle, right? That's what I meant by magnetize a little something. Put it in water so it can rotate towards the direction and align its magnetic features in the direction of the pole.
You're claiming a south magnetic, but all compasses do is point north, which gives you south.
Okay, you're talking about compasses and how they work, but magnetism.
Yeah, we're talking about reality. We're talking about reality because we're talking about the Earth, and you're going on about a bucket of water and polarizing a piece of metal. Now, get back to reality.
I'm talking about how to make a makeshift compass. You can make a compass, or you can buy one from Walmart.
Yeah, compass is pointing north, not south.
It's still pointing a
It's
direction.
just 180 degrees from north.
So how do you guys drive anywhere?
Points south.
There's no magnetic.
How do you guys drive anywhere? This guy's lost it.
Yeah, because you guys don't have any location tools.
There's no magnetic south. You said that
okay, so there's no north, there's no south, but explain the constellation that stays in a certain direction.
Dude, are you slow? Are you slow?
No, you guys are. You can't understand what a constellation is. You guys don't want to talk about it. You want to talk about a compass.
Oh, now you're gish galloping to constellation.
There's no magnetic south, and you're not acknowledging this fact. You haven't conceded the point yet. You're still on about magnetic south.
How does the Southern Cross work, brother? That's all I want to know. You guys know the Southern Cross. It's the biggest nail in your coffin.
What do you mean? How does it work?
I'm not making any fucking claims.
How does the magic work, brother?
It works by there being no curvature of the surface of Earth, so you have to divert away from that.
Now he's hippity hopping like a kangaroo,
right? Yeah, you're hippity hopping away from the surface of the Earth, which is the thing that we keep trying to talk about, and you keep trying to point in exactly the wrong direction. So
okay, let me argue your point and say that the Earth is not a perfect spheroid.
I don't care. Come back to Earth, bro. You're not gonna know shit if you don't let anybody talk.
I'll listen, but as long as you guys talk about the Southern Cross, I'll listen.
Listen,
I'm just trying to control this conversation to a constellation. So
you're trying to. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, because you told us just now that you're trying to control the conversation. Okay, correct. And this need. Okay, so we're not going to have anybody controlling the conversation.
Exactly,
okay?
because you can't. Because
we're going to. Can we have a back and forth, like a reasonable, respectable back and forth?
Cross. Let's talk about it.
Listen, okay. I just want to tell you that if we're trying to figure out the physical nature of Earth, looking up away from Earth is not how you tell shit about the ground, brother.
Because it's all fake in the sky.
Oh my God!
Did I say that?
Argument.
Did I say that? You're straw man.
But now this is a religion, right? Flat Earth is a religion.
No, wrong again.
The irony, no, the irony, dude. The irony to say that, dude. The irony.
I'll tell you what's fake. I'll tell you what's fake. Earth curve is fake. That's why you keep deflecting away from the surface of the Earth, which has none, and trying to point in exactly the wrong direction. Okay, show us.
Changing now.
Earth's curvature is changing, you guys. You heard it.
It's not a perfect spheroid.
Dig it.
Alright, dude, you're gonna have to shut up or I'm gonna server mute you. How about that?
Yeah, you're just in here. You're just in here to say all the tricky
You can't handle the truth.
2 seconds,
No,
Mike.
you're not speaking
Hold
truth.
on.
You're talking shit.
You're the one that's arguing like a freaking woman.
That's all I'm asking about. How does this thing cross work?
You guys gotta mute him because he's not gonna let anybody get a word in. It's his tactic.
Was he being serious?
All right, everyone, shush. Everyone, shush. So for this man, I've given you 2 videos explaining magnetic declination so you can have a better understanding of what we're talking about. These videos are provided by sailors at sea that use calculations and navigational equipment. If you watch these 2 videos, you might have a better understanding of what we're saying to you, mate. With regards to making observations in the southern hemisphere when looking at stars in the sky, you're not all looking in the same direction. When you're looking at your compass, my friend, you have to make a calculation. Magnetic declination, also known as magnetic variance. Watch the videos. You'll be back in half an hour.
Don't forget, there is no magnetic south, which you mistakenly said earlier. And you didn't clarify the point, so we have to. And just like Jenna said, don't talk about the sky, talk about the ground, because that's what we're trying to measure to see if there's any surface curvature. I will mute him.
Good man. See, what happens, buddy, is when people start shouting over each other, it turns into a bit of a shit show. So moderators like Miggy, Timber, and myself have to jump in and start muting people. Sometimes that happens to flat earthers as well. But I've provided you 2 pieces of information that you should, if you've got serious questions, at least research and look at.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem at all, mate. We're not here to have an argument with you. You're asking good questions. At least let us answer the question. And if we can't vocalize it, we'll probably be able to provide you a video. Now, the video's on a Flat Earth channel, but the person who's making the presentation has sailed over 1,000 miles around the Earth and taken part in yacht races and so on. So when we're talking about navigational devices and equipment, compasses, sextants, and time, the 3 things that you need to navigate across the surface of the Earth, all 3 of those things require the Earth to be level, my friend, including the sextant, which is used to gain elevation angles to stars. Now, you know what a triangle is, and you must understand that you can't measure an angle
to be level.
Yeah, because we're measuring angles. And you must understand that you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. So being as we use angle measuring device... Do you know what a triangle is?
So I'm a satellite engineer. What I do is ephemeris tracking and telemetry.
Hold on. Good. Do you know what a triangle is?
I know what a triangle is.
Good. Can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved with an angle measuring device? If you've got 2 lines, so you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved, can you?
I can draw a triangle. What you're doing when it comes to triangulating is measuring degrees more than anything else. So it doesn't matter if you're shooting off of a curved object or a hill or anything else.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It does.
Do you understand? Let me explain it to you then. Let me explain it to you. Do you understand what a GP is of a star?
No, I don't know what your acronym is.
A GP, ground position. We're talking about celestial navigation, mate. So the GP of a star, that has a
geographical position. Got it.
Yeah, on the floor. So that has a 90-degree angle directly underneath that star and a straight line from that ground position to you. You then have an angle up to that star, and there you go. You complete your triangle. The thing is, every single...
That's not how GPS works. So GPS
I'm not talking
is
about
actually...
GPS. I'm not talking about GPS. I'm talking about sextants and navigation using angle measuring devices. Why the fuck can't you keep up with this conversation?
Cussing. Got it.
Yeah, because you're frustrating me, because you're not keeping up with the conversation. You just mentioned GPS. Not talking about satellites in space. I'm talking about ground positions of stars, celestial navigation. We're talking
just for
about
the record, I only just mentioned it before you lost your lid.
Yeah, so stay.
I know I'm already on the hot seat. I know I'm already on the hot seat. That's
Stop talking. Stop talking. Let's try and follow the conversation that I'm trying to walk you down. Do you want me to start again? Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes.
Awesome. So you understand within that triangle, you have to have all angles reaching 180 degrees, don't you?
No, not with all triangles.
Not all triangles don't have
I mean with the full circumference of it? Yes.
Circumference of a triangle?
The circumference of the angles, yes.
The circumference of the angles within inside the triangle. You understand you have to reach 180 degrees within inside the triangle. You can only measure angles if all of those lines are straight, correct?
Correct.
Awesome.
You're not an engineer, man. You're full of shit.
So being as we use angle measuring devices on the Earth to navigate across the Earth, and understanding that you cannot measure an angle if one of those lines is curved, then you won't be navigating across a curved surface using angle measuring devices. They would be fucking useless. So being as
you have your horizon as one angle. You have your horizon as one angle, and then you calculate the distance of the elevation to the star. That would be your other angle.
Right.
Okay.
Why do you need to know your altitude?
I don't see how that would work if you were on a hill or anything else.
Hold on. Why do you need to know your elevation above the surface?
Because that's where the star is.
No, your elevation above the surface. Why do you need to know how high you are above the surface of the Earth? Why do you need to know that?
Because it's going to alter your measurement.
Yeah, because you have to take it away and reduce it down to 0. So your actual calculation will be from the surface of the Earth. Whether you're in a boat or an aeroplane, you're going to want to know your altitude above that surface so you can take it away and have your altitude as 0. So being as you've got So being as you've got 90 degrees underneath the ground position of not just one star, but every star, and then you draw a straight line from the ground position of that star to you, your calculation down to 0, you can then measure an elevation angle up to the star in question, finally building your triangle. Now, you cannot measure an angle if one of those lines is curved, can you?
So,
yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
The perception is a straight line.
No,
and it's acceptable because the degradation of the drop of your horizon does not affect your measurements.
What's the horizon?
It's just too finite.
What's the horizon? And how far away?
Where the sea meets the wind.
Awesome. Is it physical or optical?
It's optical.
Awesome stuff. So we're not going to be measuring any type of decrease in angle to an optical phenomenon then. What we're going to use?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly. What we're going to do is we're going to use it as a reference point, and then we're going to subtract our altitude down to the surface of the Earth so we can have a straight line from us to the GP of the star, which could be Polaris, and I'll fucking give you, it could be 2,000 miles away beyond the horizon. Now, you cannot measure an angle if one of the lines is curved. Being as every single star in the sky at night has a GP with 90 degrees to you, that means that every single star is a straight line to you from that ground position. So you can measure elevation angles to them. Now, being as we've been doing this for over 300 years, when the British Navy started sailing around the Earth, before the Earth was a fucking ball, we understood the Earth had to be a level plane for us to measure angles from to every single star in the sky. This technology would not, every single star, yep. This technology would be non-applicable if the surface of the Earth was curved, because you can't measure angles from curved surfaces. Wig, please.
Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. This is the main point of the thing. My argument is yes, you can mathematically assume the horizon, and the shake in your hand would throw off these minute factors that you're talking about, like the curvature of the Earth, because it is small. It is significantly small. You can ride an airplane all day and not see any curvature. You can go to even Leo orbit and barely see anything at all.
Quick question for you. How did we get latitude lines?
I don't know, actually, but I do know what a latitude line is.
I'll tell you. So you know the latitude lines that we've got? Those are elevation angles to Polaris. Now, you can't measure elevation angles or any angle if the surface, the baseline, is curved. So in actuality, you know your mapping of the Earth with longitude and latitude lines. Those come from angle measurements to Polaris, requiring the Earth to be level and not curved, because you can't measure angles on curved surfaces. That's how you got your equator.
How can you be a satellite technician and not know this stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not a technician, I'm an engineer, for one, and for two,
can you be
this
a
has
satellite
nothing
engineer
to do
and
with
not know this
satellite
stuff?
engineering. What does this have to do with, multi-band systems, near field, far field systems?
How'd you get your satellite up?
Exactly.
No
How did
idea.
I do
But
what?
How'd you get your satellite?
Sorry, Timbo.
Yeah.
What we're
How do I
doing,
get the
mate?
satellite up?
What we're doing,
Generally,
mate, is
I press a button, man.
We're navigating the Earth with angle measuring devices, requiring the Earth to be level. Do you understand that? You've got all of your mapping information.
I do not understand that, because 0 degrees is the equator.
Yeah.
You were talking about elevation to Polaris. That would shoot through the Earth rather than be shooting up. I think you're talking about longitude.
Latitude, flat lines around the surface of the Earth, not the ones from north to south.
All lines of longitude point near Solaris, or Polaris, sorry, the North Star.
Latitude, mate.
I was trying to understand what you were saying. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's good you keep talking. So you get your latitude lines from angle measurements to Polaris. 90 degrees underneath Polaris, keep going south, you keep measuring angle until you get to the equator and you have 0 degrees. Now, you couldn't do that if the surface of the Earth was curved. Yeah, you couldn't do that if the surface of the Earth was curved, because we're measuring angles. Angles, my friend. Require the Earth to be level.
No, I think
your globe is the flat Earth model.
I might have to look that one up. I think I have to look that one up, because it doesn't make sense in my head why 0 degrees, the equator, would rotate to 90 degrees to be the North Star, I guess, because we're talking about.
Yeah, you want to?
Yeah, I don't understand where that's coming from. I'm gonna have to look that up, brother, to understand that talking point better. But
that's fine. All you need to understand is you can't measure angles if the surface is curved. That's stupid. We all know that. We learned that at school, because we all know what a protractor is, right? Everybody knows what a protractor is, and everybody knows you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. Being as the Earth is a curved surface, we wouldn't be using sextants on it now, would we?
We're not using sextants anymore.
Yeah, we are. When all your technology fucking fails in your aeroplane or your boat at sea, when the GPS goes down, your captain of the boat or of the ship or the plane is ultimately going to bring a sextant out, because all mariners are taught how to use sextants. Every single fucking one of them. Now, being as the British Navy have been doing this since the 1700s, oh, fuck. The Earth must be level, mate, because nobody was really going around thinking the Earth was a ball then. So, angle measuring devices require the Earth to be level. If the Earth was a ball, we wouldn't be using angle measuring devices on them. Wig, please.
As I was saying, I need to understand your talking point a little bit more. I just got home. I appreciate your guys' time, and I will jump in less aggressively next time.
Do you know those two videos I dropped you?
Yes.
You know the two? Yeah, awesome. On that channel as well is time zones and sextants. How to measure
Yeah,
angle.
let me check that out. In the meantime, homework for you guys.
All about
Figure out the
navigation.
Southern Cross
Yeah,
for me.
do that.
Get that talking point, and I will be here next time. See you guys.
Why is the student assigning homework?
Yeah, I want to know what we have to figure out about the Southern Cross. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he just told you that your globe is a flat Earth model. Globe latitude lines are based on angle measurements, which require straight lines, not curved lines. Therefore, your globe model is a flat Earth model. Sorry.
Alright, what's going on here?
Well, we've just taken somebody else's wig. Do you want me to take yours as well? I'm in the mood.
I was rudely interrupted. I was totally rudely interrupted, and last time when I did it,
You know what,
I was
Brandon?
muted.
Every single time you speak up, it's to concern troll.
No, we were having a conversation, and then they went over to somebody else.
Yeah, because that man needs to be put in his place, buddy. Sorry, but he did need to.
He ran away.
So it's okay sometimes, but not others.
Yeah, basically, mate, that's life. Sometimes it's okay, sometimes it's not. Yeah. What the fuck?
Wow.
I know, man.
It all depends what's going on. No,
Brandon,
dude, it all depends what's going on, mate. It all depends what's going on. Sometimes cordial conversations turn into fucking shit shows, and people need to be put in their places and people need to be muted. Then they need to have their toes held to the fire so they can answer questions and not backflip round a point and bring other things up that have got absolutely nothing to do with what I'm talking about. In those situations, you might need to sit back, put yourself on mute, and let me or somebody else deal with the situation. And then definitely don't come in afterwards and consult her and makes you look to be a pussy.
I'm just I completely forgot what I was talking about, so we can't talk anymore. But thanks for whatever.
No worries. Did you have any questions, mate? You said you got interrupted in the conversation. Do you want to restart that conversation if you can?
No, I totally forgot what we were talking about. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. Right.
Well, just to refresh your memory with the guy that we were speaking to just a moment ago, we were talking about angles and triangles. He brought up the observation of the Southern Cross in the Southern Hemisphere, and flat earthers are stupid. I don't know if that jogs your memory at all.
Hey, Jedi, you know what I'd like to figure out about the Southern Cross? Yeah. Why these guys think they can come in here and keep using it. That's what I'd like to figure out.
Because some people still think it's 2015, I guess, mate. I don't know.
They never want to talk about the surface of the earth. They always want to talk about the sky, don't they? We know this.
Pretty much, mate, yeah.
Got to avoid the surface. It's game over if you look there.
Definitely don't look at the surface. But if you're going to point to the sky, I'll take the fucking sky away from you in 5 fucking seconds flat. It's not a problem. It is one of my most favourite things to do, guys, is take space away from people. I don't know if anybody's realised that, but I get quite hot when that happens.
Chris, I agree with you 100% on that. That's kind of like my way to open the door to it, is like just get people to question outer space in itself. It's a paradox at best.
We had a gentleman come in earlier, maybe half an hour ago. I think it was Sticky Moss or something like that, or maybe the gentleman before him. I can't remember. But he brought up the claim of, well, what are other planets then? You know, if you're flat earthers, then you don't believe in other planets. Well, that's quite simple to take away, because what are other planets? But that planet there, the one that we call Jupiter, that's a giant ball of gas uncontained from a vacuum. How the fuck does that happen then?
Right.
We literally just take every single planet away from them because we understand how gas works. So bye-bye space and every single story you've ever told us about space. Rockets to the moon, people playing golf, remote-controlled cars on Mars, and slingshots around Mars through an asteroid field to take photographs of gas giants in vacuums. Fuck off.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
And they will always tell you that the vacuum doesn't pull everything into it because of gravity. Yet gravity isn't strong enough to put down a helium balloon.
Which gravity are we even talking about? This will be the next conversation that we have with the person who says gravity. They will say mass attracts mass.
Right.
We understand that one of the definitions of mass is resistance to inertia. So if mass, then mass attracts mass can be formulated. If resistance to inertia, then resistance to inertia will attract a resistance to inertia. We understand that resistance to inertia is resistance